Odium 0.5, The Dead Saga, Origin Stories. Written by Claire C. Riley. Narrated by Holly Jackson. Life Ever After, Part 1. Chapter 1. My Tuesday started like any Tuesday. I got up, I got dressed, I bitched at my husband, I drank a green tea and seaweed smoothie, which I hated, and I went to work. I ate a 234-calorie lunch, which I also hated, and then I bitched about my boss to the women that I worked with but didn't call my friends. I finished up my current work project, closed down my computer, and then I went shoe shopping before heading home to spend the night getting eye strain from the amount of eye-rolling I intended on doing toward my lazy-ass husband. My Tuesday was as it should be, until it wasn't. "Evening, Nina." I paused by my car, cringing at the sound of Emma Watson's voice. She was our nosy-as-hell neighbor from across the road, and she was the second-to-last person I wanted to speak to right then. I grabbed my shoebox and slammed the car door shut before turning completely around to face her, watching as she smiled expectantly at me. I waved at her, offering her the blandest smile I could, in the hopes that she would get the idea that I didn't want to chit-chat. No such luck, apparently. She made her way across the street, her hands wringing in front of her nervously. I arched an eyebrow because, well, Emma didn't play the nervous victim very well. Or at all, normally. She was a strong, determined woman, the sort of woman that I could relate to, and yet I also found equally annoying. I think it was her perfectness. She was a slim blonde, had flawless skin and a toned ass that didn't look like it had ever had to see the inside of a gym. I kind of hated her. "Hey, Emma." I clutched onto my shoebox, making sure to keep the logo facing toward her and feeling gleeful when her eyes darted toward it. I could tell she wanted to ask about them. I didn't blame her. I would have been green with envy if I had seen her clutching onto a Jimmy Choo box. But she didn't ask me about them. Instead, she looked back to her blouse. "Have you seen the news?" She turned back and met my gaze head-on. "Not yet. Why?" I frowned, my eyes flitting over her face and finally seeing that she looked less than her perfect self for once. "They're talking about a virus. It's making everyone sick." "That's what viruses do, Emma." I seriously didn't have time for this. Or her. Mainly her. She waved my flippant comment away. "No, like really sick. They're advising people to stay indoors unless it's absolutely necessary to go outside, not to even go to the hospital." I frowned harder. Well, that seems extreme. But whatever. People never listen to those CDC warnings. "I know." Emma nodded and looked back toward her house again. When she looked back, she spoke hesitantly. "Andy hasn't been feeling well all day. Should I be worried?" I refrained from rolling my eyes at her for being so dramatic, though I also couldn't deny the anxious feeling that was growing in my stomach. Emma didn't do victim. She was a no-nonsense type of woman, so this was hugely out of character for her, yet my inner bitch was itching to be let loose. "Well, it depends. Is it man flu? I mean, if so, then ignore his whining, make him some soup, and tell him to man up." She ignored my smart-ass remark, continuing as if I hadn't said a word. "Do you think I should take him to the hospital?" "I don't know. I mean, if the CDC say to stay at home, then—" "You just said that no one listens to those warnings." Her voice rose until it was a shrill yell. "All right, don't yell at me," I replied with a huff, shifting the box and my purse to the other arm. "Look, I really need to get inside. I hope he feels better. I'm sure it's just the flu." Blah, 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 insert impatient eye roll. "So, you think he'll be okay?" "I have no idea, Emma. Look, I really need to go." Turning on my heel, I walked away, cutting off Emma's last words to me. I didn't have time for her shit right now. We weren't friends. In fact, as far as I remembered, she didn't have any friends to speak of. It was just her and Andy, and they tended to stick together pretty tightly. He was a henpecked husband, and she the nagging wife. They fit into their proverbial character-defining cutouts well in that respect. I unlocked the front door and pushed it open before stepping inside and kicking it shut behind me. I dropped my purse on the sofa, kicked my heels off by the door, and went upstairs, taking them two at a time and making my way to the bedroom. I placed the box on my bed and lifted the lid off with a triumphant grin. Jimmy Choos. Jimmy freaking Choos. I had always wanted a pair of these, and now I had them. I was practically salivating. I sat down and eagerly slipped them on. I stood up unsteadily and stared down at them in awe. They pinched a little around the toe, but they were amazing. Blue, beautiful, and all mine. A grin rose to my face, and I watched my feet as I paced up and down the bedroom. I had no idea when I would ever get the chance to wear them, and I didn't really care. I worked hard and deserved to buy the things I wanted. Ben would hate them, but that fact only made me like them even more. The growl of Ben's noisy old truck came to a stop in the driveway, and I quickly slipped the shoes off my feet and shoved them back in the box. I put the box in the bottom of my closet and made my way back downstairs as casually as I could, my big toes a little red where the shoes had pinched. Ben came in the door just as I made it to the bottom step, and we stared at one another for a moment in silence before he broke the standoff with a smile. His smile was what had first attracted me to him. It was boyish and sexy and completely masculine. It disarmed me and broke through my bitchy hard exterior. But that was then, and this was now. Now I just found him irritating and selfish, and his once handsome smile was now nothing to me because I knew how fake it was. "Hey, babe, how was your day?" He walked straight past me and headed to the kitchen, making it apparent that he didn't actually give a damn how my day had been. The question was just another nicety to get us through yet another uncomfortable evening together. I wasn't sure exactly when things had gotten like this between us, and truthfully, I wasn't really concerned. Not anymore. Our marriage had soured, and neither of us had the desire to try to fix it. It had been months of tit-for-tat, sly digs, and one-ups on each other. But we couldn't go on much longer like this. I followed him through to the kitchen, not because I wanted to talk to him, but because I was hungry. He was dragging bologna and mayonnaise out of the refrigerator when I pushed the door open, and he barely looked up to acknowledge my presence. I rolled my eyes even though he couldn't see me, and I set about making myself a healthy stir-fry of turkey and bean sprouts. I was on a diet. I was always on a diet. And as he bit into his loaded sandwich, I envied him and most of the male population for their ability to not care about their appearance. To not care about carbs and calories and fat and all the other stupid crap that women worried about. I cooked in silence, adding some seeds I had gotten from the health food store which promised to help burn more calories from your body if you ate them twice a day. They tasted vile, and they smelled even viler, and I hadn't noticed any difference in the weeks I had been eating them, but I still continued to eat them regardless. I finally scraped the contents of the pan onto my plate and grabbed a fork. "I don't know how you can eat that," he said, finishing off the last of his sandwich and licking mayo off his fingers. I shoved my fork into the stir-fry, loaded it up, and raised it to my mouth. Because some people actually care what they put into their bodies, Ben. They don't want to fill themselves with toxins and fat constantly. He grimaced. "But it smells so bad." I opened my mouth and shoved the forkful of stir-fry inside, trying my damnedest to eat it without gagging. He wanted to laugh, I could tell from the small crinkles around his eyes. "It tastes great," I replied. "You should try some instead of eating crap all the time. You're beginning to get a line of fat around your middle." "This is winter weight." He grinned, patting his stomach. "It's summer," I snarked back. "I'm preparing." His grin stretched wider, and then he turned to the refrigerator and grabbed a beer, popping the top off on the side of the kitchen counter. He took a long, hard swig of it, wiping the back of his mouth with his hand. I wanted to yell at him. He always did that on the countertop, and it was scratched and beginning to chip because of it. He stared at me as he drank, almost daring me to say something because he knew how much it pissed me off. But instead, I swallowed another mouthful of my food and looked away. This was our game. He tried to get a rise out of me, knowing that once I lost it, I couldn't reel my temper back in. He always made me look like the asshole in this relationship. Emma said that Andy is sick, I finally said when most of my food was gone. I couldn't eat another mouthful of it, and so I scraped the last of it into the trash and put my plate in the dishwasher. I noticed his plate was still on the counter, and I grabbed that with a huff and loaded it in the dishwasher also. "So what was she telling you for?" he asked with a laugh, knowing that I couldn't stand her. I shrugged. She said the CDC have said to remain at home if at all possible. "I haven't heard anything," he replied, while picking bits of sandwich from between his teeth. I hadn't either, and I had brushed off Emma's worries just as easily as he was doing to me, yet his easy, carefree attitude annoyed me. Besides, no one listens to those cautions. He downed the last of his beer and placed the empty bottle on the counter. "I have work tomorrow, and we need to go food shopping, so there's not a chance of us staying inside." I hate food shopping, I grumbled under my breath. "So I'll go on my own, in my lunch hour." I looked up, my gaze slowly meeting his. Was this his peace offering? An olive branch, perhaps? As the seconds passed and the silence continued to envelop us, I wondered who would break first. We were still staring into one another's eyes, and I saw a speck of the man I had fallen in love with. I hoped that he saw a little of the woman he fell in love with in my eyes. That would be great. I finally broke our silence, wishing I could smile at him instead of worrying that he would get all the wrong things for me to eat. "It's fine, whatever." He shrugged again and grabbed another beer from the fridge like we hadn't just shared a moment. That perhaps our marriage wasn't totally dead. But I had seen it. The love that had once been strong and, like a snap of his fingers, he had purposefully turned it off. "Better than dealing with your sour face and bitching all the way around the store." He turned and walked out of the room, and I stared at the space he had just been, feeling hurt and rejected. When I walked back into the living room, he had his PlayStation on and was playing some stupid man game that involved shooting and killing everything in sight. His feet, still wearing his dirty work boots, were resting on the coffee table next to his beer bottle. I counted backwards from 10 to try and calm myself down as I watched the condensation slipping down the side of the bottle and onto the table. I walked back up the stairs and threw on my running gear, needing to get out of the house for a little while. It was suffocating me. He was suffocating me, but mainly, my own anger was suffocating me. "I'm going out for a run," I said, as I made my way back downstairs. "Okay," he replied, not bothering to turn around or pause his game. For some reason, even though I disliked him as much as he disliked me, it still hurt. Maybe because for once, I wanted him to fight for me, us, so that I could then stop being such a stubborn bitch and do the same. But he didn't. He never did. Because where I was stubborn, so was he. Neither of us would back down from this, and sooner or later our world would come crumbling down around us because of our own stupidity. Stepping outside, closing the door behind me, I stretched out my calf muscles. The air was finally starting to cool as the sun set. So far, it had been a long, hot summer. But fall would be coming in a couple of weeks, and I couldn't wait for that. Fall was my favorite time of year. Not too hot and not too cold. The leaves falling away, stripping the trees bare, ready to start afresh in the spring. It always made me feel hopeful, like soon there could be fresh starts and new beginnings. Like the death of old life rotting away just below the surface of the earth could be forgotten in favor of a new start. I jogged down our drive and onto the street, passing house after house. The roads were quiet that night, with hardly any cars out. The lights were turning on in house windows and people were closing their curtains for the evening. It was peaceful, and I felt my tense muscles relaxing as I jogged. In the background I could hear sirens blaring, but they were far off, so they didn't ruin the calm that had settled inside of me. By the time I had gone around the block and was standing at the foot of my driveway, I felt much better, and my anger and resentment had been pushed aside. I stopped to catch my breath and stretch out my muscles again. Early evening had finally arrived, and the soft glow of the moon and the streetlights hovered above me. I looked over at Emma's house, seeing that her lights were all still off, even her porch light, which was always turned on at this time. She had acted strange today, asking me for advice. But then, when I thought back on the day's events, the whole day had been strange, right down to my own messed-up emotions. Standing up straight, I stared at her darkened windows as I listened to the muted noise of glass smashing and a muffled yell sounding out from somewhere inside, and I wondered how many times she had listened to Ben and I arguing, or how many times she had sat in her front room watching the shadows of us in our house, hands waving, voices raised, and she had sneered at our failing marriage. I glanced up and down the street, wondering if I should go over, as anticipation clawed at my insides, but everything was still and silent now. So, with one last look at Emma's house, I turned back around and went inside. Chapter 2. Where did they come from? Ben looked at me with a look somewhere between annoyance and disdain. The shoe shop, obviously, I said with another one of my trademark eye rolls. Sure, I knew what he was really asking, but who the hell was he to tell me how I could spend my money? Especially with how frivolous he was with his. He had stumbled upon my new shoes that morning, not that I had exactly been discreet with hiding them. Nina, don't be a bitch about it. You know what I'm saying. We were supposed to be saving. He put down the shoe and looked at me seriously. I could tell that he was trying his hardest to contain his anger, but the fire in his eyes only made me want to prod him with a sharp stick all the more. Saving? I didn't see you saving when Call of Duty was released, Ben. I pushed my brunette hair behind my ears. That's different. Why? Because your things are more important than mine? No, because, well, it's Call of Duty, and these are just fucking shoes. You have hundreds of shoes, he spluttered. And besides, I bet these cost 10 times what my game cost. Probably more, I said defiantly as I stared at him with narrowed eyes. He shook his head. You can't keep doing this. Pushing me, Nina. You really have no idea, do you? I murmured. He looked confused by my statement, which only annoyed me even further. Perhaps I did buy the shoes more to piss him off than for their aesthetic value, because I wanted to push him until he broke and ended the misery of this loveless marriage. Ben ran his hands through his blonde hair and walked out of the room. I followed him, trailing down the stairs after him, still clutching one of the Jimmy Choos. He picked up his keys from the hook beside the door and looked at me. Where are you going? I asked. My voice sounded weaker than I wanted it to. He turned and looked at me with those beautiful, sad blue eyes of his. You're right. You admit it, finally, I huffed. I have no idea, he continued. I have no idea about who you are or what the hell we're doing. I just know we can't do this anymore. His voice was soft and full of hurt, and shame spread across my cheeks and neck in a hot flush. It wasn't my fault we were at this point. That was a joint effort. But I'd forced this confrontation, so this hurt right then was down to me. I thought we had moved past this. He opened his arms wide. Another thing I got wrong, I guess. I swallowed down the lump in my throat. I hated it when he played the injured party card, like I was the bitch and he was the saint. It wasn't fair and it wasn't true. He was as big an asshole as I was. He just hid it better. Like so many other things you got wrong, hey, Ben? Like when you forgot our anniversary 3 years in a row? Or when you didn't bother to pay the water bill and we got cut off? Or what about when you forgot to defrost the freezer and we lost the entire contents because it broke down? Or how about that damn back gate that's still broken? He stared at me incredulously, like this was all news to his ears, and it was like a red rag to a bull to me. Seriously, what is your problem anyway? Those shoes are gorgeous, they were on sale, and they are totally practical. Practical? He raised an eyebrow at me. Yes. Well, I'd like to see you do the food shopping in them then. He laughed humorlessly. I snorted back. Challenge accepted. He stared at me hard, his jaw moving its muscles slowly as he tried to contain his anger again. He took a deep breath. I'm going to work, Nina. I can't deal with this shit right now. Do the shopping in them, and we'll see how practical they are. Maybe I'm wrong. You have to wear the damn things, not me. I'm just a man. I hate shoes, so what the fuck do I know? He opened the door and left, slamming it shut behind him. I hated it when he slammed doors. With him out of the house, it was like I could finally breathe. I was pulling the air in and out of my lungs so fast I thought I might hyperventilate. I hated this. This wasn't me. This wasn't him. This wasn't us, and I couldn't understand how we had gotten to this place, or how to get us out of it. Chapter 3. The store was ridiculously busy for a Wednesday afternoon. I should have been working from home on a new work proposal, not out doing the shopping. Certainly not in high heels. Definitely not in heels this expensive, but there it was. Bananas, apples, grapes. I sighed for the 100th time since leaving the house and threw a packet of something or other in the cart. I hated food shopping. It was Ben's domain. He loved cooking. Or he used to love cooking for me before I got so picky with my food, or perhaps before he stopped caring. I wasn't sure which had come first. The fluorescent tubing above me was too bright, giving an overly cheery appearance to the vegetable display and making me despise every fruit and vegetable I encountered. Broccoli, carrots, potatoes. A little old lady stepped right in front of me with her little pull-along cart, chattering away with another gray-haired old person, oblivious to the fact that she had created a traffic jam of bored housewives behind her. I would never understand how old people could be so oblivious to everyone around them. I cleared my throat to get their attention, but received no response, so I did it a little louder. They briefly glanced my way and then continued chatting, and then my patience with them snapped. I huffed as I pushed past them, nudging their cart out of the way with mine, not caring how rude I was being. When did I get like this? All bitter and twisted. This was not who I was. This was the woman I had slowly been turning into. The woman Ben was slowly turning me into. Beans, corn, tomatoes. It was time we stepped away from each other to decide what was best for the marriage and for ourselves. I had to do this for myself before I ended up truly hating him. Or worse, he ended up hating me. Pasta, rice. Shit. I can't do this anymore. I stopped walking, standing frozen in the middle of the aisle, and forcing people to step around me impatiently, much like I had just done to the little old lady. I finally stepped to the side, and then I slumped to the floor next to my cart, my back against the world food section, and ignored the blatant stares from the people that walked past me. The world could rot and go to hell for all I cared right then. I let my head sink into my hands, and I tried not to cry, not to let the panic and sadness that were rippling up my throat slip out of my mouth in a choked cry. I slipped off my beautiful shoes and threw them into the cart with all of the hated food, and I finally let myself sob. God, I loved him so much, but I couldn't do this anymore. I just couldn't do it. The horrible fluorescent tube blinked and flashed repeatedly above me before finally giving up altogether. A couple of people noticed, but most just continued on their way, oblivious to it. Yet for me, it was like a sign, like a death sentence for my marriage. I wiped my tears away and slowly stood back up, making a note to get painkillers. The flashing light had brought on a killer headache. I grudgingly went on with the shopping in my bare feet, knowing that tonight was the end. The end of everything in my world. 20 minutes later, and with my feet killing me, I pushed the loaded cart through the exit of the supermarket, glad that it was finally over and done with. If only everything in my life was as simple and as quick as that. A short, sharp scream inside the store made me flinch, and I turned around to look and see what was happening. People were running over to help a woman who was on the floor by the escalator. I could make out a puddle of red underneath her right before the crowd of people moved closer and blocked out what was happening. There was yelling and pushing and a huge commotion with people, I presumed first aiders, who were pulling and tugging at her, but the prognosis couldn't be good because I didn't hear her crying anymore. Other people were slowly beginning to back away, and since I hated the sight of blood, I turned back around and continued toward my car. It was a silly little silver sports car, and I wasn't even sure how the hell everything was going to fit in it. But with a squash and a squeeze and some precarious balancing, I finally forced everything inside. Even though I knew somewhere beneath the heavy cans of beans and corn there were the bread and eggs, which would no doubt suffer the consequences, I still classed it as a success. I slipped my painful shoes back on as I climbed into my car, grabbed a bottle of water from one of the bags, and took a large gulp of it. I looked up as an ambulance came screeching around the corner before stopping right in front of the store. The paramedics jumped out, bags in hand, and ran inside, and I let out a breath of relief. I started the car, content that the person was in the best possible hands now, and began to back my car out of its spot. It's funny how you can worry about people you don't even know. How seeing someone hurt or in pain can play on your mind and have you more concerned for them than you are for yourself. Another scream had me checking my rearview mirror, and seeing a small group of people running out from the store, I frowned but kept on driving. I stopped at the light and continued to watch through my rearview mirror in morbid fascination. Someone was covered in blood and another person was crying. People seemed to be in a frenzy, bumping into each other and falling over. It was a crazy scene unfolding right before my eyes, and I honestly didn't know what to make of it. The light changed, but I stared, transfixed with the scene behind me. There was a struggle between 2 or 3 people. They pushed and shoved at each other, hands grabbing at one another's clothes. More people were running past them, but no one seemed to be attempting to stop the fight. More screams broke out, and I turned in my seat to look out of the back window, my brown eyes narrowing into slits as I watched. A honk from the car behind me had me turning around and moving my ass, and I waved my apologies to the person in the other car and continued to drive. It felt wrong to leave the scene behind me, like perhaps I might be needed to be a witness to something, and yet my instincts were to get home, and quickly. I kept my radio off and my windows open as I drove home, finding the loud noises of the chaotic world disconcerting, and yet, even stranger, the streets were practically deserted. I stopped at another set of lights and took a moment to really look about me. The man in the car next to mine looked panicked, his eyes wide, his forehead sweaty, and on his face was a crazed expression that sent chills down my spine. He looked over at me, and for several seconds we looked at one another in silence. The lights changed, and he made the sign of the cross and continued to drive, but I stayed where I was, my mouth hanging open as I watched after him in growing confusion. My feet were still throbbing with pain when I got home, and as soon as I got inside I put my shoes back in their pretty black box, where I knew they would more than likely stay forever. Ben was right. The stupid shoes were not practical. I sat on the edge of the sofa, rubbing the sole of my right foot, knowing that I still had to drag all the shopping into the house and put it all away. Yet another great job that I wasn't used to doing. Ben normally brought the shopping in, and I put it away. I guess this was just another part of life that I was going to have to get used to if we did separate. I deftly tied my hair up into a high bun, and with a huff I went back out to the car, still barefoot, and hastily grabbed a couple of the heavy bags. The neighbors next door were home. I could hear them arguing loudly. Anne screamed at her husband loud enough to make me flinch, and something smashed. I paused for a moment, wondering if I should go and see if she was okay, but decided it was none of my business. There must have been something in the air, I decided, as I thought back to the yelling coming from Emma's house the night before. But whatever. It was somewhat comforting to know that it wasn't just mine and Ben's marriage that was a hot mess right now. That was selfish and cruel of me to think, but whatever. No one likes to feel like a failure, and that's what my marriage felt like. A big, fat failure. I dropped the bags in the kitchen and went back outside for some more. The sun was still high in the sky, and I could feel a trickle of sweat sliding between my shoulder blades. I raised a hand to my eyes and watched one of the neighbors farther down the road pile some bags into his car before jumping in himself and screeching away in it like a madman. My eyes narrowed as I watched, and I pursed my lips, knowing something was not right but not knowing what. Keeping my frown in place, I grabbed some more bags of groceries and headed back inside. By the time I was almost done, bags covered the kitchen floor, and it was depressing knowing that I still had to put it all away. I went back outside and grabbed the last bag from the trunk of the car and awkwardly slammed it shut. The heat was pouring down and making me sweat like a pig, which just made my day even more perfect. I was nearly inside the house when a can of tomatoes slipped out of a hole in the side of the bag and rolled down the driveway before hitting the curb. I dropped the bag and went after the MIA can of tomatoes. I was halfway down the drive when I heard more tires squealing my way, and I watched as Ben's pickup pulled up to the curb in a screech of burnt rubber and smoke, narrowly missing the can of tomatoes. He dove out of his truck, slipped, and almost fell to his knees before correcting himself. And I would have laughed, but the look on his face was anything but funny. Chapter 4. Get inside, Nina. Now! He pushed me inside and closed the door, leaving the final bag of shopping in the center of the driveway. I shrugged out of his grip. What the hell is wrong with you? What's happened? He didn't answer me. Instead, he charged up the stairs, taking them two at a time, and I cautiously followed him. I'd never seen him like this. Ben was, well, he was Ben. Fearless, funny, happy-go-lucky, and lazy, of course. He wasn't normally a drama queen. That was my domain. But right then, his entire aura was screaming drama. Ben, what's going on? I stood in the doorway of our bedroom, my arms wrapped around my body protectively. He grabbed his backpack from the bottom of the closet and began to fill it with clothes. I didn't know whether he hadn't heard me or if he chose not to answer me, but he suddenly stopped what he was doing and dove under the bed, pulling out his grandpa's old gun box. I flinched as I watched him unlock the box, pull out the old Smith & Wesson .38 and load the bullets into it in quick succession. He slipped the gun into the waistband of his jeans like it was an everyday thing to do. Ben? I couldn't get the rest of my words out. They were stuck, lodged in my throat and refusing to move any further. The tears in my eyes stung, and I blinked rapidly. I didn't even know what the hell I was crying for, but I was. His expression, his demeanor, his whole presence was scaring me now. We need to pack, Nina. He looked at me pleadingly, ignoring my questions again, and then he glanced to the open window. I hadn't heard it until now, the whooshing of my blood drowning out everything else, but now I couldn't unhear it. Sirens were going off in the distance, much like last night after my run, but now they were closer, and worse than the noise, the sound of guns. The noise seemed to motivate him even more, and he picked up his half-full backpack and walked toward me. There are things that I don't have the time to explain right now, but you have to trust me, Nina. Forget all your usual bullshit and just trust me, please. His big rough hands covered my shoulders. I gave him a little laugh and shrugged him off. My bullshit? I rolled my eyes at him, but he didn't rise to the bait, and I quickly backtracked from argumentative to scared shitless. You're frightening me, Ben. Stop it. Tell me what's going on. My voice trembled, and the tears that had been forming in my eyes sprang free. A crash from outside made us both jump, and Ben left my side to run to the window. He opened it and looked out, his whole body tensing. It was as if by opening that window he had opened the door to a whole new world, one my ears weren't quite ready to believe in or understand. Screaming and shouting had erupted outside, with bangs and explosions following closely behind. I ran to Ben's side, but he held me back. Don't look. He gripped my shoulders again. My thoughts strayed to the supermarket and the scene I had witnessed outside. The blood, the people, the fighting. My chin was trembling, but I pushed his hands away and moved to the other side of the window. The image before me didn't seem real. This is hell. Surely this is hell. People were roaming the streets, covered in blood. Some were huddled around something on the ground, viciously pulling and tugging, and it wasn't until there was a gap in the crowd that I saw it was our neighbor Sandy who lived across the street. My hand moved to my mouth to hold in my scream as flames burst from a house farther down. Cars plowed into one another, flipping up into the air and crashing back down in a scene that resembled a movie stunt. But it wasn't a movie, and it was no stunt. My neighbors, my friends were all trying to escape the hell they saw too, but for most, it was too late. There was no escaping this. I tore my eyes away from the carnage and looked at Ben, my eyes wide and brimming with fresh tears. Everything had been so normal only moments before. I was out there on the street, dragging in my stupid groceries, and yet now... Ben, what's happening? I choked out the words. He came closer to me and abruptly pulled me into his arms and away from the window. He kissed the top of my head and squeezed me. I don't know, Nina. I honestly don't. I was at work and these guys came running in. They were shouting and swearing about being attacked. One of them had a huge chunk missing out of his arm. I mean a big fucking chunk, just missing. I could see right down to the bone. A shudder ran through my body as I tried to block out the image he was describing. Ben clung to me as he continued to speak. He was panting and wheezing, and I tried to call for an ambulance, but the call wouldn't connect. Then I heard this moaning, and these other people came into the garage. Nina, they didn't look right. They looked sick. He pulled back and looked at me with something in his eyes that I had never seen in them before. Something I didn't recognize. This sounds fucked up, I know. Believe me, I know, but you have to believe me. They looked dead. I snorted and pulled out of his arms, my eyes instinctively going back to the window. There was no denying it, though my very soul was begging me to try. What are you saying, Ben? His eyes flitted to the window again, to the image we both could see out there, to the people dangerously injured and yet still fighting, to the people beating on each other and never giving up, to the madness that surrounded us. I swallowed, feeling sick to my stomach. I don't know what I'm saying. I just know that these people are dangerous, really dangerous. We need to get out of here. We need to get away, somewhere safe, away from everyone for a little while. I watched in horror as Sandy's leg twitched. The people, whatever the hell they were, stood up and walked away, seeming to have grown bored with her. Sandy sat up, her insides tumbling out into her lap, and I yelped and gagged on the vomit that immediately formed in my throat. Ben grabbed me and pulled me away from the window, hugging me against him. I know, baby, I know. How is this happening, Ben? I felt sick. My stomach was twisting, and with every new bang and scream from outside, it twisted a little more, ready to spill its contents to the floor. Rather like Sandy's, I couldn't help but think morbidly. I felt him shrug, and he kissed my head again. I pulled back to say something, but the words didn't come. Instead, there was another crash and scream sound from outside, and Ben reached over and quietly closed the window before reaching down and picking up his bag. Can they get in here? My voice shook. I don't think so. He glanced out the window, and I did the same, watching a couple of people pass our house. They looked sick. Deathly pale and covered in blood, but thankfully they seemed oblivious to us. Ben's pickup and my car were surrounded with people, though, and there was no chance we could get out to either vehicle without being spotted. I think if we close all the curtains, we should be okay for a couple of hours, but we can't stay here. As soon as things calm down, we have to go, so I need you to pack some stuff. Can you do that? I nodded, feeling numb yet getting straight to it. It was better like this, I thought, as I grabbed my bag from the bottom of the closet and began to unzip it on the bed. My hands were busy, and I didn't have to think about what was happening outside while I worked. Where are we going, Ben? I grabbed some socks and underwear from my drawers and then went to the bathroom for my toothbrush. My hand gripped the thin plastic handle, and I stared at it, my mind a tsunami of thoughts. A toothbrush? I'm packing a toothbrush while hell breaks out on my driveway and my neighbors are ripped apart. I clutched the sink with both hands and retched into it repeatedly, my stomach's contents doggedly refusing to remove themselves. Tears were in my eyes from the force of each heave, or maybe it was the realization that this was it. Apocalypse Now and all that other crazy shit. I finally looked up at myself in the mirror. I was pale and shaky, my mascara smudged under my eyes like I had slept in it. I glanced behind my reflection to see Ben watching me with sad eyes from the doorway. We can go to my parents' cabin up in Woodland Springs. It's off the grid, isolated, and we can take the boat to the island. There's always plenty of food since they spend their entire summers up there. We can wait this thing out, Nina, whatever the hell it is. That's where my parents will be. where we'll all be safe together." He looked almost hopeful. "Ben, that place is miles away. How will we get there without—" I turned to face him, unable to finish off what I was trying to say. "I don't know where else to go." He shrugged helplessly. "I need you with me, Nina. I need you to be safe, and I need to get to my parents. It's not safe here. We can't just sit around and see what happens." I stared at him for a second, my heart feeling a rush of love. After everything that had happened between us, when it came down to it, he wanted me with him. "Okay, then," I replied. It seemed like a good plan. It was the only plan, and I didn't have any better ideas. I nodded and continued throwing things into my bag, quickly deciding what I thought I would and wouldn't need. I threw things haphazardly into my bag. Thick socks, extra underwear, a fucking shotgun would be nice too, now that I think about it. Jesus, this is madness. My hands were shaking and I begged myself to calm down. "I'm going to pack some food." Ben walked across the room and I stood up abruptly. "Wait!" My heartbeat was going 1,000,000 miles an hour. "Don't go. Don't leave me." I couldn't help but think that my choice of words were surprisingly fitting considering my earlier thoughts. The moment hung in the air between us for an unbelievable amount of time before Ben walked toward me and grabbed me, pulling me into another fierce bear hug. He pulled my face up to his and kissed me with so much force I thought he might have bruised my lips, but I didn't care. I kissed him back, my mouth feeling like it had found its missing best friend. Tears streamed down my face, and when he finally pulled away from my lips and looked into my face, his expression was a mixture of happiness and sadness. "Never." He spoke the word forcefully, his gaze never leaving mine. I smiled at him, unrelenting tears of fear and love mixing into one big wet mess rolling down my cheeks. He smiled back. "It takes the end of the world for us to stop fucking arguing, huh?" he said sadly, leaning forward and pressing his forehead to mine. I bit my lip and nodded, giving a small laugh as yet more tears trickled down my face. He thumbed them away and kissed me again, softly this time. The world had gone quieter outside, or at least the sound of my own raging heartbeat had drowned out most of the violence that was unfolding around us. "I got a present for you today," he said, pulling back to see my face. "Yeah?" I wiped at my cheeks with shaky hands. "Yeah." He took my hand, and I picked up my bag with my free one, and we went down the stairs together, with Ben leading the way. "I'm sorry," I said, and he stopped halfway down the stairs and turned to look at me. Neither of us wanted to say what we thought was happening outside, because to say it, to breathe life into those words, would be like bringing the nightmare to fruition. So I ignored the word that dominated my mind in favor of the words I needed him to know, the words I needed him to believe. "I love you, and I'm sorry." "I know, Nina. So am I." Ben tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. He kept on walking down the stairs, pulling me with him, and when we reached the bottom, he retrieved the box he'd thrown down earlier and handed it to me. I stared blankly at it for a moment, flinching when a scream from outside broke the silence between us. With tears in my eyes, I opened the box, and then I laughed until I was crying again. Inside the box was a pair of navy blue Doc Marten boots. "Now that is practical footwear." He smiled. Chapter 5. I tied the laces tight, knotting them into a little bow on each boot. He was right. They were practical. If there was ever a time for me to get those boots, I guess that would be it. Not that I would ever wish for an apocalypse, of course, but if there was ever going to be one, I would want to be wearing those boots, not the stupid high heels that I'd bought, even if they were exceptionally pretty. I pulled the curtains to one side and peered outside. The sick people were roaming the streets, bumping into each other and then moving on. They still looked vaguely human, not how I'd expected them to look at all. Maybe it was because they were only newly dead. Who knew? That was what fascinated me the most. Apart from the blood, gore, and missing limbs, they still looked the same to me. Well, most of them did. Emma Watson stumbled from around the side of her house, and I blinked twice to be certain it was her, flinching when I knew for certain that it was. I couldn't seem to stop the incessant chatter of nervous banter inside my head. "Hey, Emma, how's it going today? How's work? Have you had your hair done? It looks lovely. Oh, by the way, where's your arm? Oh, hey, Dennis from number 32. I heard your wife wasn't feeling well, but man, she really looks like death, if you know what I mean." My stomach turned, doing a little somersault. Sandy was there again. She was standing in front of her house moaning, as if some sort of memory remained of her life before death, before her life again, or whatever. Maybe it did. What did I know? It still didn't seem real, but the hell that had enveloped my street begged me to argue with it. The dead had risen. The dead walked. The undead were out there eating my friends and standing on my front lawn, trampling all over my flower beds. God damn it. This couldn't be happening. With all the curtains drawn shut and all the doors locked, we were relatively safe in our darkened front room. So Ben assumed. Neither of us knew what to do for the best. It wasn't like this sort of thing happened every day and we had a practical survivor's guide to follow. What worried me the most was that no one had turned up to help. I expected the army, or at the very least the police, but nothing and no one had come to rescue us. I tried the TV again, though I knew from repeated attempts over the past several hours that all I would encounter would be a black screen with a single message scrolling across. Stay inside and lock your doors. Do not attempt to go outside for any reason. Do not attempt to make contact or reason with the infected in any way.
We've listened to some very interesting parts so far. Now let's take a short break, relax your mind with a gentle tune, and then continue our journey of knowledge.
Baby, how your body feels right next to mine. All I wanna do is waste my time with you every single night. Alright, yeah. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy. I'll give it, baby. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy. Yeah, I'll give it, baby. 'Cause only you can drive me crazy. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy.
The infected are highly aggressive. The government will be in contact soon. That's it. Nothing more. This is real, then. I leaned against the wall, my legs too weak to fully support me. This is actually happening. Ben, what now? My voice was quiet, and I was unsure if I was asking him or myself. What now? He turned to look at me. Yeah. We get the fuck out of here. But the TV says, I don't care what that thing says. We can't stay here. They'll find us eventually. He seemed so determined, strong and dominant, not the laid-back man I had been angry with for so long. But, Jesus, Nina, but nothing. No one's coming to help us. My lower lip trembled, tears forming in my eyes again. I'm such a fucking cliché. You don't know that, Ben. You're right. I don't. Then why can't we just wait and see? Just for a day or so, maybe. Maybe someone will come. I didn't want to wait around there for any length of time, but then again I also didn't want to step outside and be eaten alive either. However, if there was a chance of help coming and saving us, shouldn't we take that chance? Ben looked to be pondering my words. His hand rubbed the back of his neck before he looked up at me and answered. Okay, so we'll wait. His jaw was still grinding away with worry, but with the gun loaded into his jeans and his new can-do attitude, I felt safe. Little did I know. A bang from the backyard interrupted us, and we both ran to the back window and peered out through the curtains. Some of the sick people had found their way onto the small space that used to be our patio. Shit, Ben said, his voice barely audible next to me as the gate swung inward, allowing more and more of the things inside. Shit would be it indeed. Double shit. Holy shit. Yes, all of the shit above and more. Chapter 6. I thought the back gate was locked, I said in horror, as another thing pushed inside, drawn by the moaning of the others. Ben's gaze was fixed on our slowly filling patio, but I didn't even need to look at him to know that he was cringing at my words. I knew he was thinking of the broken lock on the back gate that I had asked him to fix for the past 6 months. The broken lock that was probably the beginning of our crumbling marriage and might now be the end of our lives. Typical man. You nag and nag and nag at them to get things done, and they keep putting it off with the same dismissive remark. What's the worst that can happen? I'll fix it next weekend. Well, this was the worst that could happen. Just like that, the 6 months' worth of anger flared up again. This was just one of the many reasons I had been feeling like I was giving more to our marriage than he was, and I was constantly moaning at him. But he'd been too lazy to do anything proactive in our marriage, around our home or anywhere, come to think of it. It's funny, isn't it? Even in the midst of something like that, I could still be angry with him for something which was, especially then, inconsequential. DIY, one of life's, and most marriages', greatest failures. I'm sorry. He put his arm around my shoulders and I relaxed against him without even thinking about it, letting my anger dissolve. I know you are. The anger was still there, but when your neighbors are filling your yard with their disgusting dead asses, I guess there are more things to be angry about in the world than just your husband's laziness. Even if it could end up getting you killed. As the day drew on, we tried to devise a strategy for our survival. One of us needed to be on watch at all times. Ben wasn't happy for me to be on guard duty, but he couldn't stay awake forever, and I wasn't going to stand for his male chauvinistic bullshit anyway. We had our bags packed so that when we saw our opportunity, we could make a run for it to his pickup. For the time being, we just needed to secure our valuables and sort out something to eat, and we'd be fine. Yeah, right. Every time I looked outside, I felt sick. The dead looked gross. Not as gross just then as I expected them to look over the coming days, but gross is gross. What was worse, though, was how they smelled. That wasn't me being a snarky bitch, that was the truth. It made me feel sick, the sight of them, the smell of them. It was a sensory overload that had been thrown in the blender and turned up to super speed. A full palate smoothie of zombie glorification. I let my thoughts wander to the supermarket trip, and I finally realized exactly how lucky I had actually been to get out of there when I did. The scream as I was leaving. The blood and the crowd around the person on the floor. The man making a cross sign at me from his car. I shivered at the thoughts and images that forced their way into my head as I pushed food around my plate with my fork. Ben had cooked something for us to eat, though I had tried to insist I didn't want anything. He'd cooked chicken on the George Foreman grill on the bedroom floor and tipped half a can of cold beans onto my plate to go with it. I didn't even like beans. So there we were, eating chicken and cold beans, sitting down on the bedroom floor like happy-go-lucky hippies, while the world turned to total and absolute shit outside our bedroom window. This was just plain wrong. It was happening at the supermarket. I looked up at him over my plate of food. What was? His appetite hadn't been affected at all. Typical man, and he continued to shovel food into his mouth. He looked at me finally. You need to eat, Nina. We need to keep our energy up. I put a piece of chicken in my mouth and chewed it slowly. As I was leaving the store today, something was happening. I didn't realize it, but it must have been this. I gestured around us. Ben stopped eating and looked at me, his eyes wide and his fork hanging in the air between his mouth and his plate. Jesus. I nodded. I know, right? I swallowed the last piece of chicken and nearly gagged on it. I really couldn't eat just then. Did you see anything? He asked. Just a bunch of people running around, and then an ambulance turned up, but, it didn't even occur to me that it would be, well, this. I snorted and put my plate down. Like this would ever cross my mind. You need to eat, he prompted again, pointing to my plate with his fork. There's hardly any of you to begin with. You can't afford not to eat. I can't. I pushed my plate away like a brat. Nina. I can't, Ben. I stood up and went to the window. The sun was setting and it should have been beautiful. Just last night it had been. But tonight? Now? Only God knew what the night would bring. I listened as he put his plate down, and a few seconds later his arms were around my waist, and he rested his chin on my shoulder. I'm sorry. I just worry about you. He whispered the words into my ear. I don't know what's going to happen next, Nina. I don't think anyone is coming to help us. What are you saying? I asked, feeling numb. I needed to be strong, yet I felt so weak. I think we're on our own with this. I swallowed, feeling his arms tighten fractionally. It's going to be okay, though, right, Ben? I don't know. We stayed silent, letting the moans of the dead outside fill our ears, until I finally couldn't take it anymore. I turned around to look at him, his hands never leaving my waist. I love you, Ben. Sincerity poured from me. I've always loved you, and I know that we have both messed things up pretty badly. I really do know that, and yeah, maybe it's taken this to sort out our marriage, and maybe it won't work. Maybe we are still doomed, and none of this even matters because we'll die tomorrow. Don't say that, he interrupted. It's true, though, Ben. I moved away and pulled back a corner of the curtain to reveal the horror outside. Look at this. I'm not stupid. There's a huge chance that one, if not both of us, are going to die. I don't want it to be true, but that's the fact of the matter. I took a heavy breath as I listened to my shaky voice, and then I slumped to the floor and sobbed as the realization took hold of me. How much time had we wasted arguing and fighting when the end of the world was on our doorstep? Hindsight was a stupid bitch. I don't want to die, and I don't want you to either, but we're not going to die. We're going to get through this. Together. His arms were around me again, and if I didn't know any better, I would have said that he was crying too. Chapter 7. We spent our days keeping watch over the street out front, watching the backyard slowly fill with the dead and talking about the past. I noticed that we avoided talking about the future. We talked about when we first met, our first kiss, and our wedding day. We reminisced on the past 8 years together, both skirting around the subject of the past year and where it had all started to go wrong. Ben showed me how to shoot, though for what good it would be I didn't know, since we couldn't actually fire the gun because of the noise. Regardless, he showed me how to load, aim, and fire it, and it made me feel a little more competent, if nothing else. We only once spoke of his mother and father and if they were safe. Instead, we chose to believe that they had made it safely to the island and we would join them soon. He had told me the story of how he ended up with the old Smith & Wesson .38, a hand-me-down from his grandfather, and then to Ben. I could tell that we were both wondering if he'd ever have the chance to pass it down to his own son in the future. Worst of all was the thought that we might actually have to kill the things outside. They may have been dead now, but we knew those people. They were our friends and neighbors once upon a time. Every night was scarier than the last as we waited for the nightmare to abate. The noises of the dead grew louder. The blackness was more foreboding. You'd think we would have gotten used to it, but we didn't. Ben slept on top of the bed, fully dressed, a blanket draped across him. He hated having to sleep, having to leave me on my own for hours while he did, but I always insisted. He would be no good to either of us if he was exhausted. I got up from the bed for what seemed like the 100th time to check on them, the monsters in our backyard. I didn't want to, but I had to. If I didn't watch them, I felt like I was going insane. Because the need to know what they were doing out there was constant, like an itch I couldn't scratch. I went from room to room upstairs, checking out of all the windows and staring down at them. There were more of them each day. Where are they coming from? I silently screamed. I hated this time of night, when morning seemed so far and it felt like night would never end. I wanted to wake him, Ben, because I didn't want to be awake on my own anymore, but I didn't. I left him sleeping, and I crept downstairs and checked the TV again. Apart from that one message, there had been no word since. but that didn't stop me from hoping. There was nothing on the TV when I turned it on, and the growls from the backyard intensified when the things outside saw the glow from the TV, so I quickly flipped it back off. I snuck back up the stairs and peeked out the window overlooking the backyard to watch them again. They didn't seem to know how to get back out of the yard, and they seemed pretty pissed with the fact of being stuck. Every time another one was drawn by the noise and stumbled in, there was less and less room, and they got growlier and angrier. The gate was one of those push-open ones, so once it slammed back closed, it didn't matter how much they leaned on it from the inside. It wouldn't open again. The only way was to either push from the outside or pull the gate open, and neither of us were going to go outside to open it for them. My eyes were red and sore from staring out the window and forcing myself to stay awake. So when Ben's hands guided me toward the bed, I didn't have the energy to resist. He lay me down on it and covered me with the blanket, and though it was still my shift, I couldn't keep my eyelids from closing. I felt my boots being removed, and then heard the soft pad of his footsteps as he walked away, and I drifted into the blackness. Baby, wake up. Hands shook me awake, strong fingers digging into the soft flesh of my upper arms. I opened my eyes groggily, and for a moment, just one sweet moment, everything was back to normal. There were no sick people, no death, and no blood. Reality hit me across the face. Or rather, Ben's palm did. Softly, of course, just enough to get me to wake the hell up since I was still stuck in Gaga land and couldn't seem to rouse myself properly. We need to go, now. Get up. He dragged me up to sitting, and I stared at him in confusion for a moment, blinking sluggishly as I waited for the world to make sense again. Get up, Nina. Monsters. Death. End of the world. Wake up, Nina. Wake up. I jumped up, my mind finally coming to alert a moment before my body. I reached for my boots that I didn't even remember taking off, and looked up at Ben through tired, burning eyes. What's happening? I had slipped my Doc Martens back on before I'd even finished my sentence. We need to go. There's too many of them. Ben looked frantic. When my boots were finally on, he grabbed my hand and dragged me through the house to the spare room. We looked out the window and out onto the patio below. There's too many of them, he repeated, as if I hadn't heard him the first time. Words could not express the true horror of the vision before me. The garden was crammed full with sick people, monsters, whatever you want to call them. My neighbors. My friends. The bitch from down the road who always used to complain about Ben putting the trash cans out the night before collection. They were all there, and they all looked and sounded really pissed off. Shuffling past each other and bumping shoulders, arms, legs, some were even crawling across the ground and causing the others to trip. The noise was deafening. Or maybe that was just the blood rushing in my ears because the entire neighborhood had decided to converge in my backyard like some trippy summer barbecue party that I wasn't invited to. The dead attract the dead, I mumbled to myself as the conclusion finally dawned on me. We had known this time was coming. There had been more and more of them coming for days. I had just hoped that help would arrive before it actually happened. I don't want to leave, I whispered, without looking away from the window. We have to. But, Ben... We have to, Nina. We have to make a run for it now before they smash through the patio window. I can't. I'm scared. My hands were shaking, and I balled them into fists by my sides. Neither of us moved. We both stood and stared, each waiting for the other to make the first move. A cry escaped my mouth as one of the things bumped into the patio window. Ben grabbed my arm, dragging me away. Move, Nina. His voice was harsh but controlled, and I was glad he was being the brave one because I didn't think I could. I felt weak and frightened, numb to everything. All I wanted to do was go to sleep and never wake up. Nina, come on! He shouted louder to get my attention. We were in the hallway with Ben still pulling me, and I knew that I needed to pull my shit together, and I knew that it was now or never time. I knew all of this, and yet I still felt drunk with panic. Ben grabbed my arm and pulled me down the stairs. He slipped one of the backpacks onto my shoulders. It was heavy and cumbersome, much more than I remembered it being when we'd first packed it, and even more panic set in that I wouldn't be able to run with it on, that it would be too heavy for me to get up enough speed to outrun the monsters outside my front door. I could hardly breathe, and tears stung my eyes. I didn't want to leave. I couldn't. I knew this house, this safe space, but I didn't know what lay outside of my front door. That was the unknown. That was the horror story. And that was something I didn't want to have to face. Ben gripped my face in his hands. Like always, he was firm but gentle as he looked into my eyes. I'm going to run down the street and try to direct them all away from the house. He pulled the curtains at the front window to one side so I could see out. There's too many of them by the pickup still, but they're slow. I can outrun them. Ben took my hands in his before peeling my fingers back and forcing my nails away from my palms. He placed his truck keys in my right hand. You get to the pickup and then you come and get me. I looked up into his eyes, warm tears spilling down my face. I can't do this, I mumbled, shaking my head. You can. You have to. I'll lead them away. You get to the truck and come get me. Do you understand? Do I understand? No, not really. We're going to die, aren't we? Those were the words that rattled around my head, stopping me from thinking straight. His words were hollow, like he didn't truly believe them himself. They echoed around in my head like marbles in an empty tin can as he tried to shake some sense back into me. Jesus, we're going to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to be like Emma. I like my arms just where they are. I looked at Ben. He was sweating and panicking too. He needed me. Ben needs me right now. I bit down on my lower lip, hard, until pain broke through the crazy fog in my head. The pain made me focus more. I nodded. Okay. He handed me his backpack, and I noticed that it was even heavier than mine, but I only had to get to the pickup. Only. You have to take that with you. I can't carry it and run. I nodded and grimaced again at the bag's weight, but I didn't comment on it. He could see my worry, my anxiety threatening to spill over as the patio window creaked under the pressure of bodies pressing against it from the outside. Drop it if you have to. Ben pulled the gun from the waistband of his jeans. If it's you or the bag, you drop the damn bag, okay? Okay. I bit my lip again as he turned to the front door, his hand resting on the handle of it. He took a deep breath and glanced back at me. Are you ready? I shook my head no, and then gave him a half-hearted attempt at a smile. He smiled and then turned and kissed me with so much force that I nearly fell over from it. It was a kiss goodbye, a kiss hello, and the kiss of life. Everything was in that kiss, and I took it, greedy for whatever I could get. Something hit the glass of the patio door with a loud thud and interrupted our goodbye. His hand stroked down my cheek. I love you, Nina. He pressed his forehead to mine. Be safe. You too? I whispered. I'll see you soon. I nodded again. We were both delaying it, putting off the inevitable until we really had to. The sound of banging was getting worse, and I knew that at any minute the glass would give way, and the house, our home, would be overrun with those evil things. He looked at me one last time and nodded. Then he turned the handle and ran outside. The smell was what hit me first. It smelled like rotten meat that had been left out in the sun for too long. The smell made me gag, and I felt blinded by the need to vomit. I looked out the door and watched Ben running down the street. The things had begun to follow, slowly shambling after him. I waited a few seconds until the path to the pickup cleared. The glass doors to the patio decided that now was the best time to give out, and with a great creak they imploded, and the sick people, the monsters, tumbled into the living room. There wasn't that moment that you get in movies where everything pauses, giving people time to reassemble themselves and get their bearings. There was only the hungry growl of the dead as they lurched toward me, tripping over themselves and each other in their eagerness for breakfast a la carte. I screamed and ran out the door, coming straight smack into a stray zombie thing. Her hands clawed for me, scratching at my clothes, and her head leaned forward while her mouth opened eagerly to take a bite out of my face. I pushed her back with all my force and swallowed down my scream, which was threatening to erupt from me at any moment. I slapped her hands away, and using Ben's backpack as a shield, I jumped around her. The pickup seemed an infinite distance away from me. The more I ran toward it, the farther away it was. Running, through sand and mud and water until, mercifully, I reached it. I opened the door, threw Ben's backpack in, and climbed in after it before slamming the door shut behind me. I took a gasping breath and turned to look at the horror story that was now my home. The things stumbled out my front door, and my terror increased as one after another they saw me. I quickly shrugged the backpack off my shoulders and threw it into the footwell of the truck. My hands fumbled with the key for a second or two, attempting to push the stupid thing into the little ignition hole. I screamed in frustration and nearly dropped it, and then I screamed again when a hand hit the window next to me. The key finally slipped in, and I turned it, sticking the vehicle into gear and nearly forgetting to take the handbrake off as I slammed it into reverse. The pickup skidded wildly away from the curb as I attempted to turn it around and go after Ben, attracting more attention with all the noise I was making. I looked up the road and saw Ben still running, every now and then glancing behind, looking for me. The sick were exploding out from every corner of the street, and I slammed my foot down and hauled ass after him. I'm coming, baby. Chapter 8. I smashed into their rotting bodies, their skin leaving slimy brown blood trails across the hood of the truck. I didn't intend on hitting them, but there were so many standing shoulder to shoulder and filling the road so much that at times it was hard to dodge them. Each time I hit a new one, it would give a throaty growl at me, staring in through the thin glass that separated us before sliding to the ground. Yet when I looked in my rearview mirror, they were standing back up as if I had tickled them with a feather and not driven over them at 30 miles per hour. As I got closer to Ben, I aimed for them, skidding from side to side in an attempt to hit as many as possible and slow their progress. My speed dropped to 30 miles an hour, then 20, and then I was dawdling along at 10 miles an hour like I didn't have a care in the world. They were slow, and yes, they were stupid, but there were so freaking many of them that I could hardly spot Ben. If it hadn't been for the frantic looks behind him, I wouldn't have been able to see him from the crowd. Because in a horde of the undead, Ben was just one man surrounded by rotting corpses. I had no idea how I was going to get to him. He was tiring, slowing down, and a horrendous thought crossed my mind that I wouldn't reach him in time, that it would be too late, and that they would get to him before I could. I screamed in terror as more of the damn things came out of the houses lining the road. How could there be so fucking many of them? It was a quiet suburban street, and yet right now it was overflowing with dead people. Our street was ending, and beyond that was the main town. There were shops and businesses and more homes, and if there were that many people here in this little side street, then we were screwed if I didn't get to Ben before he reached the town, because things were only going to get worse there. I floored it and pulled around some of the things haphazardly, looking around frantically and trying to piece together a plan of some sort. I formulated one, not sure it would actually work, but not really having any other choice. I did the only thing I could think of, and I sped up and swung the steering wheel tightly to the right, pulling directly in front of Ben and knocking some more of the things over to boot. The truck swerved and began sliding sideways, and I gripped the wheel tighter to stop it from going any further out of control. Ben grabbed the side of the pickup and threw his body over into the bed of the truck. Graying hands continued to grab for him, and he kicked them away, yelling and cursing as I stuck the pickup into gear and accelerated away, driving over the bodies on the ground with a satisfying crunch. I watched in my mirrors as they shambled after us like a mass of raving concert-goers. I wanted to hoot and cheer myself for getting to Ben in time and getting us out of there. I had no idea how I had just pulled off that move. I'd never done anything like that before. I could only think that it was down to watching so many action movies with Ben. And people said too much TV was bad for you. We drove in silence with only the pickup's engine noise and my racing heart to keep me company. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel as I drove us out of town. The place had been destroyed in only a couple of days. Bodies and blood littered the pavements and roads. Cars sat wedged together in collisions, their metal frames burnt to nothing but blackened metal shells. The sick people roamed the ravaged streets of the place I once called home. I blinked once, twice, 3 times, but the images in my thoughts were still very clear on what I was seeing and what this meant. It was all gone, all destroyed. Everything we had known and loved, it was gone. And there was not a damn thing either of us could do about it. While Ben and I had been tucked up tight in our home, trying to stay safe, people were out here being eaten alive. Mothers, fathers, children, grandmothers, all dead and then alive again. My eyes strayed to one of the sick huddled over a body on the ground, scooping the insides up to its mouth. It watched me as we drove past, standing up and letting the long intestines of whomever it was eating trail from its blood-ringed mouth. Its cold, dead eyes hungrily followed me long after we had passed, and in my mirrors I watched as it crouched back down and continued its meal. My own stomach gurgled in retaliation, wanting to purge itself. I could hear Ben talking, soothing words that should have calmed me, but they didn't help, because all I could hear was screaming, growling, and crying. And the stench of blood was filling my nose so much that I couldn't get any clean air into my lungs. I couldn't look away from the windows and mirrors to look at Ben's face and calm myself. These things were everywhere. These monsters. Blood flowed through the streets like rivers of red rain, and the dead were rife like vermin. The smell of death and decaying bodies was seeping in through the truck's vents, making my nostrils flare in disgust. I reached for a dial on the dashboard, turning off the outside airflow and blocking the smell from me as much as I could. Ben tapped on the window to get my attention, his sleeve covering his mouth and nose, but I couldn't stop. Inside, I was a volcano of emotions waiting to erupt, waiting to savagely tear myself apart and release every feeling I had pent up inside of me. Like a wildcat, my mind screamed and shook to free itself from the terrors it was witnessing. We left our small town behind and traveled south, passing into the beauty of the countryside. The trees and fields attempting to banish the visions that still haunted me, but they were still there. The images would always be there now, burned into my mind like history written into books. I didn't know how long I had been driving. Our hometown had vanished from my view, and the congestion of vehicles which surrounded it had dissipated to just the odd vehicle here and there. I hadn't seen one of the sick people for a while, but behind my eyes they were everywhere. The world was crawling with their festering, lifeless bodies. "Pull over!" I heard Ben shout to me. I shook my head no. "Pull over. I'll drive. It's okay now." His voice broke through to me, gentle yet forceful at the same time, and I nodded once and slowly pulled the car to the side of the road. Ben climbed down from the bed of the pickup and came around to my door. My hands were still gripping the steering wheel tightly, and for the moment neither of us could say anything. I finally looked at Ben, and in his face was something that I had never seen before. Not really. Not until now. I thought I had, but I had thought wrong, because this, right here, written across my husband's handsome face, was the real fucking deal. It was fear. You think you have seen fear before, witnessed it for all of its glory. You think you know it, but you don't. You couldn't truly know what it was to fear something or someone, to feel fear's hands clasping you by the spine, ready to drag your body apart. Not until you have witnessed a hell like we had. Ben climbed in, and I scooted across the seats to the passenger side. He started to drive while I curled up in a ball, and at some point I drifted off to sleep. The constant hum of the engine and the lack of adrenaline pumping through my veins, sending me off into a heavy slumber. When I woke, it was dark out, and rain was hammering the windows. The wipers were squeaking as they swished the rain away from the glass. I watched Ben's profile for a few minutes before he became aware of my stare. He turned to look at me. He looked older now, I realized. The lines in his face were set harder and more determined than ever before. "You okay?" His voice broke the silence between us. His voice didn't sound like his. It was foreign. An intruder on the man I love. I shrugged, my expression unchanging.
I'll get us somewhere safe, Nina. I'll look after you. I promise.
When did he get so protective? I couldn't find my voice to answer him, so I closed my eyes in response, trying to squeeze the tears back. The last thing he needed was me breaking down into a quivering girly wreck. I needed to pull my shit together. I turned in my seat, arching my back as I stretched. The night was so dark, and I had no idea where we were. Only the headlights of the truck lit the way. The road looked like a thick black tongue. It reminds me of their tongues, lolling from their wretched, snapping mouths, their fingers tapping at the windows, begging for entry. A shudder ran through me. It occurred to me that there were no lights on anywhere. Everywhere I looked, I was met with the same blackness. I sat up properly and looked out my side window, seeing that the street lights were there, but they remained unlit, as if all the bulbs in the world had been popped.
They went off about an hour or so ago. They were on, and then they were off.
He answered my unspoken question, his voice bringing a new chill to my bones. It's still happening, then?
Yeah.
I don't know, I guess I still thought that after a couple of days the army, or the government, or someone would be able to stop them. That maybe it was just our town. My eyes had become more accustomed to the darkness now, and I could see cars littering the side of the highway. Thankfully, and also ironically, it was too dark for me to make out if there were any people near the cars. But no one's coming, are they? I mean, if the power has gone out, that means it's still spreading, right? He waited a moment before replying.
I guess so.
I took a glance at the speedometer and saw we were doing just 30 miles an hour. Ben saw my gaze.
They can't run. Seems no point in using up all the fuel by driving like a maniac.
He replied to my second unspoken question with a shrug. I guess he was right, but I would still have felt safer driving faster. In the movies, some of them can run really fast. I shuddered again. What are they, Ben? I asked, not looking at him, my gaze still fixed on the outside world as we passed by it in a blur. I knew what they were, but I was too afraid to say the word aloud.
Zombies,
he replied instantly. That one word cut through me like I was nothing. I felt pain with that one word, pain and anger and sadness and so many other things that I couldn't describe. I hated that word with every ounce of my being, because that word had stolen my life from under me. But I also didn't want to use it. It seemed wrong, inadequate somehow, almost farcical. Zombies? Zombies were from movies and literature. They didn't exist. And yet these monsters, these abominations, did exist. I can't call them that, I said, pressing my palm against the glass of my window to feel the coolness against my skin.
So we'll call them something else.
I turned to look at him. Like what?
I don't know.
His gaze left the road for a minute to meet mine.
Moaners?
I shook my head no. That word was wrong for them. Biters? I shuddered on the word, my stomach tightening at the thought of their teeth ripping into my flesh. No, I said in response to my own choice.
Deaders. We'll call them deaders,
Ben said. Deaders, I replied, sounding the word out, letting my tongue get a feel for it. I didn't like it either, but it suited them better than zombies. Zombies sounded foolish, almost childlike. It didn't accurately describe how dangerous these things really were. Deaders, I said again with a firm nod. And just like that, we had given voice to our nightmares, named them, and let them fully take place in our hearts. Chapter 9. Daylight stretched out over the horizon in a beautiful mirage of colors, oranges, yellows, and pinks. If I had my camera with me, I would probably have taken a picture of it as a keepsake. It was overly beautiful, especially in contrast to our ugly surroundings. Death and destruction still littered the world around us. Town after town we had passed, but always with the same conclusion. Death. The dead didn't sleep, it seemed. They only killed. We, however, did need to sleep. We were exhausted and hungry, our bladders fit to burst, and we were seriously low on fuel. I didn't know how far we had traveled, but even Ben's diesel pickup could only stretch the fuel so far.
I think there would be good.
Ben pointed to a house in the distance. It was a lonesome-looking country home, small enough to be considered a cottage, I guess, but large enough to house more than 1 or 2 debtors. I shook my head. No.
We aren't going to make it much further, Nina.
It's too dangerous.
It has a truck in the driveway.
It has a swing in the yard, I stated coldly.
So?
He raised an eyebrow at me. So that could mean kids. Ben looked at me in confusion.
So?
Are you ready to kill kids? Deader kids? Because that's what might happen. Ben held my gaze for several beats before slowly shaking his head and admitting that no, he wasn't ready to kill deader kids. In truth, I didn't think he was ready to kill deaders, period. We kept on driving, passing the house, and yet still looking for any signs of movement in or around it. We saw nothing up ahead, no other house, just the long empty stretch of road that could go on for miles. At the last possible moment, Ben swung the wheel of the pickup, nearly doing a full 360. He straightened us back up and drove toward the house, with me huffing and tutting at him the entire time. We pulled up in front of the house and stared out the truck windows, still watching for movement again. Apart from the swing that gently blew in the breeze, I couldn't see any movement. I squinted my eyes up at the top windows and checked the surrounding fields, and I saw Ben doing the same. It was quiet, almost peaceful. The sort of place that we would more than likely have retired to. I don't like this.
We might not see another house for miles, and we don't have the fuel to get us that much further. This is our best shot, Nina.
Ben reached into the back of the truck and grabbed his backpack, pulled out a knife, and handed it to me.
You wait here. I'll go check it out, and if it's safe, I'll come back for you.
He grabbed his gun from the dashboard. No way. You are not going in there alone. If you insist on going, then I'm coming with you. He shook his head, and I put up a hand to hush him. This isn't up for debate. Sure, I can't fire a gun, and sure, I can't fight for shit. And I know that I haven't been much use so far, but I'm working on it. I'm trying to pull myself together because we're in this together. I love you, Ben, and let's be honest, I couldn't survive in this world without you anyway. So really, if you want to protect me, then you'll have to let me come with you. He smiled at me before I continued with my babbling. And yes, I do realize that I just gave you no good reason for letting me go in there with you, since I can't fight or shoot, and the sight of those dead things makes me queasy, but that's just your tough luck, because I'm still coming. We both laughed, which seemed totally inappropriate given the current situation, but there you had it. Misplaced laughter at the end of the world was the most soothing balm. Ben leaned over and kissed my lips tenderly, and I let him. I kissed him back, hoping to gain some of his strength, because I needed to. I hadn't been lying when I said I couldn't survive without him. Ben pulled out of the kiss and looked at me, his eyes soft and tender.
I love you too. But if there is any sign of trouble, don't try and be a hero. You run back to the truck and lock the doors. I need to know that you'll do that.
I smiled and nodded, finally taking the knife from him. There was not a chance that he was going to let me go in there with him unarmed.
Just aim and shoot, he mumbled to himself.
He looked at me and I nodded in agreement, hoping to reassure him. I guess aim for the head? That's what everyone always says to do, right? I added on.
Who says?
Ben cocked his head to look at me. The films, the movie makers, you know? I spluttered, feeling kind of stupid saying it out loud. Ben smirked and nodded his head. I wasn't sure if he agreed with me or not, but I didn't have to ponder it any longer.
Time to go,
he said as he opened his door. We got out and looked around. It was strangely comforting having the sun warm on my skin and fresh air filling my lungs. But what really kept me calm was the smell, or lack thereof. Last night's rain had made the air clean, pure almost. I couldn't smell any of the dead, and that thought alone gave me some quiet peace, at least for the moment. We walked together, hand in hand, eyeing the surroundings as we went. When we reached the abandoned truck on the driveway, Ben tried the handle and it opened with ease. He climbed in and fumbled around for a moment before jumping back out.
No keys, but it looks in good condition. If the keys are in the house, then we need to take them. Let's hope it has more fuel than the pickup.
He closed the door quietly and came back to my side. A rustle behind us made me turn and aim with my knife. Ben did the same, raising his gun upwards, but it was only a squirrel. It scurried up a tree and into safety. I looked down the road in both directions before turning back to face the house. Squirrels, a cool, calm breeze. It all felt surreal, as if the apocalypse hadn't touched this area, and yet I knew that was impossible. Town after town had been destroyed, and there was no way the debtors had just skirted around this one house. The lower windows were boarded up. Hell, even the letterbox had a piece of wood nailed across it. Ben tried the door handle anyway, but of course it was locked. We turned to look at each other. Should we, say something? Knock, maybe? I asked.
I don't know. If anyone is still in there, then we don't want to scare them.
Yeah, but we don't want them shooting at us either. At least if we knock and say hello, they'll know we're human, I replied. And not those things. Ben looked around us again, eyeing the horizon before replying.
I guess so. If there are debtors in there, at least we'll know when they come for us.
Ben reached down and gestured for my knife, which I gladly handed over. He forced the knife under the piece of wood covering the letterbox and began to pry it off. Once he'd made a gap big enough for his fingers to slip under, he gripped the wood and ripped it away. It was noisy and made us both tetchy as the sound echoed around the deserted yard. I knelt down and looked through the letterbox, moving the draft excluder out of the way. There were no sounds coming from inside, and I couldn't see any blood either, though the hallway was a mess from some sort of disturbance. I didn't want to poke my hand in too far since I didn't know what was inside. I cleared my throat. Hello? I kept looking through the letterbox, knowing that Ben had my back. If anyone is in there, can you say something? We need fuel, or your truck. We're not one of the dead. I felt kind of silly kneeling down, talking to a letterbox, and just as I was about to stand up, I heard a movement from inside. Ben! He nudged me out of the way and knelt down, with me standing guard over him. I watched the squirrel jump from one branch to the next, giving me a nervous glance and scurrying away again. They seemed to have the right idea, hiding up in the trees, not trusting anyone. That seemed to be the best way to go. Now, if only we could do that. Hide up in the trees and away from the horror.
I can't see anything.
Ben stood up.
Let's go try around back.
We moved around to the back of the house, checking any windows we came across, but they all seemed to be covered from the inside by a sheet or were boarded up. The backyard was a mess, and it was obvious that it had definitely seen some deader action in the past week. By the looks of the blood splattered on the grass, someone human also died there recently, though there were no bodies, either re-dead or undead. Ben nudged me and pointed to a corner of the yard. The grass was black and burnt up from the remnants of a recent fire, and as I looked closer and made out several bones that looked like arms or legs, I realized where the missing bodies had gone. We kept on moving, heading toward the back door. There was no letterbox there, and so no way of checking inside. "What now?" I asked Ben in a whisper. He looked up at the side of the house, lifting an arm to shield his eyes from the glaring sun. He was sweating. Dark stains shadowed under his arms, and I knew it was more than just fuel that we were going to need soon.
We're going to have to break in. I need the keys to the truck.
He jiggled the handle of the door and gave it a little shove to test the strength of it. I checked all around us in case we had attracted any of the debtors to our location, and he readied himself to shoulder slam the back door in.
Wait!
We both looked up to see a man leaning out of one of the top windows.
Don't break it in. I'll open up."
He looked behind him and then back out to us.
"Is it just you two?"
He looked to be a little older than Ben, though his build was slimmer.
"Yeah,"
Ben replied, squinting up at the guy.
"Are you bitten?"
he asked. "No," I replied quickly. "Is that how it spreads?"
"I don't know, but it just seems right to check, you know."
He shrugged, unsure, and I nodded in agreement. We had no idea how all of this had happened, how the country, possibly the world, had been brought to its knees by the undead. How did the dead come back? How did it start? How did it pass on? But more importantly, how would it all end? "We don't want any trouble. We ran out of fuel. We just need—" I looked away behind us at the burnt pile in the corner. "Help." I looked back up at him, and he pressed his lips into a thin line.
"I haven't got much, but you can have my truck."
He glanced behind him again and then back out to us, and I realized that he had someone else in there with him.
"I'm not going anywhere." "That would be great, thank you."
Ben looked at me and then to the swing in the yard.
"We don't have much either, but we have some food we can share. It's not much, but, well, you can have some of it."
I nodded in agreement. We didn't have much, practically nothing at all, really, but in this type of world you had to help one another or no one was going to survive. It couldn't just be about keeping yourself alive. It had to be about working together. Surely that was the only way any of us were going to make it.
"I'm coming down. I'll meet you at the front door."
The man's head popped back into the house and the window shut. We quietly walked around to the front of the house, still watching for debtors. We reached the front door and waited, our weapons hanging slack in our hands. The front door opened with a soft click, and a man stood there, the barrel of a shotgun pointed directly at us. We both instinctively drew back from him, with Ben raising his Smith & Wesson in retaliation.
"Just the two of you?"
the man asked again quietly, his eyes never leaving Ben as if deeming me not to be a threat. We both nodded, our shoulders relaxing as he lowered his shotgun. Ben pushed his gun back into his waistband, and we stepped forward to go inside, but the man shook his head at us.
"You can't come in."
"Oh," was the only word I could reply with, sounding almost sulky. So much for working together and helping one another.
"Okay, well, if you give us your keys, we'll get you some food."
Ben spoke from next to me, and I nodded in agreement.
"Get me the food, and I'll give you the keys,"
the man replied.
"Dude, you were going to give us the keys anyway. Don't be an asshole about this."
Ben snapped back.
"The name's Steven, and that was before I knew that you had any food."
Steven raised his shotgun back up, pointing it at my face.
"Now I want the food, and I want all of it."
I raised an eyebrow at him, my cheeks flaming hot in my humiliation. Wow. You think you know someone, and then bam, they turn out to be a total dick.
"I suggest you go get whatever you have and bring it back to me before I shoot your girlfriend."
Steven's eyes flicked to Ben.
"She's my wife, and if you hurt her,"
he started.
"I won't need to as long as you do what I say."
His gun stayed on me, but he avoided any direct eye contact. There was a slight tremble to his hand, not that it made much of a difference at this close range. If he shot me, I was dead. That was a fact. He didn't seem like a killer. Not a human killer, anyway. The pile of ash in the backyard only served to prove that he would kill debtors, though. Ben glanced at me and swallowed before he slowly backed away from us and headed to the pickup. I looked at Steven, really looked at him. His beard was growing through, and his hair was a mess, but the thing that struck me more than anything was his face. It was worn down. Exhaustion ringed his eyes, anguish resonating deep within them, like only someone who has lost too much would have. "Who did you lose?" I asked, my voice quiet. He closed his eyes for a second, but he didn't reply, and I knew that I had struck a nerve in him. "Was it your wife?" His nostrils flared, but before I could say anything else, a little voice spoke up behind him, and my stomach churned with the same anguish I had just seen in Steven. "Daddy?" Steven grimaced, his eyes finally opening up, and in them, God, the pain. It was a pain only someone with a child could understand. a pain neither I nor Ben could even begin to contemplate.
"Daddy, can we eat now? I'm hungry."
Stephen's jaw ground furiously before he responded.
"In a minute, Jack. I'll be there in a minute, son. Go back inside."
My shoulders slumped as Ben came back.
"You okay?"
he asked. "Yes," I replied quietly. "Give him the food." Stephen's expression didn't change. He kept his gun leveled at me, but I saw his finger lift off the trigger fractionally. Ben looked at me in confusion. It wasn't like me to give up on something without a fight, but he trusted me implicitly, so he nodded and dropped the bag at our feet.
"Back up."
Stephen's voice was harsh, and we stepped away from the door.
"I'm sorry about this. I really am."
He grabbed the backpack of food as we continued to move away. He lowered his gun and reached into his pocket, taking a minute to examine the item in his palm before throwing it to us. The keys to the truck landed on the ground between us, but I was still looking at Stephen, at his harrowed expression.
"It's pretty much full," he said. "Filled it up the day this all started. We were going to be going on a road trip."
His eyes were far away, staring at the memory only he could see. With a swift shake of his head, he turned and slammed the door shut. Ben and I looked at the keys to Stephen's truck, laying on the ground in front of us, and then Ben reached down and picked them up. Knowing that we were taking away this man's only way of escape if something bad happened was not a good feeling. Despite him stealing all of our supplies and showing us no mercy, I knew I couldn't do it to him. Leave him with no escape. He had a little boy in there, and he was just trying to protect his family. I could understand that. I would do anything to protect Ben. Anything at all. Give me your keys, Ben. You do what you do to protect the ones you love. Ben handed me the keys to our truck, his truck, our debtor-covered, seriously lacking in fuel, piece-of-shit truck, and I jogged back up the front steps and opened the letterbox. Looking in, I could see Stephen still standing there, a set of little feet next to him.
"What do they want, Daddy?"
the little boy whispered. I pushed the keys through quickly. There's almost no fuel left, but it might get you a little way if you need to, I don't know, get away quickly. Little feet ran over to the door even as Stephen yelled at him to come back, and small brown eyes looked back out at me through the letterbox, chubby little cheeks giving way to a grin.
"Hi."
A little boy smiled at me. "Hi," I replied.
"Thank you for our food."
His voice was sweet and innocent, full of everything that was good in the world. I swallowed, emotions bubbling up into my throat. "You're welcome. Goodbye." I waved and stood back up before I cried. "Good luck." I spoke to the door, my voice cracking. I knew that Stephen could hear me, though he didn't reply. Ben transferred what little things we had into the new truck, and as we climbed in, I glanced back at the house. The letterbox was still open, and I could just make out a little face looking back out at me. I smiled as we drove away. Chapter 10. Luckily for us, Stephen hadn't lied, and the truck was almost full, so the majority of the day was taken up by driving. We'd had to take serious detours in our attempts at reaching Ben's parents' cabin. Some towns were too large, meaning neither of us wanted to try to drive through them. Towns meant people, people meant debtors, and it was always best to avoid the debtors. Though at times it felt like we were driving just to keep moving. I didn't mind, because perhaps if we kept on moving, we could outrun this nightmare. I couldn't help but wonder why Stephen had never tried to go anywhere with his family, to get them somewhere safe. Why had he just bolted his family inside their home and waited to die? I realized the answer to my own question. There wasn't anywhere safe anymore, and it made me wonder if there was really any point in trying to escape this madness. We took bathroom breaks, but only when it seemed the coast was absolutely clear. End of the world or not, I still had to pee constantly. My bladder had always been tiny, and the fear of impending death hanging over my head hadn't changed that about me. Ben never grumbled or complained each time I asked to go. He just smiled and nodded. Thankfully for us, Ben hadn't given all of our food away. We still had some cereal bars and dried fruit in my backpack. Food is food, though, so neither of us complained. We just ate and kept on moving, because we both knew that sooner or later we'd have to go hungry. As the sun began to set, I found it hard to believe that at the same time last week, I'd wanted our marriage over. That the man next to me, protecting me at all costs, had probably wanted rid of me too. Life was so short and so damn precious. Every minute was a valuable gift, and we had wasted so much of it. I hadn't even realized that I was crying, and I didn't notice when Ben pulled up at the side of the road. He unclipped his seatbelt and placed his gun on the dashboard so he could lean over to me, his arms wrapping around me as I cried loudly. "I'm so sorry, Ben. I'm so sorry."
"It's okay."
I pushed him off of me. "No, it's not. I've hurt you so much. He rubbed away my tears.
"I hurt you too, Nina. Maybe if I wouldn't have been such an asshole all the time, things would have been different. I did this to us too, you know. You can't have all the blame for yourself."
He stroked my face and continued.
"I drove us to this, so while I appreciate that, yes, you've been a bitch—"
He laughed, and the smile I had fallen in love with blossomed on his face and made me fall in love with him all over again.
"I can forgive you for it, because more than anything, baby, I just want my wife back. I've missed you. I've missed us. And I don't care who did what or who was the biggest asshole to the other. Certainly not now."
He gestured around us, and I nodded in understanding.
"All that matters is that we're together."
"I love you," I sobbed out, once again feeling weak. Yet with his forgiveness and his arms around me, I knew I could be strong. And I knew we could make this work. In the grand scheme of things, the past was over and done with. We had to look to the future now, and my future was Ben. He leaned over hesitantly and kissed me as if it was the kiss from our very first date. I felt nervous, apprehensive, and a little bit excited by the end of it. As if this is the start of our life and not the end of human life as we knew it. "We've wasted so much time, Ben." I looked at him through wet lashes, and he smiled.
"Then let's not waste any more."
I nodded and smiled back, feeling emotionally clean for the first time in months. I finally believed that we could move forward together, whatever the future now held for us. We both wanted it. Hell, we both needed it. We needed each other. And right now, all that mattered was that we were together and we were going to get through this. "I love you."
"I love you so much, Nina."
He kissed me gently and rubbed away the tears on my cheeks.
"Are you going to be okay?"
I nodded, my breath shuddering out of me. "I think so, yeah. I have to be. We only have each other now." It was his turn to nod, and I knew that he was worrying about his parents. Both of my parents had died a long time ago, and I was an only child, so for me, there was no one to worry about in this life but Ben. And I had never been more grateful for that fact, especially when I thought to Stephen and his little boy.
"We should get going,"
Ben said.
"You good?"
He was smiling at me, but I could see his mind was elsewhere. "Yeah, I just need to pee again first." I laughed through my tears and I sniffed. "I'm sorry. I'll be really quick." He laughed and stroked my hair affectionately.
"No problem."
I opened my door and Ben did the same. "They'll be okay, Ben." His eyes met mine and he nodded before climbing out and going to stand at the front of the truck. I crouched down right by my door, shielded by the side of the truck so he didn't have to watch me pee. I relieved myself, stood up, and zipped my pants back in place. We were on a long stretch of road with tall, swaying trees and bushes to the far side, and fields with a drainage ditch on the other side. It was calm, serene almost, as Ben leaned against the front of the truck looking straight ahead into the distance at the soft orange glow of the sun setting on the horizon. He turned and looked at me, and I smiled.
"It's almost as if it isn't real."
His words reached me, and I nodded. He sucked his bottom lip into his mouth and ran his hand across the back of his neck.
"But it is real, and we have to remember that."
I looked away, knowing he was right, but hating the bluntness of his words.
"Nina, if anything ever happens, if we ever get split up, you have to run. You get to my parents' cabin by any means possible, okay?
I didn't answer him. I couldn't. My voice was lodged in my too tight throat. I couldn't leave him. I wouldn't survive without him.
I mean it. The world is different. There's only one rule now, one law, and that's survival, and we have to do that any way we can. We need to be strong, hard, because we have to survive.
I know, Ben. I will. I walked toward him.
Promise me. Promise you'll do whatever it takes to survive. You don't give up. Not ever.
His eyes were glassy, his face hard as he stressed the importance of my survival. I promise. My steps halted, watching as his expression changed from something loving to one of pain, and he screamed loudly. Ben? I called his name, his eyes connecting with mine, and then he was gone, his body stolen from my sight. Ben? I screamed out again and ran to the front of the truck, my hand reaching for the knife that was at my waistband but coming up empty. As if the world were in slow motion, I remembered leaving it on my seat, and I sobbed at the realization of it. As I reached the front of the truck, I saw Ben on the ground fighting with a debtor that had crawled out of the ditch. Its legs were just useless, putrid mush attached only by rotting sinew. It was biting down on his calf muscle, its teeth sinking into the soft flesh there while its hands were clawing at his chest and drawing fresh blood. I could hear groaning coming from somewhere else, and as the breeze hit me, so did the smell. Debtors. Ben's eyes were wide as he looked up at me from the ground, his hands pulling at the debtor's head and dragging its mouth away from his leg. How he wasn't screaming I didn't know, but every effort seemed to be in pulling the debtor off of him.
Nina,
he gritted out, still holding back the debtor's face with his hands.
Help me.
I had no weapon, and neither did he, so I ran back to my side of the truck, opened the door, and reached for the knife on my seat. I saw Ben's gun and grabbed that instead, just as a cold, dead hand touched my shoulder. I flinched away from it and let out a sharp scream, backing away from the debtor that was behind me. Its eyes stared blankly at me, its jaw hanging wide with a rotten tongue lolling to one side. It groaned and reached for me again, and I fumbled with the gun in my hand, trying to take aim at it. I kicked it away and fired, hitting it in the shoulder, yet it didn't falter from the shot but continued coming for me as if nothing had happened. I fired again, the second shot taking off part of its face but doing nothing to impede its progress. I shot until the gun clicked on empty and the debtor finally crumbled to the ground in a pile of rotten mush. I charged back to the front of the truck to help Ben, and my heart slammed to a stop in my chest. He stared up at me, his mouth open in a silent scream as two debtors used their hands to claw away his clothing and bite down on his insides. Their rotten mouths were tearing and chewing down on his limbs as blood, so much blood, poured out from every orifice. Ben blinked back the tears that trickled out of the corners of his eyes and trailed slowly down his cheeks, creating clear paths through the blood. One of the debtors looked up at me with a growl, releasing Ben's arm from his mouth as it stood and came toward me. I sobbed uncontrollably, my body shaking, unable to look away from my husband dying in front of me. Powerless to comprehend the debtor coming toward me. Ben! I cried out his name and shot at the debtor that was still eating him, but the gun clicked on empty and I let out a wail of anguish and threw the useless piece of metal at the monster instead. It ricocheted off its head, but the debtor was unflinching in its frenzied progress.
Go.
My eyes darted back to Ben on the ground, my eyes meeting his. He coughed up blood as he tried to speak. The debtor's hands were burrowing deeper into the depths of his stomach, and when they pulled, a tumble of guts and blood were in their grasp. Another howl of anguish leaves me. The debtor buries its face into the massive internals, smacking its lips with greed.
Go. Nina.
Ben's eyes widened as the monster tugged and pulled at his insides again.
Go!
His voice screamed at me, the pain finally too much. He released me from his gaze, and I realized how close the other debtor was to me. I took a step back, crying out as it growled at me and as the scent of my husband's blood filled my nostrils. Ben! I moaned out, even as I found my feet and fled to the side of the truck. I dove into the driver's side, Ben's seat, and slammed the door shut behind me. The keys were still in the ignition, and my hand wavered on them, unsure of what to do. I couldn't see Ben, but I knew he was there, right in front of the truck, being eaten alive, begging for the pain to stop, dreading the moment that he turned into one of them. I screamed louder, slamming my hands down on the steering wheel and sobbing until I felt blinded by the misery. Hot tears streamed down my face. Ben! I screamed his name and hit the steering wheel again. Ben! The debtor banged on my window, growling at me, equally angry that it couldn't reach me. I wanted to get out and kill it, to kill all of them, to make them suffer for taking him from me. But it was pointless, and I knew that. I wasn't strong enough to kill them. I was weak. I was pathetic. And I had let my husband die. My heart thumped in my chest, my blood rushing through my veins, but through it all I heard Ben begging me, and I knew what he would want, what I would want if it were me. And I knew that I would never be the same again after that day, that I would leave a small piece of my soul behind with Ben. "Go, Nina! Go!" he cried out, his voice forceful. I started the engine, revved it hard, and slipped it into gear before I had any second thoughts. I released the handbrake and the car shot forward, and I felt and heard the crunch of Ben's bones under the truck's wheels as I drove over him, hopefully preventing him from ever coming back to life. As I drove away, I looked in my rearview mirror and watched as more debtors came from the tree line and knelt down in front of Ben. I could only pray that he suffered no more. And I could only pray that I did enough to kill him and to stop him from coming back from the dead and becoming one of the debtors, the monsters that killed him, the very thing that he feared more than anything. The sun was setting in front of me, and it was as beautiful as when it first rose that morning, only this time I could not admire or appreciate its beauty. Tears continued to pour down my cheeks, warm and salty, but they did little to relieve the aching in my heart or in my head. I had been driving for over 2 hours, and the ache in my chest hadn't relented once. At times I could hardly breathe through the pain, and I steered the truck toward the edge of the road, ready to give it all up, to end it. But then I continued onward, like Ben would have wanted me to. I had promised him I would survive, no matter what. That was the last thing I had said to him. How could I take that back now? The sun slipped below the houses in the distance, casting an orange glow over the landscape. Up ahead I could see trucks and people moving. Could this be it? Had we been this close to being saved? Or were they just more of the debtors? I felt numb, too numb to care what it could be. So I drove toward them, unflinching for my own safety. It didn't seem to matter anymore. Not without him. Without Ben. As I got closer, I could see a wall being built. Everything from bricks to boulders to iron pillars were being used to help the wall grow taller. And people, soldiers, were fighting, killing the few debtors that were close. At the moment, the walls were standing about twice as tall as Ben used to be, making it impossible from where I was to see inside. And it was huge, too. As long as a football stadium in length and width. Every able man and woman was helping to build it, and I pulled the truck to a halt and climbed out. The surrounding landscape was slowly being cut back, too. The trees chopped, the ground flattened, and there was surprisingly little noise considering what was being done. There were a lot of men on guard, from what I could see, all with knives and guns of varying sizes. This was it. This was sanctuary. I brought the truck to a stop, and I sat for a moment in silence, watching what was happening in front of me. A soldier watched me, his gaze calm and unfaltering. He was patient, and he waited with his rifle in hand, never pressing me to get out of my vehicle, and I was so very grateful for that. It took several minutes for me to compose myself enough to open my door and climb out on unsteady legs, and several more before I could find my voice to speak, but I did eventually. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice hoarse from crying. "This is safety. A safe compound for all. Are you staying, ma'am?" he asked, his voice stern. "We could use more help if so." Safety? I repeated the words, but I couldn't get my mind to wrap around the meaning of them. There is no safety. We're already dead. He frowned, but his gaze never left mine. What we're building here should keep us all alive, ma'am. We will keep you safe. I looked away from him toward the wall they were constructing, and for just a moment I let myself dare to believe it. That this might be sanctuary. That it might keep us safe. I looked back the way I had just come, toward my past, toward the hell I had left, and then I looked toward the walls being built, toward the future, and I made a decision. I couldn't go to Ben's parents and tell them that he was dead. I just couldn't do it. They wouldn't ever forgive me, and neither could I. The name's Carter. So, are you staying? He prompted. Another guard came forward, younger than the first one. He had a thin mustache across his top lip and a rifle in his hand. Most of these men were barely men at all. They were just kids, but at least they were trying. At least they were trying to save us, to protect us. Kids or not, they were banding together to save people. Are you sure we'll be safe here? I asked again, needing to be certain. The United States Army is here, ma'am. We'll keep you safe. He paused, his features softening. I'll keep you safe. He tried to smile, but didn't quite make it. I nodded and took a deep breath. Then yeah, I'm staying, I said, slamming my truck door shut. I took one last look behind me, toward where I had left Ben, and I silently apologized to him. I knew by not going to his parents' cabin that I would be letting him down, but on my own I knew I wouldn't make it. And no matter what, Ben would want me to live. He had, after all, made me promise to try and survive, no matter what I had to do. Life After Death, Part 2. Chapter 11. 1 year later. The klaxon blares to life, making me jump. A shiver darts up and down my spine, and I sit up and peer into the blackness surrounding me. The whispered voices of my sleeping companions tell me that everyone is feeling the same fear. Debtors. Goddamn debtors, they're here, knocking at our door again. It's okay, sweetie. Just cuddle into Mama and close your eyes. I listen to the mother to the left of me talking to her little boy. I can't remember what he looks like or what his name is, though we have been living in the same bare-bricked room for over a week now. The mother, again I have no clue what her name is on her own. Somewhere along the line they lost the father and husband. Somewhere along the line. The little boy is whimpering, and she starts to hum to drown out the noise of the loud gunfire outside. With every shot fired, I flinch. I flinch like I'm the one being shot. Like each bullet is driving its way into my body, tearing through my muscles and fat, bone and sinew, and killing me. Because yes, I want to die. I'm just too chicken shit to let it actually happen. Self-preservation is an annoying trait to have, and yet, as humans, we all seem to have it instilled in us. We hate what this world has become, that it now belongs to the undead. Because after a year, there has still been no sign of the tide turning, of mankind taking back what was stolen from it. Life. No, there will be no coming back from it, and even if there is, things will never ever be the same again. Yet we can't stop fighting the good fight, we can't stop trying, and we can't stop breathing. None of this is a new revelation to me, and it also isn't an old one. It just is. I don't want to be in this world, a world where debtors rule, where we lose loved ones to death only for them to come back to life and try to eat us alive. I don't want to live this life of poverty and homelessness, and yes, I'm well aware that I sound like a spoiled rich bitch, but whatever. I have nothing and no one to prove anything to anymore. I'm depressed. Well and truly depressed. We all are, but my thoughts are selfishly on myself more than anyone else. I'm surviving, just like I promised Ben I would, but I'm surviving at the cost of my humanity. I grip my blanket and pull it around myself, an attempt to block out all of the depressing thoughts that are currently rampaging through my aching, tired body, no doubt. But of course it's impossible. You can't block out what I'm feeling, what I'm experiencing. You can't block out this life because it insists upon being heard, being known, and being felt. Death insists on being lived. The kid next to me continues to cry. The gunshots are getting less and less sporadic, and the klaxon is still blaring loudly. I want to cover my ears, curl up on my side, and sink away to somewhere else, because everything is just so damn loud. I want to scream at it all to stop. The noises, the fighting, the fucking world. I just want to make it all stop. The sound of footsteps come our way, the heavy stomp, stomp, stomp of army boots on concrete, signaling that they are coming to move us. I hate this part. When you have nothing, you hate what little you do have being taken away. My small 3-foot square of cardboard, my blanket, and my pillow are pretty much all I have in the world now. Some people have army-issue cots, and there's talk of some real beds somewhere in this place, but so far, all I've gotten is a shitty piece of cardboard. I begin folding my blanket up in anticipation. I like this room. It has a hole in the roof, and I'm awakened by the rising sun each morning. The walls are solid enough to keep us warm at night, but not so warm that it's stifling, and so far, at least, we haven't had any rat issues. But whatever. Time to move. Again. The door opens, and the shadow of one of the army dudes, yes, army dudes, don't judge me, fills the space, his rifle in his hands and ready to shoot in an instant. "Get up and report to Bunker C. You know the drill, people. The colonel said he can't spare any bodies to take you over there himself, but we've done this enough times now for it not to be a problem. Keep the noise down, no running, stay calm, and lock the doors when you get inside. We'll let you know when it's safe to come out." And with that, he turns and goes on to the next room, to the next floor of people waiting in dreaded anticipation of what's next. All people sitting up in the dark and listening to the army fighting for humanity's survival, while the entire time they cowered, as I did, under their blankets, hoping that death would be swift and painless. I stand up, gathering my meager belongings. I fucking hate Bunker C, I grumble. And I do. Bunker C is probably the worst of them all. It's too small for how many people get put in there, and it stinks of piss. "Language, please," the woman next to me says quietly. I turn to glare at her, but since a glare is only as powerful as the person on the receiving end of it, and the room is dark as all hell, it's pointless. So I choose to snap out my response. "Lady, I think my bad language is the least of your kids' worries right now." "When this is all over, I don't want—" "This will never be over," I interrupt angrily. Angry. I'm always so damned angry these days. The anger burns through my veins every damn day. I turn tail and stomp toward the door, not waiting for her response. I'm being mean, cruel even, but I don't care. I don't care about anything anymore, because there is nothing and no one left to care about. Ben would be ashamed of me, and yet I don't care about that either. That's the ironic part. He would hate me being this cold, this cruel and uncaring, and yet he's the only reason I'm still living. The only reason I choose to get up in the morning and report to my daily tasks. He's the only reason for anything. Compared to the darkness inside the room, it's relatively light outside. I don't stop to examine the heaviness or the brightness of the moon lighting our way, and yet I note it all the same. My subconscious is still trying to cling to anything normal, still trying to keep me alive. My subconscious is an asshole, clearly, because there is nothing normal about this or anything else anymore. My life has become a horror story, and it isn't even a good one. It's more of a straight-to-DVD horror movie. I continue across the courtyard on my path toward Bunker C, trying my best to ignore the groans and shrieks of the undead just outside our walls. Sometimes it's almost as if they are talking to each other, advising one another on the best way to get in and to us, and the fresh meat they know was just beyond their reach. They know we are here, and they are relentless in their pursuit of us. In some sick way, I can even understand that. Them. My heart is heavy with the burden of life, and theirs is full with the weight of death. Together we are opposites, and yet sometimes it's like I can almost feel them calling to me, begging me to go outside, to nourish them and to end my own suffering. Someone barges into me, making me stumble forward a step or two. I flinch and look around with a scowl, realizing that I have come to a complete stop. I shake my head and continue onward. Bunker C is bizarrely nowhere near Bunker B, which makes no sense and has always irritated me. In the grand scheme of things, the fact that Bunker C is next to Bunker A and D should not even be on my radar. I mean, really, what does it even matter? And yet it does. The bunkers are set out in a ridiculous zigzag pattern, away from the outer perimeters and right next to the pigsties. Yes, we have pigs. Skinny, malnourished pigs, but pigs all the same. Of all the animals we could have had in here, we got pigs. I shake my head in disgust as I pass their sty and push open the bunker door. We should have had cows. They had multiple uses. Or chickens. Again, multiple uses. But no, we got pigs. They weren't exactly something that was chosen either. They were brought in with a family of farmers. All of their other livestock had either succumbed to the undead on their way here, or they had gotten eaten in the first few weeks behind our walls. Now all we had left of that family, barring the family, of course, were their damn stinky pigs. And the way the food rations are being handed down, I have a feeling those little piggies will be receiving their last rites any day now. I make my way to a space against the back wall and begin to make up my makeshift bed. I hate these bunkers. There are no windows, no holes in the ceiling, and no free-flowing air. It's like being trapped in your own tomb, because once those doors shut behind us, no one will open them up until we get the all clear. Someday the debtors will overcome the army and get inside the compound, and we will be left to starve to death inside. We used to all be segregated, families and single women all together, and single men on their own. It was safer that way. But recently, we lost a lot of soldiers to the ongoing battle with the dead, and things like separating civilians had become redundant. I don't like it. Some of these women were extremely vulnerable, but I understand it. And if I'm honest, my first priority is always to keep the soldiers shooting at the dead rather than arranging us civilians into a more pleasant sleeping arrangement. Wonder how long it is before they get this shit sorted out. I glance to my left at a man not much bigger than me. Excuse me? I wonder how long we'll be in here for this time. He says it slowly, perhaps thinking I'm either deaf or dumb. It depends how big of a horde there is. I shrug noncommittally. The man goes silent, and in the dim light I see him look around us before glancing nervously back to me. You ever think this is all some crazy experiment? I roll my eyes, not that he can see the action, but I do it all the same. No, I reply bluntly. I've been thinking about this a lot recently, thinking about how it all came about, and some things just aren't sitting right for me. I turn my back on him, not wanting to listen to any more of his nonsense. And this, right here, people, is exactly why I keep to myself as much as possible. Cranks, nut jobs, wackos. The end of the world is riddled with them. It's like all the normal people got killed, and all the assholes managed to survive. I'm not sure what that makes me, but I'm not the type to shy away from admitting my faults. Some may say I'm an asshole, but they will never say I'm a nut job. I know what the end of the world looks like, and it doesn't scream crazy government experiment. I also don't thrive on the abandonment of rules or the breakdown of society like some do. I don't believe that the government is behind some secret conspiracy or that it's all a test of some sort. I also don't believe that God or the devil are to blame for any of this hell. My beliefs are simple, and I don't try to tame them or shape them into something they aren't. I don't try to blame anyone or anything because what good is any of that? None of it matters, because after everyone is done trying to work out the who, the where, the why, and the what-ifs, we are all going to die anyway. You can't run from death, and you can't hide from it either. It's coming for us. It's just a waiting game. It's all just a matter of time. Chapter 12. Nina, you have to run. I don't want to leave you. Go. Go now. I stir, my moans from my nightmare becoming vocalized into reality and making my eyes open abruptly and my body jerk awake. I yelp. I definitely yelp. And the crazy old coot from last night mutters something that sounds like, fucking idiot under his breath at me, which is insulting, considering I had been awake for most of the night listening to gunfire outside and him muttering on about conspiracy theories. I sit up, staring into the darkness and trying to determine roughly what time it might be. It's all quiet outside. No groans, no gunshots, no yelling, no heavy stomping, no klaxon, nothing. Just bittersweet silence. I figure that is either a good sign or a bad one. A sliver of light filters from under the doorway on the far side of the room, and I feel better knowing that it's daytime. I hate the nighttime. Things are always much scarier at night. My eyes have adjusted to the darkness of the room, and I can make out the shapes of bodies surrounding me on the floor. It's eerie, being trapped in a room with so many unmoving people, the room practically silent and the stench of sweaty bodies almost unbearable. Any one of them could be infected, and we would all be trapped in there with them. We would all be eaten, killed, and reborn anew. It's a mistake waiting to happen, and yet deep down I know that the soldiers do it for a reason. My dream touched on the outer perimeters of my memories, and I recall Ben's face. I allow myself a brief moment to think of him, and to mourn him, as I do every morning. His smile, his eyes, the feel of his hand on my skin. It's all soothing, at least until the memory changes, morphing Ben into something else, into someone else. I press the palms of my hands into my eyes, pushing and pushing as I force myself to banish the sight of Ben's face far from my mind. My throat feels tight, my body cold, and all I can see is his body being torn apart by that debtor. It was my fault. The reason he died was my fault. And his haunting memory, and the fact that I have to live with it, that is my punishment. I open my eyes, colors flashing in front of my pupils for a brief moment, until everything is back as it had been. Everything is dark. Everything is still. And my heart settles back into its normal rhythm once more. I swallow down the bile in my throat and pinch the skin at the crook of my arm until the tears and sadness that want to engulf me disappear, and I am only left with the stinging pain where my nails have broken the skin. Footsteps sound outside, the rhythmic marching of army men coming to open the doors and let us out. We have survived another night, another attack. But how many more can we truly endure? This isn't living. This is existing. And it's a shitty existence. One only pigs could thoroughly respect. The door swings open and the room was filled with light so blinding that people gasp and yell. It's ironic, really, as we all slowly stand, gathering our limited belongings and heading toward the light. We aren't going toward heaven. We're heading straight back into hell. As we step outside, we are assigned new rooms and informed to go straight there, set up our beds, and then head to our jobs. Because yes, people, even at the end of days, there is no rest for the wicked. We still have jobs to do to keep this shithole running, and the higher up the rank you are, the better your damn job. It's like life inside the walls has carried on much like it had outside of them. Kids are sent to school, if it can really be called that. Parents are sent to work, and the rest of us are distributed around the compound depending upon our circumstances, what we own and what we know. Since I had arrived with limited provisions and I have some skills under my belt, I'm not doing so badly. But others had arrived with nothing but the blood pumping through their veins and a bag full of misery. This place has no use for misery. You can't trade it or barter with it, and I dreaded to think what those people had to do to survive. I make my way over to my new housing, glad to be further away from the pigsties, but still wishing I could go back to where I had been previously. It doesn't matter, though. Not really. It is what it is. The door is already open, and I'm surprised to see that we actually have a mix of beds and cots in here. I mean, neither option looks comfy at all. The cots are military-grade and simplistic, and the beds have the most vulgar mattresses I think I have ever seen. But they are much better than a piece of cardboard on the floor. I haven't slept on a real bed for a year. A small smile rises to my cheeks. The muscles are so unused to the action that it makes my face ache. The room is small. I couldn't give you measurements of it, since I know nothing about that sort of thing, but there are around 10 beds in the small space and an open archway leading into another similar-style room, which looks to have the same setup in it, barring in that room there are green cots. We each get something better to sleep on than the floor, nothing more, nothing less. But as I make my way over to my assigned one, it feels like I have won the lottery. I had been beginning to believe these things were just a myth and not rotated around. I stand before my bed with my pillow, blanket, and square of cardboard under one arm, and I stare down at it, almost frightened that if I touch it, the illusion might be broken. Amazing, right? I glance over at the opposite bed and to the dark-haired woman standing in front of what I assume to be her bed. I nod once, the small smile still on my face. She slowly reaches her hand out and touches the mattress, and I watch her in eager anticipation. Her fingers graze the top before pressing down a little to test its bounceability. She groans, a throaty, needy sound that makes me want to laugh. My back is going to thank me for this. All at once, she sits on it, before shuffling her body so that she's lying down. She closes her eyes and sighs, and I finally breathe. I stay where I am, staring at her, until she cracks an eye open and looks in my direction. This is better than sex, girl. You really need to try it out. I don't reply, but instead climb on my bunk, my arms still wrapped tightly around my belongings, and I lie back. The smell of sweat and mustiness escapes all around me, and the dip of the filthy mattress that is clearly way too old to be still being used cocoons my body. I stare up at the ceiling, noticing the small spray of brown above my bunk. I should be frightened, scared, worried. I should be a lot of things as I stare at what are more than likely dried bloodstains, but I'm not anything. I let myself escape in the moment to somewhere else, and I relish in the simple comfort that a shitty mattress can bring. Since I'm good with numbers, I work in one of the offices along with a handful of others that are privy to the same sensitive knowledge as me. We get to keep track of the ammo and food rations. I spend my days counting bullets, counting grenades, counting cans of corn, counting pasta shells. It doesn't really matter what I'm counting, and in truth I barely see what it is anymore. I just do it. I count all day and I hate it. But at least the counting takes my mind off the other things going on in the world, and it's definitely preferable to some of the other jobs people have. Ben would have been great at the compound. He was a mechanic and could fix just about any vehicle. They could have really used a man like him. I mark down on the label how many rounds are left in the box and shake my head. It isn't good. We're getting dangerously low on pretty much everything, but the people running the city are reluctant to send anyone out for hand-to-hand combat with those monsters. Instead, they choose to rely on the airdrops that we are still getting from the army. I get it. I really do. But by my reckoning, in another month, give or take, they will be heading out into that scary world in search of provisions anyway. The airdrops are getting less and less frequent, and what's in them is getting less and less useful. I stand up, stretching out my back and flexing my fingers. It's an unforgiving job, but one I won't ever complain about, since there are far worse ones out there. Nomi, one of the other girls working alongside me, looks up as I stand. She doesn't speak much, or at all, and hasn't since she arrived. She, like me, came alone, having lost her family along the way. But that's where our similarities end. She is short with curly hair, and I'm tall with long straight hair. She still has compassion ingrained in her, while I can't remember if I'd ever even had it before all of this. That was another life, and one I try to forget about. We never talk, but we occasionally make eye contact with one another. Like now. Sometimes we hold entire conversations just with looks, and other times both she and I are fortresses and we won't let anyone in. Nomi looks away again and continues counting the army ration packs, and I bend over and retrieve another large tray of boxed bullets. Colonel Smith chooses that moment to come into the room, and his eyes graze over our group before landing on me. "Sir, we have everything set up." One of the young sergeants stands by his side, gesturing for the colonel to follow him through into the map room. The colonel's gaze stays on mine for another moment before he turns and follows the sergeant, and I swallow down the ache in my stomach. I tend to keep to myself, but the odd time that I do have to speak to any of the civilians, well, let's just say that they listen to what I have to say. I'm not sure why, though I suspect it's my no-nonsense attitude and flippant disregard for the rules. People seem to think I'll stand up for them if the time comes, but clearly they're batshit crazy because I only care about keeping myself alive. So far we have been safe behind the walls. The army has protected us well, but as we get down to the bone of supplies, I wonder how much longer that will fare. Sure, it has been shitty, rationed food, awful sleeping conditions, harsh working conditions, and even worse bathing conditions, but it has been safe at least. But by now this place should be getting more secure, the walls higher, and everything more organized. Not to mention that the government should be able to at least contain the outbreak. But instead the Deader attacks have become more frequent, and we supposedly haven't heard a thing from the main control center since a bomb had been dropped on one of the larger cities. So the entire place now feels unsteady, ready to topple over and crush us all beneath its weight at any time. Barring the odd ration drops here and there, we are on our own in this mess. I don't trust the Colonel. I never trust anyone that can keep that calm in the midst of a crisis, though I know that's the sort of quality that should relax me somewhat. I look down at my hands, seeing the tray they're holding shaking slightly, and I quickly place the tray on the large table in the middle of the room. I sit down and hunch over it as I begin grabbing each small box and opening it, counting how many bullets were inside and then making a note of it. By the time I get to the end of my tray, I'm more than certain that my month estimation was vastly exaggerated. If we have many more attacks like the one last night, we won't make it through the next fortnight. Chapter 13. Dinner is, in a word, simple. It always is. Plain pasta with some canned tomatoes mixed in. It isn't bad, not really, not when I think of all the people starving out there in the real world. If there was anyone left alive out there. I feel guilty for even internally complaining, but I guess as humans it's inbred in us to complain. And though I haven't voiced my concerns or my complaints, I can't hide the truth from my face. The pasta is undercooked, and the tomatoes are cold, and the portion size is that of a child's. I scoop another forkful of pasta into my mouth and begin the process of chewing it. It isn't just bland. It's undercooked to the point of being almost sticky. It clings to my teeth and gets stuck in my throat. I take a small sip of my rationed water. 1 small glass per meal is all we are allowed a day, and I frown even harder, though I keep my gaze downwards. At my average, there are a little over 400 civilians, and around 40 soldiers of whatever rank they might be. We have boxes and boxes of ration packs, more than enough to feed us all for a couple of days if we were careful, and yet those haven't been handed out yet. The sinking feeling in my gut isn't just because of the bland food and the lack of fiber in my diet. I have a bad feeling that the ration packs are being saved for something, or someone more important than us. Many people hadn't made it to a safe zone. They had perished in their attempt to, and many people are still out there trying to survive, and they are doing so on much less than uncomfortable bedding and bland food. Yet I can't stop being irritated by our circumstances, and by the looks of some of the people around the table, neither can they. This is bullshit. I look across the table toward the voice. An older man is pushing his food around his plate with his fork while simultaneously snarling at it like he wants to attack it. I roll my eyes and return to my food. He sounds like the man from last night, but I can't be certain, since I did everything in my power to block out both him and his incessant ramblings. The mess hall is quiet. Murmurings and scraping forks are pretty much it. The walled city always tends to be kept pretty quiet, since noise and smell attract the Deaders. Plans are in place to build the walls even higher to help block out more of the noise from the day-to-day running of this place. You'd be surprised how noisy people can be. The supplies and the people to build it are obviously lacking. I had overheard Colonel Smith saying that they are always searching for more people that could assist in making this place more secure. But as of yet, it's mainly just your run-of-the-mill paper pusher or stay-at-home mom that has made it to the walls. I'm still shocked by how many moms had made it. That sounds sexist, and I guess it is, but whatever. They're my thoughts, and I won't be ashamed of them. Okay, maybe I am a little ashamed of them. Fucking bullshit. I glance over at the man again just as he looks up. Our eyes connect, and it's like a red rag to a bull.
Can you believe this bullcrap? The stuff they're feeding us, when you know they've got something delicious back there.
I looked back down, not wanting to engage with him in any way.
Did you hear me? Hey, hey!
I grit my teeth and glance up again, seeing that most of the room is now staring between this man and me. Fan-freaking-tastic. I roll my eyes and raise my fork to my mouth, emphasizing the bite I take, and begin chewing it loudly, forcing a smile to my face. It's my way of showing him and everyone else that I'm just glad to have food in my stomach and I don't care for what he has to say.
Oh, you think that's funny, do you? You little whore.
I stopped chewing and dropped my fork, the clatter sounding obnoxiously loud against the backdrop of silence he just created. I swallow down the unchewed food still in my mouth. Mumbles and whispers creep across the tables as more and more people turn to stare at the spectacle, and I feel my cheeks grow hot with both embarrassment and anger.
Excuse me? What did you just call me?
I stare at him, willing him to flinch under my impervious glare, but he doesn't. He snarls right back, picks up his plate, and launches it against the wall behind my head, making me jump. Yet all I'm really bothered about is the waste of food. The woman next to me gasps right before tutting as if this is all my fault, and I turn to her, offering a hard enough glare to stop a rabid dog in its tracks.
Lady, don't even start with me.
I snap, staring her down until she looks away.
Someone is in on this, I know it, and you won't get away with it,
the man yells. This is definitely the same man from last night, I decide. Crazy Cuckoo Charlie, and his ramblings are off again. I don't know why, but I always seem to attract the crazies. I like to think it's because of my glowing personality, but I know that isn't true. Sir, I think you should shut the hell up and calm the fuck down, I reply in response to his rant. His nostrils flare and I continue. Before they put you down. I nod toward the guards heading his way, but he continues to stare at me like I'm the damn devil. At least everyone else has decided to look away, staring back down into their plates and continuing to eat like this is all perfectly normal.
Fucking whore. You're probably in on all of this. I bet you get extra portions because of your extracurricular activities.
His words are cut off as a guard comes up behind him and slams the butt of his pistol into the base of his skull. Which is good, really, since I'm already pushing my chair back and am about to pounce on this asshole for making such a vulgar statement. 2 other guards grip him by the shoulders and begin dragging his limp body away. And me? I stare on at the entire scene in shock. A nervous and slightly fearful laugh is stuck in my throat, just begging to be let out. My hands are still curled into fists, my blunt nails digging into the palms of my hands. What the hell just happened? Miss Judgmental next to me is whispering to someone, and I turn and stare at the side of her face until she hushes up. Keep your opinions and false accusations to yourself, you hear me? She nods and I slide my chair forward and pick my fork back up. I look around at a tap on my shoulder, my gaze diverting from my meal once again, and I stare up into Colonel Smith's hardened face.
Ma'am, you need to come with me,
he says, his words clipped and cold. It's the first time he has ever spoken to me. The first time I've ever really heard him speak when I really think about it. No, thank you. I just want to eat my dinner in peace and go to sleep in my 5-star luxury accommodation. But thanks for the offer, I snark out, and shove a forkful of food in my mouth.
That wasn't a request,
he replies, and turns on his heel and walks away, the shadow of his body being replaced by 2 more guards. One reaches over and pushes my plate away, while the other pulls my chair out before gripping my arm and pulling me to my feet. I had nothing to do with that, I grumble, staring from face to face of the guards and then letting my gaze trail over to the people on my table. Tell them, I didn't do anything. Each one of them looks away from me, their shoulders slumped in resignation. I have done nothing to garner myself any friends. I have no one to help fight my corner, and really, would they have anyway? Thanks so much, everyone, I grumble, as the other guard holds onto my right arm, and they slowly guide me out of the room. Their grips aren't tight and painful, but they are strong and definitely bordering on less than disciplined. You don't need to hold me. I'm coming, I argue, though it makes little change. The day is warm as they lead me outside and across the compound toward Colonel Smith's office, and I try not to panic or fight them in any way, even though fear is pushing all of my buttons. I hadn't done anything wrong. He would see that. And if he didn't, what would he do? Give me a slap on the wrist? Cart me away to jail? The nervous laugh that had wanted to escape is back again, pushing at my tonsils and begging to be released. The door opens before we even arrive at it, and we step inside to the cool shade of the makeshift office. The office is a large tent, the sort people used to go glamping in, but there are no strings of lights dangling above. Instead, there are a couple of bare bulbs hanging down, their bright glow almost glaring. A couple of guards are milling about doing guard-type stuff, which is basically standing around holding a gun of some description and looking tough. They look alert, their eyes grazing over me and examining if I am a threat or not before dismissing me completely. I have to admit I'm a little offended by their assumptions. I'm rough and tough and could be a big threat to them. Okay, probably not, but I'm still offended. I try to keep my expression neutral, but I'm almost positive that my eyes are screaming panic and my mouth is curled up in a snarl. I am a fighter. It's one of the things that has changed about me since this whole nightmare began. It isn't something I can turn on and off at will. When someone gripped me, it made me want to lash out. When someone yelled at me, it made me want to yell back. And right now it was taking every ounce of self-control to not fight back against these men. Ben had told me to survive no matter what, and that survival instinct had turned me into a real bitch. We come to a stop in front of Colonel Smith's large wooden desk. It's the sort of desk that a headmaster previously would have had. Dark wood, varnished to the max with a black leather square in the center. The colonel is sitting in his chair, writing on a piece of paper, though I can't make out what he's writing. It could be important, it could be gibberish, and purely to make himself seem busy. I don't really care. After several beats of my heart, he finally looks up and acknowledges me. His face is as stern as his posture. Hard, cold lines etch around his mouth and eyes that seem so light they are almost white, and hair that is firm and unmoving. I've seen him many times, but I've never taken the time to really see him. That is part of my problem, I guess. I don't notice anyone anymore. Yet now that I've noticed him, I wish that I hadn't. I'd like to go back into my oblivious little bubble right about now. His hand goes to his face, his thumb hooking under his chin and his index finger, gently rubbing along his chin as he watches me. I swallow and keep his gaze, deciding the best thing will be to keep my mouth shut. Of course that will be the best thing. I tend to keep to myself because whenever I do open my big mouth, I don't recognize the woman that speaks.
My apologies for the abruptness of my actions. My intention wasn't to frighten you in any way.
I guess he's talking about how I was rudely manhandled and dragged away from my shitty food with barely a wave goodbye to everyone. I'm not frightened. FYI, I'm totally frightened. He smiles and nods.
That's good. I would hate to come across as
an asshole. I helpfully intervene with an arch of my eyebrow. His mouth twitches in the beginnings of a smile, but never quite commits to the act. Colonel, I had nothing to do. He interrupts me by placing his finger over his lips and hushing me. I do automatically, more out of surprise than anything else. Did he just shush me? I frown.
You're one of our counters, right?
I nod. I am. Listen, I had nothing to do with that back there. I jerk a thumb behind me. I don't even know that guy.
I know,
he replies without further explanation. He's just angry because he's scared and hungry. I don't know why he was yelling at me. Probably for the same reason. I'm mumbling again, my words coming out in a jumble of nonsense.
I also know that, but don't worry yourself with him. He'll be dealt with.
My back teeth clamp together, grinding until my jaw starts to ache. That man was frightened, and yes, slightly cuckoo also, but he didn't really mean any harm. Though his horror remark had pissed me off and ruined my impeccable reputation, insert sarcasm, he was a harmless old man.
I need to speak to you about something different.
What do you mean, dealt with? I ask. My voice full of so much trepidation I barely register his comment about wanting to speak to me about something else. The colonel nods, and that one small motion makes me feel sick. His face holds no compassion, no kindness. And yes, that's a little like the pot calling the kettle black. But seeing it on someone else is like looking in a mirror and too close to home for my liking. I told you, he's just scared and hungry. He just needs... I don't know. He's confused. His whole life has flipped upside down in the past couple of months. I think he'll be okay now that he's had his 15 minutes of fame and got all that shit off his chest. I have no idea if that's true or not. From what I'd heard of his mumblings the night before, I'm leaning more to the not side of things. But I've heard rumors about how the colonel deals with problem civilians, and it isn't in me to stand by and say nothing. I'm mean and hard, but I don't wish harm on anyone.
Do you feel the same?
He asks. He gestures for the guards to let go of me, and then points them toward the door. They comply and stand back, but don't leave the room. I turn, watching to see where they stand, and then I look back at Colonel Smith. What do you mean?
Are you afraid?
I nod, because yes, of course I am. I would more than likely be classed as clinically insane if I wasn't afraid. The world had been rampaged by the undead, and up until last night I had been sleeping on a piece of cardboard on the floor while the army fought for our survival. So yes, I'm afraid.
Are you angry?
I nod again, and tears well in my eyes for some obscure reason. I'm always angry these days. The anger bubbles through my veins uncontrollably, and I barely contain it on a daily basis. I'm angry at everyone and everything. The anger drives me forward, but it also holds me back. The colonel leans back in his chair and watches me for several moments. I can guess what he is waiting for. He's waiting to see if I will collapse, if I will break down with the heavy burdens of anger and fear. But I won't. When I have myself under control again, I find my voice, and though there is a small quiver to it, I'm surprised by how strong I sound. We're all scared, and we're all angry. But this is survival. Everyone has to deal with it the best they can. He smiles, and his smile makes me even more anxious. What do you want, Colonel? He stands up and comes around his desk, so he is standing in front of me.
Let's be honest with one another. You're one of our counters, so you know how little we have left.
I want to deny it, to play dumb and pretend I don't know how bad things are about to get. If we thought things had been hard up until now, that was nothing compared to what the future holds. The army had been making drops to us since the start, rations of food and weapons, clothes and such. But those have become few and far between until now they were almost non-existent. That can only mean one thing in my eyes. There is no army left. There is no one to divvy up food and weapons. Which means the government has completely fallen. Which means that the world has probably fallen and the dead have won the war. The thought is one I have been trying to deny myself for weeks. It's terrifying. No government, no army, no law and order. So what now? What did the world do without any leaders? The future was a bleak and scary place to be. I nod that I know, because what's the point in lying anymore?
Then you know what that will mean for us, for everyone here. But it doesn't have to be all bad. We have a plan. We have a structural engineer here now. He's going to help us build up our walls, build our defenses against the undead armies. We'll make this place sustainable. A fully working commune that can thrive.
I nod, taking in what he's saying. What he is saying sounded great. Perfect, almost. At least, under the rather morbid circumstances. Yet the look on his face tells me that there is more to it than that. Why have you not told anyone? I ask almost cautiously.
Because people will panic. They'll break down and crumble like our measly defenses.
But they deserve to know that there's nothing left, I reply. Colonel Smith smiles at me.
Civilians are reckless. They don't have what it takes to put a plan in place and make it work. They see short-term gains and losses, how hungry they are right now, how cold they are right now. My job is to see the long term. His words roll off his tongue like hot butter, and I know what he says makes sense. I think I even nod, until I think over his words some more. Losses? I ask, my nerves tickling in apprehension. There are always losses in war, ma'am, he says simply. What's your name? Nina. Well, Nina, we need people to behave while we work. We need them to do their jobs, keep things running. It's for their sake more than our own. We don't have many soldiers here, not as many as I would like anyway, and I'm already having to spread them around thinly. If we are to make food runs, have 24-hour guard duties, and build the walls so that they are more long-standing, I get it. So what do you want? We need to keep people calm, he says. Agreed, I reply automatically, though I'm not sure what I'm necessarily agreeing to. I just know that I have to do it. We need people not to panic, he continues, and we need people to comply. Comply to what? Nina, I need you to help keep the peace out there. These are your people, and I'm going to have to make some hard sacrifices. He ignores my question with a statement all of his own. These are not my people, I scoff. At all. I don't have people. I don't even like people. In fact, I try to stay away from all people as much as possible. So whatever plan you have just failed right before it even started. I cross my arms in front of me. I've watched you. I've seen how you handle people, and I've seen how they respond to you. You're firm in your resolve. There's no room for disagreements. You don't try to justify yourself, and because of that confidence, that belief in yourself, people respond to you. I blink, feeling confused. The woman he's describing sounds nothing like me. That woman sounds strong, confident, determined, not depressed and bitter. I keep people at a distance as much as I can. I don't care if people like me because it's all irrelevant in the end anyway. But I have to admit, the woman he's describing sounds far better than the woman I feel I am. No, people don't like me, and that's good because I don't like them either. I stay away from people. I keep my guard up because I don't want friends. My stomach rolls. That's my point. He turns and walks back to his desk before sitting down in his chair again. You have nothing to lose. My stomach drops at the harshness of his words, but I can't deny them. I have nothing. Nobody. I am alone. I should be heartbroken at his words, saddened at least, but instead I feel nothing. He is speaking the truth. I have no one and nothing to lose, and I try to embrace that fact. I don't have a child or a husband to worry about. I only have myself, and that's good. That's the way I like it, because it hurts too much when you lose someone. I need a liaison officer, Nina, and I want you to be it. The colonel speaks, and I know there is no room to panic, and yet... A liaison officer? I quirk an eyebrow at him, and he nods. Think of yourself as a peacekeeper of sorts. Someone to keep the peace with the civilians and liaise with myself on any issues arising. I think over everything he is trying to tell me, and I look through his words to see the real story beneath his layers of lies. I don't trust him, at all, and yet to some degree I have to. Sir, if I may, if you just keep people in the loop on what's going on, then no one will panic. I frown. For what's coming, I believe people will begin to panic. There will be many sacrifices. But if you're not up to the job, that's fine. I'll arrange to put something else in place because I will be moving ahead with this plan effective immediately. I think that will be for the best, I agree, feeling uneasy with my decision. But how can I do this? Be a peacekeeper? I instill anger in people, not calmness. I turn to leave, but the sound of his voice makes me stop. There are a lot of useless civilians here, Nina. People with no skills and nothing to contribute. I turn back to look at him. Sir? If they can't be controlled and kept calm, I'll have to find other uses for them."
His mouth quirks up at the edges, a small smile touching at his lips. His tone is matter-of-fact, as if this were nothing too important, yet I know that his decision to have me do this role is all about self-preservation. For him, not for anyone else. His reason for having me do this job is stupid, yet for some reason he has chosen me. As my own compassion creeps up from the darkness within me, I bite my lip hard enough to draw blood.
"This is a different world now. These civilians, they're living under the impression that things will be fixed and they can go back to their happy little lives. They still believe that their condos and Mercedes will be waiting for them, but that's not going to happen. The government has fallen, and the world they know is long gone."
He grabs a pen and paper from his drawer and looks down at it.
"You seem to get that. You understand."
He is leading somewhere, taking me down a dark path to get to his point. A point I have already come to the assumption of and don't like, but I have to hear it. I have to hear him say it for me to fully fall into line. And he knows that also. He scribbles something on the paper before looking back up.
"Times are hard, but they're only going to get harder as we all adjust to this new world and its new leaders. Let me be clear, Nina. I am the leader of this place and its people now, and no one will get in my way of keeping this place going."
He holds my gaze, and he knows he has me. Chapter 14. I lie on my bed, staring up at the bloodstains on my ceiling, feeling more anxious than I have in months. Since I arrived, I have slowly begun to go numb to everything. To the debtors knocking at my door, to the misery and plight of other people. I have gone numb to everyone and everything, but now things have changed. I don't like change. So, what happened? I turned to the woman next to me. It's the occupier of the bed next to mine, and I briefly met her yesterday when we had been assigned our new rooms. Though I hadn't let on to her then, I decided to now. She is malnourished, like me and everyone else, and yet she still has shiny eyes and a toned physique. "You're a carrier, right?" I ask, my gaze gliding over the definition in her arms. Carriers are just that. Carriers. Whenever we get a rations drop that falls outside the gates, they go with some of the Army personnel to collect it. It's a dangerous job, and one that Colonel Smith is more than happy to hand off to civilians so he doesn't lose any of his own precious team. But it does give you a view of the outside world and what is becoming of it in our absence. Clearly, it also gives you beautifully toned arms. Yep, name's Tessrin. She leans over to shake my hand, and I stare at it blankly for a moment. "I don't have cooties," she jokes, causing me to smile involuntarily. I sit up, swinging my legs over the side of my bed. "Sorry. Yeah, I know. Never mind. I'm Nina." I wrap my hand around hers. The feeling is uncomfortable, and yet not unwanted. It's my first physical interaction with another person in months, not including the manhandling of the guards yesterday. When she releases my hand, I stare at it for a moment, my skin almost sad for the loss of contact. "I used to be a runner back in the day before the dead." She shrugs like it's nothing. Like an actual runner, all-state champion and headed to the Olympics. She smiles proudly, and I wait for the inevitable sadness to creep across her face as she thinks about her past, but it never comes. "So, what happened? I saw you get dragged out of the mess hall." I look up, my gaze meeting hers. She is pretty. Golden brown skin, dark brown hair, and her face still holds some form of happiness, some form of hope. What can I tell her? I hadn't said our conversation was private, but I'm also not stupid enough to believe I can start blabbing my mouth to everyone about our little chit-chat either. But I had agreed to do it. Through coercion, of course, but agreement no less. That means several things. 1, my life is about to change. Again. And I have already expressed how much I hate change. And 2, I need at least one person on my side. So I opt for honesty. or at least a version of it. Come with me, I say, standing up and walking to the door. She follows me without question, her expression curious. I shut the door once we are both outside so that our words are more private. I look down to my feet to keep the lie from my face. They have things happening in the next few months that should make this place more secure, and they're worried everyone will panic. They want me to help keep everyone calm. Calm? In the middle of the shit that's gone down the past few months? Calm's gonna be tricky. I can hear the laughter in her voice. I know. I look back up to her. Do you trust him, the Colonel? Tesrin shrugs non-committally, and I wonder if I misheard the threat in his words yesterday. Maybe he hadn't meant it to sound like it had come across. He's kept us all safe so far. She leans back against the railing, moving closer to me than I really like. Why? Should I not trust him? Do you think he's going to do right by everyone? She peers into my face with an unselfishness that I haven't experienced in months. The way things work these days is that you look out for number one and number one only. Yet Tesrin is showing what seems like genuine concern for whatever is troubling me, and for the people that will be affected by whatever the Colonel has planned. I have no idea. I move away from her, finding her proximity stifling. I think so, though. I mean, why else would he be helping everyone if not to keep us safe? The words taste bitter in my mouth. I understand to some extent what he was saying, though. If everyone knew that there was no government left, it would be total anarchy. People would panic. They would flounder for control. And there is no doubt in my mind that the civilians would lose. Against the Colonel and against the undead. Tesrin shrugs. Probably for the big fat promotion he'll get after all this mess is finally over. She grins. I try to grin back, but nothing will come. No smile, no frown. Nothing but the queasy feeling in my stomach. This mess is never going to be over. But I have to lead these people to believe that it will. What's it like, out there? I ask cautiously. She holds my gaze steady for a moment, and just as I begin to feel uncomfortable, she releases me before checking all around us. She looks down into the courtyard below us, watching as two guards walked past, smoking cigarettes. Truthfully, it's a mess. Her pretense at acceptance and hope is gone and replaced with the undeniable truth that, just like me, she has a feeling that this isn't going to end anytime soon. Selfishly, it makes me feel better to know that I'm not alone in this knowledge. The drops are getting more sporadic and less useful, as if things aren't being handled as well as we first thought. If you know what I mean. She shrugs, and I nod. I do know what she means. All too well, thanks to Colonel Smith, and it seems that Tesrin gets it now too. The Colonel told me something. My chest feels heavy, as if the burden of his information is a living, breathing thing that I need to set free. It's about the government. I watch for her response, wondering if she is going to freak out or not. But I have to take a chance on her. I need help if I'm going to do this, if for nothing more than my own sanity. Tesrin's expression never changes, so I press on with my not-so-cheery news. It's gone. All of it. I swallow, the words leaving a bitter aftertaste in my mouth. A small frown puckers between her eyes, but other than that, nothing changes. Did you hear me? I whisper. It's all gone. There aren't going to be any more drops now. There is no more help. This is it. I gesture around us to press my point. I thought that telling my secret would make me feel better somehow, but it doesn't. It makes me feel worse. Because saying the words out loud has made it all real. But I can't freak out because the Colonel told me I have to keep people calm. And if I'm going to keep everyone calm, I have to be calm myself. I have to, or he'll do something bad to them. It's going to be okay. I open my eyes and look at Tesrin. Is it? I ask. It is. It has to be. Like you said, this is it now. This is all we've got, and we need to make it work. No matter what. She smiles at me and I stare at her in awe, wondering how the hell she can be so calm about everything. Colonel Smith has clearly picked the wrong woman for the job. Tesserin leans over and places a hand on my shoulder, and I fight the urge to shrug her hand away. I need a friend right now, more than anything else. I need a friend. I need someone to share the burden with and someone to help me so I don't screw the whole thing up. Okay, I'm okay. Everything's going to be okay. I nod, and she nods in agreement. Will you help me? It's a shitty thing to do, to ask her to share in my responsibility, but whatever. I'm weak and pathetic. Call me an asshole and be done with it. Either way, I can't do it on my own, and I don't want to. Plus, I'm seriously not a very likable person. Tesserin, on the other hand, is. I figure we can play good cop, bad cop. I will. She leans over, wraps her arms around my shoulders, and pulls me in for a hug. I resist fiercely, but she still doesn't let go until she's good and ready. I have a feeling I'm going to like her. In my dreams, I still see him. Ben. His wide smile, his deep blue eyes, the warmth of his hand in mine, his breath on my neck. But those dreams are always shattered by the sound of his screams, of the blood spilling from his lips, of the feeling of the truck going over his head and the crunch of his skull under the tire. I sit upright with a gasp, my hand automatically going to my chest as I pant in and out, in and out. The room is dark, the sound of people sleeping all around me. It's peaceful, or it should be, but Ben's screams still echo in my head. I push myself off the filthy mattress and stand on shaky legs, making my way slowly to the door and pushing it open. Air. I need air. The room is stifling and clammy, the oxygen not seeming to make it down my throat and into my lungs. I stumble out of the room, the air instantly cooling my skin, but it still doesn't feel like enough. I still need more. So I let the door fall shut behind me and take a couple of steps forward into the darkness, further away from my housing. The air is thick and unmoving, and even from this distance, the stench of the pigs hangs in the air. I turn, walking in the opposite direction, away from the grunts of them and toward the back end of the complex. I follow my own path by the light of the moon, avoiding the guards like the damned plague whenever I hear them getting close. Civilians are not permitted out of their rooms at night in case they are mistaken for debtors. I get that. I understand it. But right now I don't care. I just need space and air and the illusion of choice and free will. Even though I know it's all a lie. At the far end of the complex, I find myself a dark corner behind one of the smaller tents. I'm pretty sure it holds the belongings of most of the civilians. Things they'd had with them when they'd first arrived. Everyone was forced to hand over everything that might be useful for making this place successful. Or at least, that's what they had told us at the time. Things were becoming clearer now. We aren't free. We are so very far from it. And it seems that we might never be free again. If the government has fallen, that means no help was coming, that this is truly it. So far, the complex had been run with the belief that things would eventually get better, that it was temporary, but that isn't true anymore. The sinking feeling in my stomach gets worse. It will only end one way, and for the civilians, that will be badly. I pull my knees up to my chest and suck in slow breaths. I have to pull myself together. I fucking have to. I can't be the selfish woman that I've been for the past year. I have to help these people. I have no real idea what the colonel will do to anyone who doesn't behave the way he wants, but I don't see anything good coming from it. Because I believed him when he said that no one was going to take this place from him. And really, how could we? He has the manpower, the guns, the lock and key to the damned kingdom. I drag my hands through my hair, my breathing finally slowing down to a more normal pace, and I look up at the moon. It's the same moon that had shone down on me all those months ago. The same moon that Ben and I had looked up at on our honeymoon so many years ago. And it's the same moon that will be there at the end. Tears slip free from my eyes. The moon is a constant in my life, no matter what happens. It's there, and it will continue to be there, long after I'm gone. Chapter 15. 1 month later. I'm off out on a ration run. Tessrin kicks the side of my bed and flashes me a smile. Bring me back a Twinkie, I bite out and yawn. It's early, the sun barely up, but the days start earlier now than ever before. I swing my legs over the side of my bed and stretch. Now, I thought you were on a diet. She laughs. I look over my shoulder at her and grin. Somewhere along the line we had exchanged stories, pasts, futures, and a friendship had been born. It isn't one I feel completely comfortable with having, if I'm honest. I would much rather have sunk to the bottom of a bottle of despair and faded away, but since Operation Keep the Crazy Civilians Calm has taken effect, we have bonded regardless. She is way better at the whole people person thing than I am, and yet I can fight our corner if I need to. We are a perfect team, mainly because no matter what, our end goal is the same: keep everyone safe. I don't know exactly when that happened, when my goal went from keeping myself alive and living day to day to actually trying to keep other people alive, but it has. Somehow I have found my way back from the darkness that had begun to envelop my soul. She pats my shoulder and I grab her hand. Be safe, I say. I always am. She smiles, and I release her hand, letting her go. I slip on my boots, smiling fondly at them before standing up and leaving the room. Most people are starting to wake up now, only those that have been on night duty still asleep. Things have been slowly evolving around the compound. The colonel, while still a total asshole, isn't as big an asshole as he first seemed. Sure, he wants it known that he is in charge and that no one can take that position from him. Who can blame him? He's king of the complex. But forgetting that, for the most part, he is fair with us all. I have helped to drip-feed information to the other civilians over the course of the past month, and we are finally at the point where they know things have gotten really bad outside and that things are not going to be over anytime soon. But they are dealing with it. I made a deal with Colonel Smith in week 1 to let the civilians join in building the place up with more than just counting duties and cleaning up the pigsties. Though he wouldn't fully let us get out of that. It seems I'm a better negotiator than I've given myself credit for, because though we aren't on the same level as the soldiers, I have definitely gotten us on more of an even footing. We aren't just sitting around waiting to die or waiting to be saved anymore. We are contributing to our new society, and truthfully, people are happier for it. Their confidence in me continues to grow, as do their responsibilities, and with it my own confidence in my abilities, because so far, I haven't fucked anything up. The colonel and his big bad army have embraced the apocalypse and all of its horrors with arms wide open, and they have let the rest of us join in. It's an easier pill to swallow than the one previously, that's for sure. I take the steps one at a time, in no rush to get to this morning's briefing with the colonel and the other section leaders. He wants more civilians to head out on patrol and scavenger runs, where I think that we aren't experienced enough. It feels, at least some of the time, that the civilians here are expendable to the colonel, and yet at other times it doesn't. I'm still learning to read him properly. The only thing I'm certain of is that I don't yet trust him completely. I walk across the square, already seeing people getting to work on the walls. They are higher now, and much stronger than previously. The structural engineer is brilliant at his job. No one can fault him. The walls are high enough now that they serve as real watchtowers. Where soldiers used to have to stand just outside the gates to keep watch for the debtors, now they get to do it from the safety of the top of the wall. Which is also good, because it means we have civilians on duty as well now. It's another trust issue resolved, having some of the civilians on guard with the soldiers at all times, and it keeps everyone happier. And I'm all about keeping people happy these days. The dark and bitter me has slid away, leaving behind a woman I hardly recognize, but one I know Ben would have been proud of. I push open the metal door and step inside the dim meeting room. I'm not the last to arrive, and that's good. Punctuality has never been my strong point, yet these days I hate to be late for anything. It always felt like I had missed out on some important discussion, and I hate to miss out on anything. I'm the eyes and ears of the people now, and Tesserin refuses to let me take that responsibility lightly. I take a seat next to Carter, one of the patrols from last night. He is tired, with deep black rings under his eyes, but he never misses any of the meetings either. His name also isn't Carter. That is his surname. Everyone but civilians gets called by their surname. I don't really know why or care to understand it. I just go along with it. Morning. He nods his head at me. You look like you could use some coffee, I reply, and he smiles. Sure could. And a plate of eggs and bacon would be good also. It's unlikely I'll be getting either of those things, though. He winks, and I grin. Carter had been one of the soldiers on duty the day I had arrived. He had seen me at my darkest, and I'm glad that he was getting to see me half-fixed. I had been a wreck back then. Nothing and no one could get through to me. But somehow I had made it out the other side of that darkness, and now here I am. If I had a friend other than Tesserin in this place, it would be Carter. Colonel Smith arrives and comes around to sit at the head of the table. His movements are always brisk and purposeful. I have a feeling that every thought is calculated and motivated by keeping himself in his current top-dog position. He makes his way around to each section leader, gathering information for the day ahead and the previous day. Things are always busy around here. Something always happening. And sometimes I find it hard to keep up with it all. But at least I'm confident that the colonel is always up to speed on things. The colonel scribbles some notes down and then looks up before fixing his gaze on one of the men across the table from me. Sanders, what's the report back from the new food storage? I look over at Sanders, a slender, balding man with a larger-than-average top lip that makes him permanently look like he has been punched in the face. I watch as he checks his notes from a sheet in front of him. Looking good for completion by the end of the week, sir. Along with the walls, the structural engineer has also helped us set up new homes for a lot of people, but his main job is food and weapon storage. Our current ones are barely standing, and since guns and food are what we needed to survive, they, along with the walls, are top priority. Daniels, what's the fuel situation like now? I know last week's scavenge brought in supplies. Do we have enough to get us through the winter? No, sir. Maybe the first 2 months, but we still need more. I'm heading out today to check on some new intel. Apparently there's a location just west of here that might still hold supplies. The colonel nods. Take 2 of our men and 2 civilians with you. Get going now. I expect you back by sundown, soldier. Fuel is of the highest priority as of today. Sir, yes, sir. Daniel stands up, salutes, and leaves, and I roll my eyes at his retreating back. Masterson, how is Operation Clear All going? Colonel Smith asks without looking up, his pen scribbling notes across his piece of faded yellow paper. Sir, it's coming along great. We've got a lot of the surrounding area cleared, and the lookouts are saying that it's making their job a lot easier. Sir, if I may. I watch Masterson with a frown, knowing that this will also affect me and my team, since a lot of the civilians have been helping to clear the area with his team. Colonel Smith looks up and gestures for Masterson to continue. Sir, we could use more hands on this job. I frown even harder. Colonel Smith frowns, and Masterson looks uneasy about asking for yet more help. The civilians already outnumber the soldiers on Operation Clear All, with Masterson tending to keep guard in the truck. And I say that with inverted commas and a giant stick up my ass. The guy is a grade A pussy. I don't even know how he made the cut when it came to joining the army, because he's a little bitch where the undead are concerned. Sir, we need more armed people on watch, and we need some more clearers. We lost 2 last week, and— What? Who? I interject. I haven't heard anything about losing people. My people. Masterson pays me no attention, mainly because he's an arrogant asshole who doesn't think my input is needed, but also because he's clearly uncomfortable answering my questions. I look to the colonel, hoping to see the same shock on his face at the news of the 2 casualties, but instead he seemed impassive about the whole thing. Very well. Nina can arrange for 2 more civilians, and Carter can arrange another marksman. Is that everything? He looks back down to his pad and continues to scribble notes. Yes, sir. Masterson agrees, offering me a smug side glance like this is all some big freaking joke and he isn't bartering with people's lives. Sir, I snap. I wasn't informed of any deaths. I glare at Masterson, who continues to ignore me. I can't willingly agree to send more people out to their deaths. Colonel Smith looks up, his eyes still not showing any sign of emotion.
Nina, we need people to clear the area to help keep everyone safe. We need marksmen to keep the dead back from our walls while we fortify them. And I need everyone in this operation working together to keep this project running smoothly. It's for everyone's benefit. We all have a stake in this, and we are all at risk, whether behind the walls, behind a gun, or neither.
But why wasn't I informed of the deaths? I grind out, feeling patronized. He stares at me, humor in his expression. So help me if you say it's because I'm a woman.
Well, what can I say? You're too emotional about death, Nina.
Masterson speaks from across the table. I glare back across at him. How am I supposed to feel about death? In a way, he's right. I am emotional about death. Each one cuts me, burrowing deep inside my soul and promising to give me nightmares for many years to come. But I can't just let the deaths skip by me like they are nothing, because they aren't nothing.
Perhaps it's not you that's at fault, Masterson continues. After all, how did you not notice that you were down 2 people?
You're such a fucking fucker. My teeth grind together until my jaw aches, and I can barely drag my gaze away from him when the Colonel begins to talk.
Nina, this is exactly what he's talking about. You need to disconnect from certain things or you're no good to me. Do you understand?
Colonel Smith clasps his hands on the table in front of him, and I have to bury the rage that burns in my belly. I understand the warning he's giving me. The ultimatum of sorts. Either do your job or get out. I nod and chew on the inside of my cheek. People would kill for this position, and while I don't care for it in the sense of having more power than others, I do believe that I have everyone's best interests at heart and will do good for them all. Besides, the constant business of the job stops me from thinking about my own internal misery.
How are the new lodgings treating our civilians?
The Colonel moves on from my outburst and his threat without so much as a blink of an eye. But his talk of the new housing is like the salve for my open wound. He's good at doing that. Good. They're much better than previous, I answer. Silence follows as he waits for me to say more, and I awkwardly clear my throat. People are much happier with them now. I'm not sure how warm they will be come deep winter, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. The first thing I had discussed with Tessrin had been to get everyone proper housing, or at least semi-proper housing. If things were going to stay like this for a while, then people needed more than just a piece of cardboard on the floor. Those had been short-term solutions, where our problem was now long-term. So over the past month we had created a sort of civilian village and had scavenged enough sleeping bags and pillows from abandoned homes in the closest town. Tents had been constructed for the most part, but children, the elderly, or anyone with a family now slept inside once again. They shut their doors at night and locked out the horrors, and for a few short hours they could pretend that this was all a nightmare. There had been an uproar at the start, a small group of men believing that they deserved real walls instead of tents, much more than women, children, and the elderly. But if anything, that had made the Colonel more adamant in the denial of their requests. I guess everyone's a selfish asshole at the end of the world.
And our other problem.
The Colonel watches me sternly. I think it's sorted. I swallow. I think our little problem is sorted. At least I hope so. One of the civilians, Jamie, had been caught stealing food, and the Colonel had left it up to me to make an example of him. He doesn't want people doubting his authority, and he doesn't want to get his hands dirty. So he had given me the task of deciding Jamie's punishment. As much as I wanted to tell the Colonel to suck it because I wasn't going to do his dirty work, I knew that it was in Jamie's best interest if I did. So now he had latrine duties for the next 6 months, and he got no extra rations when the carriers brought in a haul. In the grand scheme of things, he had gotten off lightly. It wouldn't always be like this, of that I had no doubt. Once this place was fully operational, I had no doubt that real laws would be put in place, and me and my bullshit punishments would be discarded. Truthfully, I'm okay with being discarded. Having real laws again scares me, though. History is being rewritten. Colonel Smith narrows his eyes at me, a warning hidden in their depths, but I hold his gaze until he nods and moves on. He continues around the table and asks questions of everyone else until he's satisfied that he knows exactly what's going on in this place. Like me, the Colonel does not like to be kept in the dark. On anything. Ever. The meeting is adjourned and we all stand up to leave. As I'm exiting the door, I hear Colonel Smith call Carter back, and I hate that I have to leave without knowing what's being said. Outside, the sun is up, and yet the air is still cool. Daniels was right, though. Winter is on its way. I move around the compound, looking over the tents in the civilian village, and deciding that they aren't nearly acceptable if winter hits us hard, like has been predicted. But what can we do? There isn't any more room for any more real structures. Not just that, but we're running out of time. The Deaders have been relentless in their attacks. Of course they are. They're dead. They don't care that we're trying to survive the winter. We had lost a lot of people recently due to us trying to gather and hoard as many supplies as possible. There are more and more people heading outside the walls when we should be hunkering down. But we can't. Not yet. I get that. I do. I just don't like it. A noise from the main entrance draws my attention and I turn, frowning in the direction. Gunfire erupts from the top of the wall. Slowly at first, just 1 or 2 quick shots being fired off in the direction of whatever their target was. And then it gets worse. Chapter 16. Civilian movement is what finally spurs me into action, and I take a step forward as the gates begin to open and army personnel begin to stumble backwards into the compound, all the while still firing at their targets. Targets that I can now see. Deaders. And lots of them. The doors are being pushed back closed even as a few of the dead make it inside. My heart catches in my throat as one of the Deaders grabs onto the closest living thing it can find, a young soldier who can't be more than 21. It latches onto his throat even as bullets from a soldier to my left pound into its body. Its teeth find purchase, and it chomps down on the soft flesh as his life gushes down and into its throat. The man screams loudly before being cut off. His arms flail as he pushes and stumbles, all sense of protocol gone as he continues to beat at the monster. Bullets still hit it, but between its own frenzied attack and the young soldier freaking out, a direct shot is out of the question. The other Deaders that have managed to get inside are now being chased down and killed, and the marksmen on the top of the wall are busy shooting down the Deaders trying to beat their way into our city. The soldier and the Deader fall to the ground in a tumble of limbs and blood, and the shooter next to me turns his attention to a Deader closing in on him. All the while, the poor soldier is still being taken apart, piece by bloody piece. I take a step forward, and then stop myself, unsure of what to do. I'm frozen in the middle of the courtyard, and all around me is death, death, and more death. Yet all I can do is stand and stare at everything in shock. I'm as bad as Masterson. Chills run over me, and I will myself to move forward, to do something, to help in some small but significant way before everything we have worked toward for the past month is ripped away from us. I look over at the soldier, finally noticing that he has a pistol holstered at his side, a pistol which he never had a chance to take out. I can't help but think. I dart forward, trying to ignore the stench of flesh rot that hangs thickly around the Deader. The soldier has been silenced, but he's not gone from this world yet. He hasn't yet given up on life, and if I or someone else doesn't do something about that, he won't be able to give up on death either, because he's minutes away from turning. That much is clear. Life still pumps through his veins, but not for much longer. The Deader moves onto the soldier's chest, its broken fingers pressing through the flesh, muscle, and bone to get at whatever lies inside. The sound of bones cracking and flesh tearing as it rips into his chest cavity is unmistakable. It barely pays me any attention as I lean down and pull at the pistol. I grip it and tug it to me, but it's held in place by a holster strap. I pull again, my shaking hands trying to snap the holster open, but the movement causes the Deader to pause in its feast, its eyes finally looking up at me. I finally have the pistol in my grip, but I'm frozen in the moment as I stare into the Deader's face. Not an ounce of humanness is left in this monster's decrepit body. Carnage reigns all around me. Gunshots and yelling, growls of Deaders, screams of frightened people, but I can only stare at the thing in front of me, watching as it climbs back up to its feet and takes a stumbling step forward in its pursuit of another meal for its ever-hungry stomach. A tear slides unwillingly out from one of my eyes, and as the thing gets too close, I swing the butt of the pistol as hard as I can and smash it into the side of its skull. It falls sideways, crashing into the blood-soaked ground and already trying to get back to its feet before it has even fully fallen over. I move closer and swing again, and again, and again. I will kill it. This thing, this monster, this debtor. I will kill it and put it out of its misery. I will stop it from hurting anyone else ever again. I could fire the pistol into its skull, destroying its brain, but I don't. I choose to beat this thing to death, to put my life on the line in the desire for its bloody death. I smash and smash until my eyes can barely understand what they're seeing anymore. All that remains of its face is shattered bone and a bloody, pulpy mess. I smash until the pistol is pried from my trembling fingers, and I look up into Carter's hardened yet equally concerned face. You got it. It's gone. He speaks calmly, as if this is all normal, an everyday occurrence. I guess to him it is. He pulls me to my feet, dragging me away from the bodies of both man and monster. His arm is heavy around my shoulders, weighing me down and yet giving me strength. He walks me away. To where, I don't care. The rage is still burning through me, and all I want to do is kill something and someone, because that mindless violence felt so damn good. Like I was finally making a difference. I look back at the mess I had created of its face, frightened, yet not ashamed by my own manic need to kill it in such a brutal way. My face feels hot, and I run a shaking hand down it, realizing that both things are covered in rotten blood and skull fragments. And then I vomit.
Are you okay?
I look over my shoulder at Carter, the graying sheets of the makeshift hospital bed a stark contrast to my bloodthirsty thoughts. I look away from him, staring at the person in the bed next to me. Yeah, I'm fine, I answer, lying profusely. No, I am not okay. At all. I had lost it out there. Like completely fucking batshit crazy lost it. Like lock this crazy chick up lost it. He knows it and I know it. I've spent the last several hours desperately trying to claw my mind back from the crazy that has awoken in me. Seeing that debtor so close, seeing its anger and hatred and hunger, something inside of me, something tripped up, stumbling over all the happy things I had convinced myself of for the past month. And now it had crumbled away, leaving behind a dark void of depression.
You don't seem fine.
Well, neither did all the people that just got eaten alive, but you know, shit happens and all that. I squeeze my eyes closed, hating the sound of my own voice. Has Tessrin returned yet?
No, not yet, he replies. The horde outside the walls was huge. I'm sure they're hiding out somewhere because they couldn't get near the place.
Okay, I reply. I feel sick. Sick with anger, sick with worry, and sick with the torment of what our future holds. And the other part wants to beat myself senseless for being obnoxious enough to get swallowed up by my own emotions. I am alive, and many are not. I need to get a fucking grip, and soon. Carter places a heavy hand on my shoulder.
I'll be here when you need me.
Silence falls between us, and I try to Jedi mind trick him into going away. It works, and I listen to his retreating steps, all the while thinking about the underlying meaning to his words. I continue to stare at the man in the bed next to me. His eyes are closed, and there is a bandage across his left arm. Superficial bite. That's what they had said when they checked on him earlier. It was superficial. That's what they had said. It's a sincerely fucked up world when we dismiss a 4-inch hole being bitten out of your arm as superficial. They've strapped him to his bed for both his and our safety, and I can't deny that I'm glad about that. We don't yet know how the disease is passed on, how the dead keep on coming back to life, and until we do, every precaution has to be taken. I get that, and I'm accepting of it. Until I'm the one strapped to the gurney, of course. The room I'm in contains 6 other people, all of us having so-called superficial, non-life-threatening wounds, varying from bites to gunshots to a sprained wrist. Another ward has been set up in the building next door, which contains more than the supposed superficial wounds, like missing limbs and such. I guess in context to those injuries, a 4-inch hole is superficial after all. I close my eyes and try to rest, forcing away the ache in my chest, forcing away the image of Tessrin and my worry for her safety. She'll be okay. She has to be. I chant the words to myself, ensnaring them inside myself and refusing to believe anything else is possible but for her to be alive and well. She's okay. She's okay. She has to be. She's my only friend. The room is dark when I wake up, just the dim glow from the emergency lights at the doorway to keep the darkness from fully encroaching. The echo of screams are still ringing in my ears, deep groans of hunger still bouncing around my head like it's the here and now, and I'm not safe behind the walls. I can almost smell the stench of death washing over my face, the snap of a mouth opening, ready to take a chunk out of me. I dive from the bed, narrowly missing the snap of jaws that lunge for me as I tumble to the floor in a crash of tangled limbs. "Deaders!" I scream as loudly as I can before I begin to scramble underneath the bed, moving across the floor of the room and toward the exit as quickly as I can, the sound of the deader right behind me. The room is pitch black, but the sounds of yelling and stumbling are clear and bright. The deader loses me in the darkness, letting its interests fall to the bodies of men that are finally waking thanks to my screams. I barely hear the first cry of pain as the main doors swing open and the room explodes into noise and brightness. Everything is engulfed in gunfire and screams as I hide underneath a bed, my hands covering my ears and my knees drawn up to my chest. I wait for the soldiers to put the deader down. I try not to think of who it had been, whether it was a civilian or a soldier, because it doesn't matter. They just need to kill it, end it, finish it. Whoever it was is gone, and now only evil remains. I stay there while the room is lost to the deafening roar of bullets and screams, and I cry until there are no more tears inside of me. And then finally, the room falls back into silence. The glow of flashlights light the room. Bright, high-powered LED flashlights that blanket everything in a false yellow glow. I cry out at the dead bodies littering the floor and the river of blood that passes near my feet. "Nina?" Carter's face comes into view shortly before his hand does. His thick fingers wrap around my forearm and drag me away from my hiding place before slamming me up against the wall so forcefully I think I hear a click of bones. I'm okay, I mumble, my eyes finally getting used to the brightness of the room and taking in the view around me. Blood everywhere. I swallow, my jaw falling open as I try to comprehend the carnage. Bodies lie still in their beds, blood soaking their sheets like they pissed themselves. The splat of brain matter and bone is slashed across the walls like graffiti artwork. Dead. All of them. Every person that had been in here with me. And on one of the bodies is the deader. The only deader in the room. Its face is already gray, its eyes cloudy with death, its mouth hanging open with partly chewed flesh still trapped between its jagged teeth. "Move out of the way, Carter!" Masterson's voice is loud and clear, the deadly intent obvious as he raises his rifle in my direction and stomps toward me. "She's okay. She's not bitten." Carter holds my arms by my sides, his eyes grazing over my body and making certain of that fact. "She's fine. I have orders to kill everything and everyone. Now move." Carter's face creases in frustration. "I said she's not bitten." He turns around, his body shielding mine, and I cower behind him, glad for the protection. Carter pulls out his pistol and aims it at Masterson. "Back off." "You going to shoot me, Carter? I'm one of yours. We're on the same team." From my view behind Carter, Masterson looks crazed. His eyes wild, his face vicious. He looks bloodthirsty. "She's on our team, too. She hasn't been bitten. Now lower your weapon." Carter's aim is steady, not a single shake to his arm, but Masterson's grip is just as firm. The doors swing open and Colonel Smith marches in looking exceptionally frazzled. "Jesus Christ, men! Put your cocks away and back the fuck down." He surveys the room, moving forward and glancing at each bed until he reaches Masterson and Carter. "I said put your damn weapons down, both of you." Masterson immediately lowers his weapon, but Carter doesn't. The Colonel's gaze finds mine, and he frowns harder, his gaze traveling to Carter.
Is she infected? Bitten?
He asks.
No, sir.
Carter replies firmly and without hesitation.
Not a scratch on her and no infection present. Just the sprained wrist from killing that zombie earlier today.
I know that he mentions me killing the zombie earlier to show my strength and my use, yet the memory only serves to make me fearful again. The colonel nods and looks across at Masterson.
Clean this mess up. No more fuck-ups. You understand me?
Yes, sir, Masterson replies with annoyance. The colonel starts to walk away with a shake of his head.
Sir, what about Nina?
Masterson adds on.
Should I kill her, just to be certain?
My heart rams against my rib cage, and I wonder if Carter will mind if I puke down his back. The colonel pauses, and my hands move of their own accord, clinging to Carter's sides.
If she's not bitten, she's cleared to go.
He glances back at Carter.
You make sure she's checked, and I mean thoroughly.
And with that, he marches away and I breathe a sigh of relief.
Sir.
Carter nods his head firmly as the colonel leaves the room, and I remind myself to breathe. Masterson turns to look at Carter again.
It's on your head, asshole.
He snaps, before walking away and barking orders to get the room cleared of the dead bodies. Carter finally lowers his weapon and turns around, my grasp on him loosening as he does.
You okay?
He asks again. I nod, my internal anxiety raging and raging and raging. I nod again. Yes. I'm not bitten. I promise you I'm not. I stutter the words out fearfully, my gaze leaving his and going to Masterson, who continues to glare at me over the tops of Carter's shoulders. His eyes soften.
We'll go somewhere private. I'll need to check you properly.
I nod in agreement because right now I'm grateful that he was here to stop me from ending up like one of the corpses that are currently being dragged out of the room by their feet. Carter guides me out of the room, his pistol still in his hand, and his body shielding mine from the other soldiers. I watched the men drag the bodies from their beds, bodies that were strapped down and therefore had no chance to escape either gunshot or deader bite. Bodies with no sign of infection or turning, and I realized that those soldiers were sent in here with the orders to slaughter everyone they could, just to be certain. And I fully comprehend that Carter just saved my life in more ways than one. Chapter 17. Carter leads me across the courtyard and unlocks a door before guiding me inside the small building and down a short hallway. I have never been in this building, but I recognize it as a science room of some sort. As we move down the hallway, he puts his pistol back in its holster, and I watch the sway of the rifle across his back. Tables are lined up with various jars and tubes on them. Microscopes line one row of tables, and the main wall is covered by sheets that are filled with numbers and words I don't really understand. Carter leaves me by the doorway while he goes around the room and turns on several small lamps until the room is illuminated by false glow. He comes back to my side, takes my hand, and leads me further into the room. What is this place? I ask, still taking in the room. He finally holsters his gun and unbuttons his jacket before releasing a sigh that seems to carry the weight of the world.
It's where they try to work out how to save the world.
He sounds so tired, so thoroughly exhausted by this world and everything in it.
Nina, I need you to strip.
His voice is soft, its usual coarseness evaporated in the air.
I need to check you over properly and make sure that you have no signs of infections anywhere.
He can't meet my eyes, and I know that he's embarrassed. Carter, I'm okay. I was checked over when they were strapping my wrist up. My arms wrap around my middle, and I don't know why I'm arguing about it because I know that it has to happen. Colonel Smith made it an order, and Carter follows orders to the letter. He shrugs and swallows.
Everyone in that room was checked and no one seemed to be infected.
He looks up and finally meets my gaze, his resolve firm.
So I'm sorry, but I need you to strip now.
I nod, feeling embarrassment crawl up my spine. But I get it. I do. Because I had seen the fear and loathing on Masterson's face. That man will do anything to stay alive, even sending innocent people to their deaths, and as such, I need to prove that I have nothing to hide. No bites and no infections. Only then will I fully have Carter's protection. I hate that I need it, but I do. Okay, I mumble, and I begin to undress, first pulling my sweater over my head and then kneeling down to take my boots off. Next come the pants and then my t-shirt, until I'm standing in front of Carter in just my dirty underwear. My hair lies dirty and knotty around my shoulders, a tangle of split ends and grime. Carter hasn't looked up yet. His eyes have remained downcast to try and save me from some of the embarrassment, but they finally lift. His gaze grazes up my legs until it reaches the apex of my thighs, pausing briefly with a sharp intake of his breath. His gaze travels further, up and over my hips and stomach, over my small breasts and up to my neck. He takes a step forward, his right hand hesitantly lifting before coming back to his side. I need you to turn around, please. I want to laugh at his politeness, at his embarrassment in all this, because we're two grown adults and this shouldn't be so awkward, but it is. I turn slowly, my skin peppered with goosebumps. Silence eclipses the room as he checks my body over for any signs of a bite or an infection. A cut or a scratch of any kind that might mean I am sick or could get sick. The air moves and I hear him take a hesitant step forward, and I flinch as one of his hands touches my back. His breath is close to my neck when he speaks, and I shiver from it. I need you to take off your bra, okay? Okay, I reply quietly, my voice sounding tiny. I reach around and unclasp my bra before sliding the straps down my shoulders and arms until it is just a thin piece of material in my tight grasp. And your panties. I'm sorry, Nina, he says, and I want him to sound sorry, but he doesn't sound sorry at all. His voice is thick and heavy, laden with lust, and I get it, I really do, because I feel something too. I slide my panties down until they pool at my feet, and then I stand there, naked and waiting, clenching my jaw tightly so my teeth don't chatter. And I'm not even cold, yet I'm shaking, and I don't even know anymore if it's because I'm nervous, embarrassed, or afraid. Carter's hands find their way to my hair, and I flinch when he touches me. Gently, carefully. I need to lift your hair, okay? I nod once, and he lifts my dark locks away from my shoulders, holding my hair in his grasp like a ponytail at the top of my head. The cool air touches the back of my neck and makes me shiver again. There is nothing but silence in this room, barring the furious beating of both of our hearts, and I know just from the fact that he's still standing there, so close to my naked body that he could wrap his arms around my midsection and nuzzle his mouth into my neck, I know that he wants to kiss me. But he doesn't. He won't. Carter is a man of restraint, of careful planning and minimal risk-taking. He won't kiss me unless I ask him to. Unless he knows that this is what I want, that he is what I want. He won't risk the rejection. So I grit my teeth, and then I take a step away from him. He releases my hair, letting it fall back around my shoulders, and he doesn't say anything, but I can feel his disappointment all the same. Did you see everything you needed to? I ask, taking a breath before turning around to face him. Because this was the point. For him to check my body, for him to see that I am healthy, that I am okay and not in any way infected. This was supposed to be the point anyway, wasn't it? His eyes are full of heat and desire when they meet mine, his sculpted mouth turned down into a small frown. Carter nods and takes a step back from me, his gaze trailing over my bare breasts, where his pupils dilate before he continues examining the rest of my body. He finally looks at the floor with shame. Can I get dressed now? I ask, and my voice is curt, probably curter than he expects it to be by the way he looks away shamefaced. Anger, annoyance, irritation, any one of those emotions would have been more expected from me. But I'm tired, sad, and mentally exhausted. I haven't got any sass left in me, so I'm curt, and that's the best emotion I can give right now for how I'm feeling. He nods and walks to the doorway, turning his back to me to give me some privacy, which is a joke, really. I dress quickly, hating putting back on the filthy pants with the blood-stained knees, but I do it. I put on my dirty clothes, and when I'm dressed, I walk to stand by Carter's side. What now? I ask. He turns his head to look at me, and his gray eyes look sad, but he quickly covers it up with indifference. We try to stay alive. He lets his words hang in the air for a moment, his gaze examining the features of my face.
Tessrin came back while you were sleeping.
My heart stutters. Is she okay? He nods.
She'll be worrying about you. We should go check on her.
He walks out of the room, and when I follow him, he locks the door behind us. We make our way along the hallway again and back outside. The sun is starting to rise, and everything seems just like it did yesterday, but so much has changed now. Carter locks the door and turns to walk away. I grab hold of his arm, and he stops and turns abruptly, his eyes hopeful. Thank you, I say, and he nods because he knows what I'm about to say, for saving my life back there. I release him and turn to go and find Tessrin, feeling guilty for not wanting anything more than friendship from Carter, though I know that he needs more from me. But I can't give him what he wants. He's not Ben, and no one will ever replace my husband.
Nina, you should know something.
I turn back and see him grinding his jaw in indecision for a moment before finally speaking.
Masterson is putting plans into place, plans that will see civilians going back to their old jobs.
I frown. He's such an asshole. Colonel Smith won't agree to that. He needs us.
I'm not sure what's going to happen next, but I wouldn't count on the colonel having the civilians' backs. After last night, he's not a big fan.
Carter looks around, making sure we're all alone.
It was a civilian that was bitten. Outside the gates while they were clearing. They didn't tell anyone, and it was a civilian that led the horde to the gates.
He shakes his head like he's tired of the whole thing, and I guess he is. I know I am. People make mistakes when they're scared, Carter. I'm trying my hardest not to get angry at him, because I know it's not his fault, but I can't help it.
I know. That's why...
He looks away from me.
That's why I agree with him.
What? I try to catch his eyes, but he won't look at me anymore. You don't mean that.
You're not trained for this. None of you are. But we are. This is our job. This is what we do. We protect. Go and see your friend. I'll let you know when I find out more.
He walks away from me, and I can't help but wonder if his opinion would be the same if I'd let him kiss me. That maybe he would be in a different mindset if I hadn't rejected him. I head back to our room and find Tessrin inside. She's sitting on her bed, and her eyes look red and sore from crying. Her face is covered in smudges of dirt and dried blood, and as soon as she sees me, she stands up and we throw our arms around each other, both of us sobbing with relief that the other is okay. This is what friendship does to you. It makes you vulnerable. It makes you weak. But it makes it a life worth living. Because if we don't have love or friendship, what do we have? We have nothing. Are you okay? What happened here? Tessrin finally asks. I pull her to sit down next to me on my bed. The other women in the room look over at us briefly, but they're all too involved in retelling their own horror stories to care about us. We had an outbreak. Someone on clearing duty got bit. They didn't tell anyone, and they turned and attacked people. I'm holding her hand tightly, too tightly, but I can't let go. Carter said things are going to change now that Masterson doesn't want civvies doing the Army's jobs. She nods and agrees. So what happens then, if things go back to the way they were? I don't know. She bites her bottom lip. I doubt it's going to be good for us, though. But then what was the point in any of this? Frustration laces my words, and I finally release her hand. The walls are up. We have enough food stores to get us through the winter, at least with careful rationing, and around the city has been cleared so we can see any hordes approaching. I guess we should be grateful that we got to help at all, and that we still have this place. Last night could have been a lot worse, both inside and outside the city. Maybe it's time to let them do their job again. I turn to look at her, a heavy frown etched across my face, and I finally see Tessrin. She's not the same woman that went outside the walls yesterday, that's for damn sure. What happened to you out there? I asked, and the moment I ask, her eyes fill with tears. She rubs at them and laughs. I'm sorry. I'm exhausted. She takes a deep breath before speaking again. We were attacked by other humans. They were so angry, Nina, so violent. They were worse than the damn zombies.
At least with zombies, you know it's not really their fault, but these men, they knew exactly what they were doing, and they enjoyed it. Her words hang in the air between us because I have no idea what to say to that. I know people can be bad. I'm not stupid. But I still can't imagine anything worse than the Deaders. I think of Masterson and his desperation to stay alive at any costs, and a shudder runs through me. Nina, they were just killing for the sake of killing. We offered to give them everything, guns, ammo, our truck. But they didn't want it. They just wanted to kill us. Her bottom lip quivers, and I pull her into another hug. Her arms tighten around me. They laughed while they hacked up my friends. They fucking laughed. And then the zombies came, and we all got separated when we ran. Her body is shaking, and I know that she's crying. Her breath is hot on my neck, and I can smell dried blood on both her clothes and mine. How many made it back, Tess? Just me, she replies. And then she cries even harder. Chapter 18. It's early in the morning. I can tell by the coolness in the air and the sound of everyone still sleeping, yet I am awake. I can't sleep. Something is wrong. All wrong. I can feel it in my gut that changes are being made and I'm not going to like them. That no one is going to like them. My grip on the civvies is tenuous, and I know that soon enough it will be gone. I don't mind that. I'm not a narcissistic control freak. What I do care about is that without direction, things will get chaotic and people will make stupid decisions. I know that Colonel Smith knows all of this, because he's not stupid either. That's why he hired me in the first place. But he also won't risk losing total control of this place, even if it means sacrificing any troublemakers. I get up and slide my boots on. I can't sleep anyway. I walk to the door and crack it open before slipping outside. The sun isn't up yet, but it wants to be. It's that point between night and day where the sun and the moon are fighting for control. I look up into the sky and close my eyes, wishing for something that I know is pointless. I wish for... Can't sleep. I look around and see a man leaning against the railing and staring down into the courtyard. He's average in every sense of the word. Average height, average build, average face. He turns to look at me, giving a small smile of hello, and I do the same back. I have trouble sleeping. Always have, but this past year has been even harder, don't you think? He asks, though he isn't looking at me anymore. He's looking at the sky, much like I did only moments ago. I turn to walk away from him because I've never been one for small talk anyway, but right now is a definite no-no. It's Nina, right? He asks my retreating back. Why? I turn to face him, glad that I've put some distance between us. Because I have someone you need to meet. I quirk an eyebrow. Unless it's James Hetfield from Metallica? I highly doubt that. I may have previously had a penchant for shoes and getting my nails painted, but that didn't stop me from having awesome taste in music. The man laughs, and I can tell it's genuine. My name's James. But listen, we can't talk here. There are changes coming, changes that won't benefit the people, and we need to discuss what we're going to do about that. The people? I smirk, and he smirks right back. Yes, the people. Our people. Your people. None of this army command and conquer bullshit. He gestures with his head and starts to walk away, and I follow him because I'm already sold on what he's selling. We head around the back of the building, avoiding the soldiers on duty, and we slip into a tent. Inside are a handful of other people whose eyes all look me over as I enter. I recognize a lot of the people in here. Most of them I've worked with in some capacity or another over the past month. There are runners, carriers, clearers. They are my people, and I understand what James was talking about now. I follow him into the center of the tent, and I sit when he sits. Other people are here, yet the older man opposite me is who I am here to see. Of that I am certain. He doesn't smile or offer any kind of acknowledgement, but gets right down to business. There's talk that Colonel Smith already has plans in place to stop civilian involvement in the running of this place. I'm here to put a stop to that, and everyone you see here is going to help me.
He is a no-nonsense sort of man that I can instantly respect. I like that he's not bullshitting me, and that he's telling it to me like it is.
I want you to help too, Nina. You and as many people as you can get to help.
What?
What am I planning on doing?
I nod and he continues.
I'm planning to overthrow the colonel and put myself in charge. I want what's best for everyone. I want us all to work together. I want a community to be proud of, that won't kill people for no reason. The colonel has rations hidden. He's been lying this entire time about how much we have, and I think it's time to put an end to his ruling.
I swallow because, well, shit. That was kind of dramatic. But I don't say that. Instead, I nod and agree with what he's saying while I make up my mind. I continue to listen to his calm and controlled rants about how much food and ammo is stored away and being kept from us, about what the world is really like out there beyond our walls, and I buy into it, hook, line, and sinker. Because in my heart of hearts, I know he's right. But also because I'm angry. He continues calmly.
We have guards that agree with us, and they're willing to help put me in charge. Let me rule this place like it should be ruled, with compassion and equality.
James puts his hand on my shoulder and I glance over at him. He smiles.
We will have to be united if this is going to work. We want a better society for all. Lee is going to help us get that.
I nod and agree, looking across at the older man that I assume is Lee. That is what we all want, and it seems so much fairer than what things were like previously. How do you know that the colonel is definitely going to revert things back to how they used to be?
A sensible question.
Carter pushes his way to the center of the circle, and I gasp in surprise. Mr. Rigid is actually breaking the rules.
Carter has brought us all the intel that we need, and he's behind us in helping to stop the plans,
Lee says with confidence. My mouth is still open in shock at Carter's involvement, but I can't hide the fact that his presence makes me feel much better. I trust Carter, and I believe in his heart of hearts he wants what's good for this place. I'm in, I say confidently. But look, I don't want anyone getting hurt.
Neither do we,
Lee agrees, and I watch as the other people in the tent nod and agree also.
Well, we'll be in touch then. We need to get more people on board if we're going to do this with as little fuss as possible, and that's not going to happen overnight.
James stands up, ready to guide me back out, but Carter steps toward me.
I've got this,
he says to James and takes my hand. I let him lead me back outside, and though I like his hand on mine, as soon as we are outside I pull my hand free. I don't want to lead him on or give him the wrong impression. He deserves better than that. I can tell that he's a good man. Carter speaks, and when he does, his voice is thick with emotion.
I was married before all of this. I guess I still technically am, but I can't think like that. If I do.
His words trail off for a moment.
I couldn't get back to her, Elise. I had a duty, orders to fulfill, people to keep safe. I wasn't allowed to go back for my wife.
He is close to the breaking point. I can see it in his eyes and in his stance as we walk across the courtyard, not needing to hide now or avoid the other soldiers because I'm with Carter. He doesn't break, though. He wrings out his hands and then he clears his throat. I keep pace with him easily. I'm sorry, I say. Carter shakes his head.
Only got myself to blame. Things are going to get bad around here for a short time. Protocol wasn't followed, and now people are dead. The colonel thinks that protocol must always be followed, regardless of everything else. I used to think that too, but not anymore.
He stops walking and looks at me.
As of today, civilians are now no longer allowed to carry weapons of any sort. They are also forbidden to leave the base or wander unaccompanied round the compound.
He can't do that, I whisper angrily.
It was because of a civilian that this outbreak happened, Nina. We lost 12 people because of that one person not following orders, and the colonel won't let that happen again.
And some of those died because Masterson was allowed to get a little trigger-happy, I grind out.
I agree. That's why I'm helping with this.
I fold my arms across my chest, feeling angry. So what now? Carter continues walking, looking down at me as we head back to my room.
Like I said, Now things will get harder.
Harder? I ask.
Curfews, rations. The colonel is bringing in some new laws.
He runs a hand over his jaw, and without a doubt he feels uncomfortable telling me any of this.
Banishment for those that don't do as they are told.
What?
And no one else comes in. This is it now. The entire place is on lockdown.
But people will die, Carter. I feel sick, dizzy with the realization that this is it now, at least for the foreseeable future. It shouldn't come as a surprise, and yet it does. Colonel Smith had warned me that if things, people, couldn't be controlled, then he would control them. And yet the way things have been the past month or so, I never believed he would really do it. Things have been going well. We've been working together. We're making this work. Why would he just end it all so abruptly?
Just sit tight, keep your head down. Masterson is gunning for you.
Carter's hand finds mine, but I pull away from him.
He only wants a reason to shoot you or banish you.
Why? What the hell did I ever do to him? I grit out.
You made him look bad. So did I. He hates us both, but I can handle him, and I'll protect you.
He's so confident and self-assured, and it's the first time I've seen a hint of his arrogance. I can look after myself, I reply, hating the way he sees me, like I'm the sort of woman that needs saving.
No, you can't.
Carter's eyes burn into me with a force that sends shivers down my spine. Yes, I can. I don't need a babysitter or a protector. My voice is rising in annoyance, and I can't reel it back in. Carter pulls me behind a building and pushes me up against the wall.
Nina, when you arrived, I promised you that I would protect you, and I intend to hold up my end of the bargain as long as I can.
He's so close I can hardly breathe, but I can't back away from him either. Get away from me! What the hell is wrong with you, Carter? Don't turn me into some sort of victim that needs a man to protect her. He stares down at me, and I stare back defiantly. I'm not the same woman that arrived here. I've changed. Everything has changed. Don't you see that? His nostrils flare slightly right before he bends down and presses his mouth to mine, forcing a kiss on me that I don't want or need. I push at him, my free hand hitting his chest while he continues to grip my body tightly. His other hand reaches for me, gripping my arms roughly and pulling me closer to him, slamming his body roughly against mine as his mouth finally releases me.
I'm trying to protect you,
he shouts into my face angrily, his eyes finding a new fire in them and burning brighter than I've ever seen before.
That's all I've ever tried to do.
I don't need your protection, I yell back just as angrily, my own fire burning fierce and hot. I don't want you. Don't you get it? I don't want you, and I don't need you. I see the hurt flash in his eyes, the sting of rejection across his face.
Fine,
he snarls, and takes a step away from me, his cheeks burning bright red.
Then you're on your own from here on out.
Chapter 19. I run through the darkness, my knife held by the side of my body in a death grip. My breathing is ragged as I stop and crouch down next to one of the dumpsters that contain wood. My breath fans out in front of me like smoke, and I notice that my boots have disturbed the light dusting of snow on the ground. Tessrin is seconds behind me, her body bumping against mine as she comes to a stop. The sound of the guard's footsteps pass by, and I stand up and continue to run, with Tessrin following closely behind, her dark hair flying out behind her. We make it to our tent and quickly climb back inside, as if we have been here all night, zipping the flap of the material closed behind us. We slip off our boots before sliding quietly into our sleeping bags, and finally we catch our breaths. We lay facing each other in the dark, barely able to see the wide smiles on each other's faces, but we both know that they are there. Things have been stressful and tense the past couple of weeks. Colonel Smith has put everyone and everything under a tight lockdown, especially civilians. He has gone from managing us to ruling us with an iron fist in one fell swoop. It makes me wonder if this had been his plan all along, or if perhaps he's just lost all common sense somewhere along the way. No one is allowed to leave anymore, no matter what the reason, and no one dares argue with him. He's constantly on the brink of losing it, as if he can sense that something is coming and he knows that there are traitors on his team. This sort of thing can send a man insane. I know, because I'm watching it happen with him. People are unhappy. Civilians, soldiers, everyone. And now people are talking. A lot. It started as just the verbal diarrhea of angry civilians. Just bullshit from people who were frightened. And I get that. I understand that. I'm angry too, and frightened. But at least I'm in on the plan. I know things will change for the better soon. So now more and more people are joining our ranks and getting ready to put an end to Colonel Smith's dictatorship. I'm afraid, but then again, I'm always afraid. I've been living in fear for almost 18 months now, ever since this hell began and my world ended. So I ignore my fear and I plow on regardless, because I have to change things. I can't live like this forever. There has to be more. People aren't meant to live in cages and follow orders. We're supposed to be free. I want us to be free, even if the whole thing's just a fucking illusion anyway because we're still trapped behind these walls. Tessrin and I just got back from a meeting with some of the people that are planning the coup, a full-on takeover and elimination of Colonel Smith and anyone who dares to follow him. Though I don't agree with taking such drastic measures, I also can't see another way around it. The elimination part isn't something I like to think about too much either. It feels too much like civilization is sliding into its own extinction when I think like that. As if it is all perfectly normal to go around eliminating both humans and debtors alike. And maybe that's what the world really is coming to, but I can't think like that. I can't get lost in that insanity quite yet. "What do you think?" Tessrin asks, her breathing still erratic from our midnight run. I shrug, but then remember she can't see me properly in the dark. I don't know. Lee seems like an asshole, but people listen to him, so I guess it's either him or things continue as they are. Things can't continue like this. Tessrin cuts in. I know. I agree quickly. Last week we heard that Colonel Smith had turned away a family. I didn't see or hear it happen, but Daniels, one of the soldiers in on the coup, said that there had been a little boy of around 4 or 5 and a baby with them, and the colonel turned them away because they had nothing that he needed. It was what had finally turned this thing around, what had set a lot more of the guards on their traitorous path. It was what had really started to make people think. There aren't many soldiers in on this, maybe 10 in all. 3 that I don't really know and 2 that I do, Carter and Daniels. Though Carter still won't speak to me, even though now we are technically on the same team. Tessrin says it's because of his pride, that a man's pride at the end of the world is the only thing left that is pure and true. She's a real goddamn poet when she wants to be, but whatever. His pride can suck it. He has no right to try and force a kiss or anything else on me. I made it clear that I only wanted friendship and he chose to ignore me altogether. Carter is an asshole. I have no doubts that Lee doesn't give a damn about the family that got turned away. To him, it's all about food and power. The doubt that niggles in my belly that maybe we're trading one dangerous leader for another hasn't left me since I first heard about all of this. But I still go along with it, because surely anything has to be better than this. We're confined to our rooms for most of the day, and forbidden from doing anything but what we're told. People are hungry as rationing is brought into effect, because with less people going out on ration runs, there are bigger cutbacks than ever. We don't have enough of anything to get us through the winter. I know this without even knowing how many supplies we have left. Colonel Smith now keeps everything under lock and key, with only him knowing the true number. But I remember the previous figures. I remember what we had in the stores several weeks ago, and I know that no one has been outside since he sealed up the entrance like the total asshole he is. The start of winter has finally arrived, and with the cold beating down on our door and hunger burning holes in our guts, there is nothing else left to do but rebel. I only hope it's the right thing to do. Hey, this is the right thing. With a civilian in power, we can get this place running smoother, more like a home than a concentration camp. Tessrin's hand reaches out and touches my face. Her fingers are cold and thin. I reach up and wrap my hands around hers. I know. It'll be fine. It will, she says with warmth in her voice. Tomorrow night, this will all be over, Nina, and we will all be happy again. and she believes it so unfalteringly that I'm jealous of her. I want to be without doubt, but I'm not. I lie there in silence, waiting until her breathing evens out, and I release her hand and turn over onto my back. My breath clouds in the frigid air, and I wish I had a window to look out of. I want to see the stars. I want to see the clear night sky. I want to be firm in my resolve like Tesrin is. But I can't have any of those things, so I lay my faith and trust. Trust, because my instincts are telling me something different. Things are bad right now, but surely they have to be better with someone else in charge. Chapter 20. 3 months later.
We need to make an example of you.
Lee's voice rings out loud and clear against the battering of the wind. You would think it would be stolen away, gripped by the icy breeze and sucked to another place, another time, another life. But it isn't. His words hang heavy and purposeful in the air. An example. What the hell does he mean, an example? What is he going to do? String her up like a pig and throw rotten food at her? This isn't the 18th century. That sort of shit doesn't happen anymore. We got rid of Colonel Smith so we wouldn't have to live like this anymore. So an example? That sentence trails fear down my spine. I watch my friend carefully, trying not to panic too much and feeling wholly unnerved and unsure on what to do or say. Tesrin and another woman had been caught stealing food from one of the food shelters. I don't really know the other woman. I only know that she was a coward and ran away at the first sign of danger, leaving my friend to take all of the blame. I only know that she hasn't stepped forward to help Tesrin in any way, and that Tesrin was defending her by keeping her mouth shut and saying that she did this all on her own, much to her own detriment. Pig slop, to one degree or another. That's what she got caught stealing. It was hardly worth the effort, even for a starving person. But hey, what's good enough for a pig is good enough for a human. Almost. Regardless, she'd gotten caught stealing leftovers meant for the pigs, and now Lee wants to use her as an example. I look around me, watching the families huddled together, arms wrapped around one another for comfort, warmth, and support. And then I stare ahead, looking at my friend, my only friend in this hellhole. Tesrin. Her arms are held tightly behind her back as one of Lee's people stops her from running away. She's shivering from the cold after being stripped down to her pants and thin t-shirt, and she's barely able to stop her teeth from chattering together. She's not crying. She's too proud to cry. And every time she sees me about to break down, she glares at me because she's too proud for even me to cry.
I know you thought what you were doing was the right thing. Feeding these people. But it wasn't.
Lee paces back and forth in front of her, looking from his feet to her face as if the two things were connected and he is trying to find the bond between them. Tesrin, her face impassive.
We need these scraps to feed the pigs.
Tesrin, her jaw clenching tight.
To make sure that they continue to breed, to feed us all come next spring. And it's because of that I have to do what I see fit. I need to punish you in such a way that no one ever thinks to do this sort of thing again.
Tesrin, her eyes hard.
Because I won't have my judgment questioned. If we are all to survive, then people need to fall in line.
Tesrin, closing her eyes against her judgment. Lee stops walking and looks up from his shoes, staring into her face, his decision finally made.
I therefore banish you to the world outside our walls.
Tesrin. Her eyes meet Lee's and widen fractionally in disbelief. Tears blur my vision for a split second before I get them and myself under control. People around me gasp, but they don't do anything. They don't move. They don't say a damn thing to stop what is happening. Please! I step forward. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I am afraid. But fear makes us desperate, and fear can make us strong. Please! I say louder, my voice almost a whine as I plead with him. The family next to me stirs, muttering their disagreements with the punishment. And I have the strange idea that if I can get others to see how wrong this is, then I can stop it. I just need to stir up enough trouble to make it happen. Lee looks over at me before nodding his head in the direction of Carter. Carter strides forward, his face just like I remember it to be. Calm, angular, firm. But his eyes are different. They hold a power in them that they didn't before. They're determined and full of bitterness. We were stupid, and I should have trusted my instincts. That gut feeling that was heavy in my belly. We have traded one ruler for another, and I knew all along that this was what it would be like. It's true what they say. The grass is always greener. Because what I wouldn't do for Colonel fucking Smith right now. Carter grabs my arm and begins to drag me away as Daniels begins to walk Tesserin toward the ladder at the bottom of the wall. No, Carter, don't do this, I whisper to him, hoping it will make a difference. My eyes dart around the crowd. Surely someone will help me, help her, if I step in to try and protect her. Surely people won't just stand by. Not after how much she tried to help them. All the things she did to keep them all safe, warm, fed. Tesserin! I yell, not being able to hold back my tears any longer as I'm pulled further and further away from her. Tesserin. My only friend is being banished. The only person I trust. Banished. Tesserin. She'll be dead before the end of the day. Undead before nightfall. Please, Carter, please! I pull against his grip, my words still coming out soft and breathy, barely any force behind them because the shock of what is happening hasn't quite hit me yet. I roll the words around in my head over and over as I fight against Carter's grip. He doesn't soften or relent at all. He drags me away like a fragile doll that is just an annoyance to him, almost bored, and the last thing I see before he pushes me inside one of the dimly lit tents is Tesserin beginning to climb up the ladder. The ladder that will lead her to her end. Her face is calm and collected, firm and resolved. She is frightened. I know her well enough to know that. But she won't show it. She won't show the fear. Because she is strong and proud. I, however, am not. I am weak, frightened, panicked. Carter shoves me inside and I cry out, "Please stop him! Please!" I finally find my voice as I push to get past him, and in return he pushes me back, making me fall to my ass. I immediately climb back up to my feet, my heart racing and my mouth dry. Carter, don't let him do this! This isn't what you wanted! I know it isn't! He doesn't say anything. Instead, he glares at me one last time before he turns away. He hasn't spoken to me since the day he kissed me, since I rejected him, since the day I made him feel humiliated, and this is his punishment to me. Carter, you wanted more than this! You wanted better for these people! I plead again, but my words fall into emptiness because he isn't listening. He doesn't care what I have to say. I run at his back, intending to get around his body quickly and run back outside, intending to rile the crowd up enough that Lee will be forced to stop this foolishness. But at the last second, Carter turns and raises his hand. His palm meets my cheek, making a too loud thwacking sound that rings painfully in my ears. The slap is so hard that it makes my teeth rattle and I fall backwards, landing awkwardly on my side and staring up at him, blinking away tears. He looks down at me, seemingly shocked by his own actions. He swallows, wiping any concern he has for me away, and then he turns and leaves. I clutch at my cheek, gasping and barely holding back the sting of tears. I have never been hit before. Not by a man. Not like this. I stagger to my feet and creep to the doorway, pulling back the curtain as quietly as possible. The wind is picked up, whipping up dust and debris that litters the ground. Carter has his back to me, staring straight ahead, and I follow his gaze, seeing Tesserin standing at the top of the wall. Her face is full of panic. A steady stream of tears now pouring down her face, and she wipes them away defiantly. I bite the inside of my cheek to stop myself from crying out. She was just trying to be strong for me. She didn't want me to see her fear. I know this. I feel it in my heart and soul. I feel the gift that she was trying to give me. But now that she thinks I can't see her, she's falling apart. Her terror is bursting from the seams. Tesrin, my friend, wanted me to live. She didn't want me to see this. Her, frightened. James throws the rope ladder over the side, and she is nudged forward with the butt of a gun. She takes a deep breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly, and then she climbs over without missing a beat. One swift move, and she's on the other side of the wall that has protected us for so long. A wall that has confined us and kept the dead away. A wall that has taught me so much more about the world and mankind than I would ever want to know. Tesrin has gone over that wall, into the world beyond. She's gone, and I'm still standing here, too chicken shit to move, to go after her, to do anything. Because I don't want to be on the other side of the wall. I don't want to be in that world. I would rather be in this world, this crazy prison that I call home, where I'm constantly hungry and cold. Because hungry and cold beats dead any day. It's a world I barely recognize myself in, but still I stay because I'm a coward. Ben would be ashamed of me. I'm ashamed of me. Carter glances over his shoulder, his gaze connecting with mine for a brief second, and then I step back inside the tent. I let the curtain fall back into place, and I sit down on the ground, my face still stinging from Carter's slap, and my heart aching for the loss of my friend. The world has changed. Changed so much, I barely recognize it or the people within it. The world has changed. And now, so must I. Death Ever After. Part 3. Chapter 21. 3 months later. Mom, I'm hungry. I squeeze my eyes tightly closed in an attempt to block everything out. I'm cold, the type of cold that bores its way inside of your fingers, making them feel that they may fall off at any moment. Though right now, I would be happy for that. Because my hands ache. My fingers are painful stubs of frozen flesh. I pull my blanket tighter around myself, closing up all the gaps I can find, a pathetic attempt to trap all of my body heat around myself. I know, baby. We all are. We'll get some food in the morning. I let out a bitter laugh. It's quiet, dry, the type of laugh that's as cold as my damn fingers. The air moves around me, and I know the mother next to me is moving further away, shielding her children from the crazy, mean bitch that laughs in the face of being fed. Fuck her. Fuck her and fuck those kids. We're all going to starve to death. Who is she kidding that we're going to be fed in the morning? Lee only feeds those that have something to offer. A skill, an item, something he can put to good use. She's a middle-aged woman with nothing but the clothes on her back and 2 hungry kids by her side. She's a homemaker. She can't do shit. She can't fight or build. She has nothing to offer them. And her good-for-nothing husband didn't bother to stay alive and help out. So it's all pointless. Their pain, their hunger, their suffering? Pointless. She should have shot them when the world went to shit and put them out of their fucking misery. But I don't say anything. Like the good, crazy woman I am, I keep my thoughts to myself. I draw my knees up to my chest and I try to sleep. Because in my sleep, my dreams, none of this shit is here. It doesn't exist. In my dreams, I'm sipping margaritas on a beach with Ben, with the sand between my toes and the waves of the ocean as my backdrop, and it's fucking perfect. My tummy hurts. Come here. Let me rub it for you. I almost snort again. Because really, what's rubbing it going to do? I don't laugh because I'm not that mean. Not yet, at least. But I'm getting there. Mean and bitter. Yep, that about covers it. I used to think that nighttime was the worst, that the darkness surrounding us and the drop in temperature was harder than the daytime, but I've changed my mind now. Daytime is worse. In the daytime you get to see all the more clearly how miserable everyone is. You get to see the bony arms of people, the sinking of their features, the blue of their lips and the loss in their eyes. Yes, the daytime is worse. In the daytime there is no hiding from what this is and how it will all end. I am huddled inside what used to be Bunker A. Only now, the roof has holes in it, and the room smells of burnt plastic and metal. A fire broke out last week. Someone had thought it was a good idea to make a fire in one of the large metal trash cans. In theory, it was. But in reality, it was stupid. The room had filled with smoke when people had gotten desperate for more heat. They had sacrificed old sleeping bags and tents that were riddled with either fleas or holes. But sleeping bags and tents don't burn well, and their fumes made us choke. People were screaming, running around to get outside. The trash can had been knocked over. There was lots of fire, lots of flames burning high, and Bunker A was reduced to a shell. Afterwards, we had cleared out Bunker A and attempted to make it as safe as possible. And then we had all moved back inside again, because there weren't a lot of options in the compound, this walled city of death. We have to make use of what we can, and a roof with holes in it and a soot-filled floor are the least of our worries. I must nod off at some point, because I wake to crying, the soft, guttural moans that make me think there is a debtor on the loose, and I jump, immediately alert. But no, it's just the child, crying of a sick tummy once again. In that moment between wake and sleep, I feel sympathy for her. Sympathy for what it must be like to be a mother in this cruel, hard world. To have small children that need you constantly, who rely on you for their well-being. Children who you know you will let down eventually, regardless of how much you try not to. I feel sympathy for her, because it's hard not to. But then I am fully awake, and I'm annoyed that I have been woken from my dream. That I'm not still on the beach with Ben, and I'm instead curled up next to a cold, hard wall, trying to shield myself from the biting wind. I know, honey. I know. Try to sleep. You'll feel better if you sleep. That's the first truth she's spoken to her children. Because yes, they will feel better if they sleep. I can't remember the last time I ate. It was probably 2 days ago now, I think. But the mother I heard last night was correct. Today we are given food. It's not much. Just enough to keep us alive, to stop us from dying and turning into debtors that will kill everyone in their sleep. There's little food left. Colonel Smith apparently didn't do as well with the rations as everyone thought. And now we are all paying for it. Of course, the only ones not going hungry are Lee and his men. The people he has helping him keep control of this place, our prison, our home. Personally, I think that he's keeping us starved and weak so we don't try to overthrow him. The weather was too bad to venture outside the walls now. The snow piles building. The wind picking up. The only good to come of the shocking weather is that the debtors can't hear or smell us here, and Lee is using that to his advantage. He's strengthening the walls, sealing up all of the entrances so there is only one way in and one way out. But I have also heard talks of him closing all of the entrances up completely to make us completely self-sufficient, so that we are all trapped in this horrid existence with no way out. I can't think of a crueler life than that. Being trapped within this dictatorship with no say in my own life. It's for our own good, apparently. That's what he has brainwashed everyone into believing. It's all for our own good. Go hungry today to be fed tomorrow. That's what he says. I don't believe him, though, but others do. I can see the greed in his eyes. I saw the same thing in Colonel Smith, and now I see it in him. That need and hunger to rule, to discipline, to own these people. Like cattle, we have no choices in our own lives anymore. We are just waiting for our own slaughter. But it's all for our own good, apparently. 2 of the guards, not soldiers, because I don't see any of these men as soldiers anymore. Soldiers are the ones who fought for and lost our country, but at least they tried. They wanted to do good. These men are assisting in our misery. These guards, whose names I forget, are handing out bowls of what can only be described as slop, a brownish substance with the consistency of thick, lumpy oats. It smells nice, though, and my mouth begins to water as they get closer. The mother next to me kneels up and reaches for 2 bowls that are handed to her. She gives them to her children, and they dive in with gusto. and then she kneels up, reaching to retrieve her own bowl, but the guard steps away, the bowl of slop still in his hands. The other guard, the one with the tray of food, grins. The mother looks up into their faces with confusion, and I watch intently, wishing they would hurry up and get to me because I'm hungry. So hungry. "I need a bowl of food, too," she pleads, her hands reaching up again, and I see her nails are jagged and dirty, much like my own. "Rationing," the first guard says bluntly, before continuing to move down the line. "But I'm hungry. I haven't eaten." The mother scrambles to her feet, staring after them beseechingly. "We're all hungry, lady," the man holding the tray says. He's reached my place in the line, and he hands me her bowl, lowering it down to me. I snatch it from him without a word, trying to avoid eye contact. Feral. That's the act I go for. That keeps everyone away from me. The mother has come up behind him now, and she touches his shoulder. "Please," is all she says. "I need to eat." The guard turns to look at her, his gaze traveling up and down her body, from head to toe and back again, and then he makes eye contact with her. "What do you have to trade?" he asks. The other guard is grinning again. His grin makes me feel anger, but I push it away, the anger, because this is none of my business. I have my food, so I scramble back into my position and begin to eat. The food tastes foul and bitter. There's been too much seasoning added to hide the taste of rot, but it's warm and filling, and the action of eating makes me feel better regardless. So I eat, and I forget about the mother and her children, and I forget about all of the other starving people around me. I eat and I pretend I am somewhere else, because pretending is the only way to survive anymore. I pretend I am somewhere else. I pretend this isn't happening. I pretend this is all normal, and I pretend that things will be okay. The mother eventually sits back down, her greedy children barely looking up from their food. She watches them intently, a small, sad smile on her face. I don't understand why she is smiling, why her lips tug at the edges, yet her eyes are filled with unshed tears. What does she have to smile about? She's still hungry. She has nothing. All she gets is to see her children survive another day. I finish my food and wipe my fingers around the inside of the bowl to get every last drop out. I don't put my bowl down. Instead, I continue to stare into it in the hopes that more food might appear, because I am still hungry. I hold my bowl tightly until the guards come back, moving slowly around the room and retrieving all the empty bowls. I thrust my arm in the air with my bowl in hand as he gets close, and he tugs it from my grip. I look up briefly, seeing his frown, his stare of contempt, and then I look away again. He stays standing in front of me for several more seconds, assessing my worth before finally moving on to the mother and her children next to me. "Bowls," he barks out. "Please, just a small bowl." "Just give me the bowls." "Please." The quake in her voice has me looking over. I shouldn't, really. I know that I shouldn't, but sometimes it's hard. I've worked hard at blocking out these people and any feelings, those pesky things we call emotions. I've blocked them out because I'll crumble if I don't. Crumble and die. And I can't die. I promised Ben that I would live no matter what it took. Emotions, feelings, they don't help. They only make things worse. And when you're at your lowest, and there feels like there isn't anything left below you to fall into, if you sink any lower, it can only mean one thing: death. So I've switched it all off. I don't care. I don't feel. I've traveled back in time to a more animalistic nature. It's just me in this world now, and that's the way it needs to be if I'm to survive. And I promised Ben, and I promised Tessrin, I promised them both that I would survive no matter the cost. And my cost is humanity. So to look across at this woman, who is clearly frightened and desperate, is breaking one of my only rules. To look is to show concern. To be concerned is to feel. Her children are cowering behind her, sobbing as one of the guards is dragging the mother to her feet. She frantically looks around her, needing help, wanting help. But no one helps. Her children scream as she is ripped from their weak grip, and she cries out their names, names that I block out immediately. "You want something to eat? You're hungry?" he yells in her face, his face dark with menace. The other guard is still grinning. I want to take a knife to that grin and slice it wider. I'll show him what a real fucking smile looks like. The mother is nodding that yes, she wants some food, and he begins to drag her away. The kids are crying, and she turns back to them, desperation flooding her features. "Stay there! Stay together no matter what! I'll be back!" And then they are gone, passing through the doorway and out into the cold world outside our useless door. The children cling on to each other, their arms wrapped around their frail bodies, and they sob. And I feel nothing. And maybe I am already dead. Chapter 22.
Run, Nina. You've gotta run.
"Don't leave me, please," I beg, my hand reaching for him.
Stay alive, Nina. Stay alive no matter what.
Ben's voice is like a beacon in my head, his voice reaching me through the dark pits of despair. Everything about this is wrong. His voice here in this dark world, it doesn't belong. The hope and strength it still holds shouldn't sound so clear and powerful, so determined to make this all go away. It's all wrong. It's all lies. The way my heart takes flight at the sound of his voice, it's breaking me, pulling me apart piece by fragile piece. None of this is real. Wake up. Wake up, Nina. I jerk awake at the sound of feet scraping against concrete. Looking up through hooded eyes, I see the shadow of something or someone crossing the room. Guards. They move between sleeping bodies, their stealth not purposeful but still important. They wake people with a nudge of their dirty boots and a gruff reply to the grumbles they receive. Men stand up, confused at what's going on, but more than willing to comply for the safety of their families. They walk out of the room, with the quiet sobbing of their wives left behind. My ass is numb and my muscles stiff from not moving in so long. And yet I don't care. Let my body dry out. Let my mind go numb. I don't care. I am wasting away to nothing. What happens then? Will I die and become reborn as one of the risen, as a debtor that will feed on the flesh of my neighbors? The mother and her children that sleep beside me night after night? I bite down on the inside of my cheek until I taste the metallic tang of blood, and I like the taste of my blood. It reminds me that I'm still alive, still clinging uselessly to life. I don't want to think about things like that, turning into a debtor. I can't. I shudder and pull my blanket tighter around me, the scrape of my bones on my withered muscles hurting as I move. Everything hurts. I can't think without something hurting. My head, my heart, my body, my soul. How has it come to this? How has life turned into this nightmare? What did you say? I blink sluggishly and turn to the sound of the voice. The mother is back. She's sitting up, her children curled into her side, sleeping soundly. I am jealous of their sleep, their dreams that aren't filled with nightmares, of what it holds, of uncertain futures and improbable suffering. I blink again, realizing that I haven't replied to her. I must have spoken out loud previously, though. I open my mouth to speak, my eyes focusing on the bruises on her face, the swell to her left cheek and the split in her lip, and then I look away. I didn't say anything, I reply, my throat dry and scratchy, the feel of words coming out of my mouth foreign. Where are they taking them? Her voice is sweet and sing-songy. It makes me confused. I don't answer her, though I know she's talking about the guards that just came in and took some of the civilian men out. I don't know where they are taking them. I don't know, and I don't care. I'm sinking. Each day I'm sinking deeper into a pit of despair. And I don't care about that either. I just want it to be over. But I'm a coward. I let the people I love die, so I have to suffer through this. Do you think they will come back? She sounds fearful for them and for their wives, and I know that she knows something I don't know. Not really. At the end of the world, I thought the only thing to fear was the zombies, The debtors that crawled up from death and were reborn. That seems frightening enough. Surely that should be the worst we have to contend with. But it's not. The thing we have to fear is man itself. Man is the devil's bastard child that is destroying this world one person at a time. The zombies are just a side act, the backdrop to our nightmare. There were more people at the gates yesterday. A man and his 2 sons. They were starving, scared, exhausted. Lee didn't let them in. He sent them away. Her voice fades on her last word, and I look across at her. He said there was no more room. There isn't, I reply. But at least they would have been away from the zombies. Our eyes meet across the darkness, the only light coming from what is spilling from the doorway and the holes in the ceiling. She sees me, really sees me, and I see her. She flinches under my hard stare but doesn't look away, and that tells me everything about this woman that I need to know. It tells me that she's strong and frightened but won't be intimidated. It tells me that she's already sold her soul but she's still living. She's still making it worthwhile because she has to. She's a fighter, and I like that about her. I look away. That man and his sons are better out there than they are in here. They're safer. At least out there they'll have a fighting chance. Do you think they'll feed us today? She asks, her voice sounding fearful. We were already fed, I reply. That was 2 days ago, she says back, and I feel my brows pucker in frustration because the days are becoming a blur. They better feed us. I'm starving. A croaky male voice comes from further into the room. I want to laugh because that man, he knows nothing. He's old, too old to do the work of men, too slow to do the work of teenagers, and too ugly to be of service to the guards. But he's clever. Of that I have no doubt. I've seen them take him away to discuss things with him. He comes back well-fed and with clean clothes. Yet he knows nothing of what it takes to survive in this world. I hate him. I don't know what they are doing out there anymore. Lee tells us nothing, and we're all too weak and too tired to fight him anymore. The last I heard, the walls were high enough and strong enough to protect us no matter what came at us. Full dictatorship is underway, with Lee leading the way. He chooses when or if we eat, if we get heat, and if we are allowed outside in the fresh air. He rules over us like we are nothing. They asked me what your name was, the woman said, ignoring the old man from across the room. They asked how old I thought you were. Her voice is quieter now that she knows people are listening to us talk. The air freezes in my lungs. I don't want them asking about me. That puts me in danger, greater danger than I am currently in. The debtors ain't gotten nothing on the guards in this place. Because yes, Lee dictates everyday civilian life, but the guards can and will be bought for what you can give. What did you say? I ask, the words sticking in my arid throat. I said I didn't know how old you were, but that you scared me because you were unpredictable. I turn to look at her again. Why? I frown so hard it makes my forehead hurt. Because then they'll leave you alone. I was trying to help you. Why? I whisper, emotions clawing their way up my throat. Because that's what we have to do. To help each other. She says it like it's the most obvious thing in the world, and perhaps it is. For her. For a mother doing all she can to protect her children. For a mother trying to stay alive so that her children are not alone in this cruel, hard world. But for me, they are stupid words. Don't help me. I don't need any help. I bite out. I don't want any help. If she helps, then I owe her a debt, and I don't want to owe anyone anything. Not ever again. But, she begins, I don't want your help. I say louder, choking on the words. We are not friends. Stay away from me. I turn away, not wanting to look at her anymore. I don't want to see her bruises and her sad eyes. I don't want to feel pity or sympathy for her or her children. They are not my problem. Or perhaps I turn away because I am hiding myself from her, ashamed of my bitter sadness and the way I have just given up. If I could crawl away from myself, I would. I hate what I am becoming, but I am unable to stop myself. This world has taken everything from me now, even myself.
You hungry?
The guard, I have decided to call Tash because of his god-awful mustache, nudges the mother's boot with his own and stares down at her. I vaguely recognize him, but I don't remember where from. She was sleeping, but with his abrupt prompt she wakes up, her arms tightening around her precious children.
I said, are you hungry?
He asks again, a slight slur to his voice. She glances at me and then up to him and nods, and bites her bottom lip before looking down at her children. I have noticed that the children are always fed, but the mothers are not. It's not just this mother, but all of them without husbands or partners. As if the guards know that they have them fully at their mercy, because all mothers will sacrifice themselves for their children. It's an almost universal thing to do.
Get up then and come with me.
He drawls out, and waits for her to stand, his hand resting on the pistol at his hip. His gaze roams around the room, and I take the opportunity to pull the blanket tighter around myself, to shroud myself in the musty material so I can disappear. The mother pries her children's sleeping bodies away from hers and lays her blanket over the top of them. Her eyes dart to mine once she begins to follow the guard out of the room, a plead for me to watch over them. I look away with the acid burn of guilt bubbling away in my stomach. These people are not my problem, and I cannot get involved. The silence is everlasting. The howl of the wind outside and the occasional mutter from someone remind me that I am still awake and have not yet drifted back off to sleep again. I glance over as the children sleep on, a boy and a girl that look almost identical in age. They are blissfully unaware of their mother's sacrifice for them, and I feel sick to my stomach, yet grateful that this woman is doing this for them. They are innocent, beautiful in their naivete. I hear it in their softly spoken voices when they talk to one another, the playful lilt in their tones as they tease one another. I swallow down the rough lump in my throat, watching the children sleeping, their dirty hair hanging over their faces almost like an extra layer of warmth and protection. They are our future, and their mother is doing everything she can to make sure that they have one, no matter how hard it may be. What can the future hold for them? The jury is out on that one. She doesn't know, and neither do I, but when the verdict arrives, I'm almost certain that it won't be good. My hands are trembling, which is odd in itself, as I know it's from emotion and not just cold that they shake. I am sad and yet hopeful for these children, no matter how hard I try to fight it. There is a point that we all reach in life where enough is enough. And as the dark shadow of the old man from last night gets to his feet and makes his way across the room toward the sleeping children, left in my unwanted care, I reach that point. The point of no return. Of destruction or beginning. He stands over them, watching them, his shadow playing across their sweet, unaware faces. I squeeze my eyes closed tightly, my heart thumping wildly in my chest, willing him to get away from them. When I open my eyes up, he has one hand hovering over one of the children. The boy, I think it is, though they are a tangle of innocent limbs and brown hair, so it is hard to be certain. But I snap. I feel myself come untethered, undone by this man taking this opportune moment to ruin and corrupt the only innocence left in my world. Don't touch them. My voice is low and full of menace. He jerks his hand away in surprise and looks over at me, though I can't make out his expression in the dim lighting. I can tell by his tone and his words exactly how he feels about my interference. Fuck off, he growls. I flex my hands repeatedly to get the blood moving again, to make the muscles come back alive, wiggling my toes to make the life flood back into them. He reaches down again, and I swiftly push myself up to standing, feeling dizzy and sick because of lack of food and the anger surging through me. I said, don't touch them. I lick my dry lips, letting my filthy blanket fall from my shoulders. Keep out of this. No. Interfering, bitch, he grumbles, taking a step back from the children. This doesn't concern you. My blood is running again, the anger fueling me onward, and I feel alive, rejuvenated at my fury at this old man that would take advantage of this situation. Of all of these people controlling us, keeping us here against our will, giving us no choice but to comply or die. My rage burns bright, and he sneers down at the children, a little boy and a little girl, brown, dirty locks on both of their heads. Innocent. They are innocent.
Go back to sleep, stupid bitch,
he sneers. I'm going to kill you, I say, my voice not sounding like my own. And perhaps it isn't, but that's okay, as long as the voice stays strong.
Fuck you,
he replies, but then rethinks his aggression.
I can get you food.
His eyes dart to the boy, and I know what he is saying. We don't need words to describe the bargain he is trying to strike up with me. I bark out an abrupt laugh that startles one of the children awake. The little girl clings to her brother and immediately calls for their mother. I don't want your food, I reply, my stomach gurgling in response as if to remind me that it does in fact need some food. The man backs away, realizing that I am not about to let him harm the children. He returns to his place on the other side of the room, muttering the whole way. As he passes what I thought were sleeping bodies, I see the blinking eyes of the other people in the room, all of them watching us. They had seen what he was going to do, and they were turning a blind eye to it, ignoring the pain of this family, these children. I feel sick, my stomach churning with the bitter taste of shame. I am not innocent. I have watched as women have been taken from this room, sacrificing their virtues for a belly full of hot food and a dusty blanket. I have seen men taken from their families, never to return, taken God knows where. I have watched, and I have done nothing because it wasn't in my power to do anything about it. I am one woman. I can't save everyone. I can't do anything to protect people. I can barely keep myself alive. I am weak. Or at least that's what I thought. I sit down, dragging my dirty blanket back around my shoulders, and I chew on my lower lip, the skin flaking away easily under the sharp scrape of my teeth. I glance at the children huddled on the hard floor next to me. The little girl is holding on to her brother, though he sleeps on, oblivious, her little fingers gripping him tightly to her. She is trying to protect him, this child of barely 7, while a room full of adults stare on in ignorance. What has the world turned into? Hell. That is what it has turned into. Hell. Chapter 23. I stay away from the 2 children, but I am on guard, my defense on high alert until their mother comes back. She limps across the room, wincing when she sits down. The 2 children fell asleep a little while ago. Not that I'm watching, of course. She kneels over them, her hand brushing the hair from her little girl's face, with such sweet tenderness that my stomach aches at the sight. The mother has a new blanket. Not new, but new to her, and she pulls it around herself and settles back against the wall. She has a small brown paper bag. She reaches in and pulls out something and begins to eat it quietly. The smell reaches me, making my mouth water, and I find I'm actually grateful for her eating, for the scent of whatever it is making my mouth produce saliva. Do you want some? I look across at her, see her hand reaching out, and in her palm, food. I shake my head no, but a strange noise leaves my throat, a sort of whine that my body makes as if it is arguing with me. Thank you for watching them, she whispers across the darkness. I wait a beat, not sure how to respond, because I know that she's asking uncertainly, unsure if I actually did watch over them for her. If I admit I did, then she'll expect me to do it again, and I'm not sure if I can handle that. The expectations, the hopes, the reliance of another person, only to lose them again. Because it is the loss that I can't deal with. The starvation, the mistreatment, all of that I can handle. But the loss of people I care about is too much. It crushes me, sending me into a spiral of despair that I can't recover from. After Ben and Tessrin, I know I have nothing more to give, and to defend myself I need to blot everyone and everything out. But then again, I don't want her to think that I am as horrible as these other people here, willing to let a child be molested just so they can keep a low profile. My decision is snap, impromptu after so much thought. No problem, I admit. And I own my admittance like a badge of honor, instantly feeling better as the words slip free of my lips, because it wasn't a problem. And even if it were, I know that I would do it again. I see her cheeks rise and know that she is smiling. And I feel the warmth of something glow inside of me. Here, just take it. She throws something to me and I reach down and take it, seeing that it is a jerky of some kind. My hand is halfway to my mouth before I've even thought about it, and between chewing I thank her profusely. It's not nearly enough to satisfy me, and yet my body feels all the more alive for it. Did she wake up? Lucy, my daughter? I look across at her, my tongue darting out and licking the salt from my lips. Her shoulders lift and then drop. Adam, he's a deep sleeper, but recently he seems to be sleeping more and more. I don't know what that means for him, but by this woman's tone, it can't be good. And I'm not stupid. If I really think about it, I know it's a bad sign. She woke briefly, I say. Any trouble? I glance across the room in the direction of the older man. I can't make him out from this distance, in this lighting, but I know he's there, and probably waiting for the next opportune time. Thought so, she replies. I've seen him looking. The guards won't do anything, no matter what I do. She stops her sentence mid-flow and looks down at her children again. They won't do anything. Why? I ask, startling myself because of my own concern. Why won't they do anything? Because they say he hasn't done anything yet. That Lee won't do anything until a crime is actually committed. She sounds tired, worn down from the same old argument. That's bullshit, I snap angrily. I know, she replies. He's helping them with something. That's the real reason why. They need him for something. We fall back into silence, and after a little while she falls asleep, and I am left alone with my thoughts again. It's a place I don't want to be, with my thoughts. My thoughts are dark and bleak. They wish for this all to be over. They wish for death, my own, but more worrisome, they wish for everyone else's also. Yet tonight, amid the bleakness and desperation, amid the longing for death or for another life in another time, there is something else. A spark. A glimmer of something I haven't felt in months. It is hope. It is life.
All right, 1 hour of outside time, Tash yells across the room from his place by the doorway.
One by one we slowly begin to stand up. It's cold outside, the snow thick on the ground, but my Doc Martens protect my feet well. It's bright, so bright that it makes me squint. Whether from being inside for most of the day and all night, I'm not sure, but I have to rub them to make my eyes focus properly. The snow stopped falling at some point in the last week, though it hasn't begun to melt yet. It will soon, though. Spring is on its way, and though I don't believe that it brings new life, something that I used to believe, I do think that it will bring change. I will change. The air is good and clean, and for the first time in a long time, the stench of the dead doesn't infiltrate the walls. The sound of laughter has me looking up and watching Adam and Lucy playing in the snow. There are other children, too, all of them so blissfully ignorant to the horrors of this new world. Lucy looks up at her mommy, giving her a soft smile, and I can't help but smile as I look on. Lucy and Adam are so much like their mother, and I wonder for a brief moment if their mother is sad because of that. Sad that she can't see her husband in either of them any more than she can see a possible future for them. Everything is so bleak, but for her, with those two children, the world is an even darker place.
How are you?
I look up at the sound of his voice and my anger flares but then dies out before it grows any real substance. Because what's the fucking point in being angry with him or any of this anymore? It's just wasted energy. Fantastic. Thanks for asking. I bite out, my anger catching both of us off guard.
You know that none of this is my fault, don't you? I'm just trying to keep everyone alive.
Carter's voice is soft and pleading. Well, looks like you're doing a great job. I open my arms wide and look around us mockingly. We're all still alive. He huffs out an irritated breath.
Things will get better.
Sure they will. I'm still watching the children playing and my eyes are filling with tears and I'm feeling things again and I hate it. But I hate him more.
They will. I wouldn't be doing any of this if I didn't think it was for the best, Nina. I wouldn't ever do anything to hurt you. I promise.
I look away from the children and up into his face. Carter, I'm starving. We're all starving because of the rations we get in this prison camp. He shakes his head.
It's not a prison camp. People can leave whenever they want, and everyone is on rations. It's the only way we can survive. I thought you had more sense than to believe in the misguided whisperings of people.
My anger spikes, my bony hands curling into small fists. Everyone? Really? You sure about that, Carter? My eyes graze up and down him, noting the fullness to his body. Because it sure doesn't look like you're wasting away. Or maybe you're having to sell your body to get extra rations too, huh? Is that it? I snarl out my final words and start to walk away. His large hand grasps the top of my arm and he pulls me back to face him, and I have a sudden sense of déjà vu from one of our last encounters.
What did you just say?
His voice isn't soft and full of shame anymore. It's low and threatening, and his eyes bore into mine, his frown deepening on his forehead. Which part are you unsure on? The prison camp or the booty-selling part? I bite the inside of my lip to keep myself from yelling in his face. His grip is tight on my arm, too tight, and the heat from his gloved hand finds its way into my skin, my body craving that heat, that warmth. I stare up at him defiantly, my chin raised, refusing to give in, putting us at a deadlock of stares, neither one of us wanting to back down. Carter looks away first, checking around us and then pulling me roughly behind the bunker and out of sight. I hate to think what people must be thinking if they see us go around here. When we're safely tucked away, Carter pushes me crudely against the bunker wall, his arms slamming down on either side of my head to create a cocoon of sorts.
Talk,
he snaps out, and I have the sudden urge to knee him in the balls and tell him to fuck off, but I don't. That would be signing my own death warrant, and since I just decided to help keep those 2 kids alive, I can't do that.
What do you want to know?
I ask, my words shaky, giving away my unease and my anger. He forces his features to soften, and I watch the tight muscles of his jaw loosen.
Tell me what you know, because I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It's my turn to look away now. Women. They're selling themselves for rations. He rolls his eyes.
That's their choice if they want extra rations. Everyone is given enough to get them by. Once spring hits and the snow thaws, we can plant crops, grow our own food. We just need to make it through the winter and then we can be self-sufficient.
He steps closer to me, his words a whisper, and I look back up into his face.
Stop fighting everyone else's battles for them, Nina. We're not all against you.
His eyes are warm, warmer than they've been in too long, his vulnerability finally shining through and his hard mask of indifference thawing. But it's all wrong. A lie. Either he's unaware of what's going on or he knows. Either way, ignorance to a situation doesn't make it okay. Carter, it's not their choice. They're not being given rations to begin with. They're selling their bodies to feed their families and themselves because they're being denied food. I implore him with my eyes and my voice to understand what I'm saying, to believe me. We haven't always seen eye to eye, and clearly his feelings for me have clouded his judgments at times, but I need him to see past all of that and help me. Help these people. His story, in theory, is great, believable even, and I can see how much he wants to believe what he's saying. So do I. He's doing what he thinks is for the best to get us through the winter, but he doesn't have all the facts. Only Lee truly has all the facts. He shakes his head in confusion.
No, that's not right,
he begins, but I cut him off. It is. It is exactly what's happening. My voice is louder than I mean it to be, and he hushes me almost angrily, the warmth completely gone now. You have to do something. You have to help us. I plead with him, as I finally see a speck of the man I had once known before all the bullshit got in the way. He's silent for a long moment, his eyes searching my face for something. His hand comes up to the side of my head, but he doesn't reach out and touch me. He holds himself back as he speaks.
And you?
His jaw is grinding again, but I'm unsure of what he's asking me. Me?
Have you had to sell yourself?
His nostrils flare in obvious distaste for the statement, and I shake my head no. He looks relieved and he backs away, his hands moving from either side of my head, though his eyes haven't left mine yet. I can tell he's not sure what to do now, He's conflicted between doing the right thing and keeping himself alive. But it's a good thing, in my opinion. If he doesn't know everything that's going on, then that means not everyone is in on it. That means there's still hope for change. Hope. It's like a drug to me. My own personal heroin.
I'd heard things, but I didn't believe it.
He lets out a frustrated sigh and shakes his head.
I didn't want to believe it.
His eyes skim over my face, as if finally seeing how starved I have become. The sharp, angular jut of my cheekbones and the pasty pallor to my skin make me look more dead than alive. I know this, because I see the same look on every starved civilian here.
You need to get back.
He steps further away from me, his arms falling to his sides. What now? I ask.
I don't know.
Carter? I take a step forward, but he takes one step back.
Just go.
Can you help? Will you help? I step away from the wall of the bunker and wait for a response. He looks up at me, his eyebrows almost knitted together in deep frustration.
I told you that I would always protect you, and I'm still keeping my end of that deal.
He looks embarrassed as he admits that fact, and I nod. For what it's worth, I'm grateful. And I mean it. I walk away from him, hoping and praying that he will do the right thing. I walk around to the front of the bunker and stand back in my original place, hoping that no one noticed my departure. As I look around at the emaciated faces of the other civilians, I see the looks of disgust they give me, that I am just as big a whore as they are. They believe that I just sold myself to Carter for an extra portion of food. The thought makes me feel sick to my stomach. But what I hate more is the look on Tash's face, the way he watches me unabashedly from across the courtyard. And even from here, I can see the look of hungry greed on his face, the sneer of excitement which confirms to me that Carter pulling me behind the bunker just made me a target. Chapter 24. So, he had no idea? Amanda, the mother of Lucy and Adam, whispers in amazement. With reluctance, I had finally let her tell me her name. The act seemed so personal and intimate now. Giving someone your name, it was like giving them a piece of you. But it was silly not to know it if I was going to help protect her children. I wasn't her friend. I didn't intend to ever be her friend. But I would help her. He said he didn't. I shrug, my mind still mulling over the discussion I'd had with him earlier. I didn't like Carter, not one bit. He had thrown one hell of a toddler tantrum when I'd rejected him, and I had been shocked by how easily he had turned his back on me and everyone else here. He hadn't seemed the sort of man that would do that sort of thing, and now I knew that he wasn't. He was a jealous and possessive man, no doubt, but he wouldn't let innocent people suffer like this. At least, that's what I keep on telling myself. It's what I have to keep telling myself. I wonder how many of the other guards, soldiers, whatever you want to call them, were involved in this. Could this place really be being strong-armed by a handful of opportunistic bastards and an overreaching dictator? It seemed far-fetched, even to me, and yet he had everyone here cowering in fear. Fear made people do crazy things. It made people turn a blind eye to unimaginable horrors, and it turned people into the monsters they feared most. Fear ruled and controlled, and anyone who could use that fear, bend it to their will, could control people. That was Lee. He controlled people because he controlled their fear. What was worse? Being kept hidden from the dangerous world beyond, filled with monsters from your worst nightmare, or selling your body and soul for some food? Both were equally bleak existences, and both were unsustainable. Do you think he'll help? He has to, right? Maybe, like he said, when spring comes. Amanda is still rambling on next to me, asking questions that I can't even begin to know the answer to. I choose not to respond to any of them, choosing to direct my thoughts to a more important track. Survival. I'm not about to sell myself for food. But if Carter decides to do nothing, then by the look on Tash's face earlier, I have a feeling my rations are about to drop to nothing. I will have no choice but to sell myself. The door swings open, the noise of it squeaking on rusted hinges, bringing me out of my musings. A couple of guards that I don't instantly recognize come inside, stomping snow off their boots. They are carrying trays of food in their hands, and they hand bowls of food out to eager, reaching hands. I watch as old and young dive into their food with gusto. They reach Amanda and her children first, and I hold my breath while I wait to see what will happen. My fears abate when all three of them are handed small bowls, and Amanda shoots me a hopeful look. My bowl is handed to me, and I take it without hesitancy. The guards move on without a word, and I instantly begin to eat, the stew of some sort burning my throat as it goes down. The room is silent as we eat, the sound of slurping and scraping spoons the only thing to be heard. Everyone is given food today. Man, woman, child, no one is left out. Hope once again blooms in my chest, because it seems that Carter has done the right thing after all, and I look forward to seeing him and thanking him for doing something. I glance over at Amanda as I eat, seeing her divvying some of her food up between her children, and then I look down at my bowl, feeling greedy for keeping it all to myself. Once again, I can't help but be grateful that Ben and I had not stopped to have children, because I don't think I would cope in this world with children. I already feel fiercely protective of Lucy and Adam, and they aren't even mine. But as each day passes and I welcome myself back from the dark depths I had sunk to, I recognize how fiercely I would defend these children if I had to. I can understand the sacrifices that Amanda is willing to make for her children, the things she is willing to give up just to keep them strong, to keep them alive. I understand it, and I respect her for it. I spoon another mouthful of stew into my mouth, jumping as gunfire sounds from outside and pierces the silence that had descended over the room of hungry people. I flinch, dropping my spoon into my bowl and sending hot splashes of liquid over my hands. But I barely notice. My sole attention is on the guards that look at each other and curse. The gunfire sounds again, and they both drop the trays of food at their feet and take off running outside to join in whatever fight is breaking out. There's a split second of total silence as we all stare at one another in a tsunami of mixed emotions. Fear, anxiety, and then hunger, as all eyes turn to the spilled food on the ground, and every civilian within distance of it dives forward with eager, grabbing hands. They snatch up bowls and scoop at tipped-over contents, swallowing the food down as quickly as possible and ignoring the burns to their mouths and tongues. The greedier people get, the angrier others become, and what started as a frenzy for food rapidly begins to develop into something else. More and more people move forward, pushing and shoving each other to get to whatever scraps are left, until eventually from somewhere within the mass of writhing people a fight breaks out. Everyone here is desperate. We are desperate for everything, for warmth, for life, and for more food. We are starving. I can't blame them for being this way, but as the violence takes hold of them, panic swells in my chest. People surge forward. Some cry out in pain from being trampled on, fingers trodden on and ribs kicked. Men begin to fight men, and all the while the sound of guns firing continues to ring loud and true in the background. I feel the bump of a body next to me and look over as Amanda scoots closer, both of her children squeezed tightly to her side, bowls of hot food now forgotten about. I don't have to think twice about it, but instantly discard my own bowl of food and embrace them to me. There is no way any of us are going to get into a fight over food. Not like this. So weak and vulnerable, not to mention unarmed. I would willingly let them take our food if it means they leave both me and this family alone. Lucy is squeezed between Amanda and me, and her little shoulders bob as she cries silently, as the room continues to erupt into further chaos and anarchy. "What should we do?" Amanda yells against the growing noise. What should we do? What can we do is more the question. We are two unarmed, malnourished women in the middle of madness. There isn't anything we can do other than protect Lucy and Adam as best we can by shielding them from as much of the violence as possible. I watch in horror as a man tussles a woman to the ground, her hair already covered in blood from a head wound. The sight of the blood makes my veins turn cold. Stew is spilled down the front of her sweater, and a child, presumably hers, watches on with tears in his eyes as the man punches her over and over and over until the fight finally leaves her fragile body and she lies still and silent. It seems absurd for us to be fighting and killing over food, especially when this energy could have been going to better uses, like helping one another break out from under the heavy weight of Lee's dictatorship. And yet here we are, reduced to our most animalistic ways in the search for a stomach full of fulfillment. People are so blinded by their own selfish needs, never seeing the bigger picture. To the left, I watch as the old man from the other day stalks forward, his eyes on Adam, and I feel my gut clench in equal parts terror and anger. In the midst of everything going on, both inside and outside of this room, he is using this moment to try and take what he wants. My chest heaves with the heavy burden of panic, and I glance quickly at Amanda. Her own head is bowed down low as she kisses the tops of her children's heads and whispers reassuring things to them. She is oblivious, completely oblivious of the devil stalking his way toward her child. But I am not. My eyes flit both left and right in search of something, anything that I can use to protect us, but all I can find is my half-empty bowl of food. He is within 10 feet of us now, and his gaze collides with mine, his lips pulling back in a snarl as he saw the hateful look on my face. I will myself to stay calm, to still my nerves, to think of a better plan other than the one I have in mind, because my plan sucks. The stamping of feet outside draws my attention for a second, but they are gone before I even have the chance to focus on them, the noise of their heavy steps drowned out by the sound of more gunfire. Bile and panic rise in my throat as the unknown horror of what is happening out there flashes images in my mind of possible scenarios. The old man is almost directly in front of us now, and Amanda has finally looked up, aware of the terror that stalks her son. Her soothing hushes die to nothing as she sees the intent on his face, and a single tear slips from her eye. "Please don't do this. You don't have to do this. I can give you anything that you need." The panicked words fall from her lips as she pleads over and over with him. I curl my hands into fists, and when the man takes another step forward, I spring at him like a wild animal, intent on doing only one thing: killing him. My body collides with his legs, and I wrap my arms around them and slam him to the ground. He is stronger than me, but not massively so, and I have the added advantage of rage burning through me. All the anger and hatred I have held inside of me for the past couple of months, I release it. I finally, mercifully, just let it go. "Get off me!" he yells in my face, his huge fist connecting with my cheekbone, and the sound of something cracking in my face makes me see stars. But I don't relent. I climb atop his body like one of the undead themselves, and I pin him to the ground by my knees, my hands finding their way to his head and cupping either side of it. "Get off me, you crazy bitch!" He spits in my face, his body still writhing under me in an attempt to get free from me. And I almost let him go. I've scared him shitless. Surely that is enough. But then his gaze slips away from mine for a split second, looking toward Adam, and the fragile sanity that I'm holding on to disappears. I grip his head and slam it hard against the concrete ground. "You won't hurt him!" I scream into the man's face as I slam his head again. Tremors from the impact run up my arms. They sicken me, and yet in some deep, dark part of me I welcome them. I slam again, his body bucking and nearly throwing me off of him, but I grip my teeth and slam over and over and over until blood oozes from his ears and his eyes grow dazed and far off. I slam and slam, the burning rage still rushing through me like a bushfire that refuses to die down, that refuses to be extinguished. Because in this cold, hard world, I have nothing else left but my rage. My rage keeps me alive, and I refuse to be extinguished. I slam his head down, willing his vile, perverted brain to leak out onto the floor beneath him, soaking us both in the glory of his death. It is sickening, but I want it. I want to feel his life drain away. I want to hold his head in my hands and know that I have killed him, this pathetic excuse of a man, of a survivor. Because of all the good people in this world that had died, this piece of trash had lived, and he didn't deserve to. I am his God, and I will right this wrong, right here, right now. I need to show the world and myself that I still have some control in this so-called life. That I'm not weak, but I am strong, and I can protect if protection is needed. That I am something to be feared. I just need to feel something other than anger and hate for one brief moment. And my elation begs to be felt in the form of someone's death. "Nina!" Amanda's cries bring me out of the darkness, and I look across at her, tears blurring my vision. "Stop! Just stop!" she begs, her trembling hands covering both Adam and Lucy's faces as their cries tear out of their sweet mouths. The man's limp body lies beneath me, his blood on my hands, his accusatory stare looking blankly up into my face, and I cry as I looked at his crumpled skull. Just like the fury that I had finally allowed to come, now I allowed the tears. Because like the fury I had kept tightly inside of me, so had the tears been kept at bay. But now I let it all go. I cry and wipe at my face as the tears bleed over my cheeks. I can't look at her, Amanda, nor her children. I have become a monster, just like the men that keep us here, just like the dictator that rules this place, and just like the debtors that roam the earth. I am the monster to these children now. Chapter 25.
Run, Nina. You have to run.
I can't leave you. I can't survive on my own, not without you, I cried, my tears hot on my cheeks. Ben cupped my face in his hands, his brown eyes staring into mine.
You can. You have to, baby. You have to do whatever it takes to live.
But
whatever it takes.
He leaned over and pressed his lips to mine, and I fell into him, getting lost in his love, in his strength, in him.
Wakey, wakey, rise and shine.
I opened my eyes, slowly blinking against the grit that has dried on my lashes over the past couple of hours. My hands are tied behind my back, and have been for over 24 hours now. My shoulders ache from being in the same position for so long, but it's my head that hurts the most. My head that had had the butt of a gun smashed into it. I stay lying down, blinking away the blur as my eyes come back into focus. I am in a small room which is being used as a makeshift cell. My arms are tied behind my back, and my feet are tied together at the ankles. I am lying on my side, feeling groggy and aching all over, but Tash comes over and drags me up to sitting, leaning me back against the cold wall so I have to look up at him. He stares down into my face, a sadistic grin on his mouth.
You don't remember me, do you?
I don't answer him, but he continues talking anyway.
I was there, the day you arrived. I was just a boy then. I'd only been in the army a week or so when the world went to shit. It was the best thing that ever happened to me, the world ending.
I hold his stare, keeping my expression neutral, but I'm not really listening to him.
I saw you pull up. You were so sad because you had lost someone, and you didn't know whether to stay here or not. I bet you're glad you did now, huh?
He laughs.
I know I am.
He trails a hand up my arm and bile rises in my throat. I don't care what happens to me now. I had been over to the side of insanity, and when I returned there had been something missing. A part of me stayed there, in hell, and I don't care to have it back. I had killed, murdered, and with my bare hands no less, his blood still crusty and dry under the beds of my nails. My reasons may have been justified, but my mind is still struggling to accept what I had done. The look on Amanda's face, on her children's faces. They had looked at me like I was a monster, and perhaps I was. When did I think it had become okay or acceptable to kill someone by crushing their skull? They would never forgive me, and those children would never look at me with innocent eyes again. I had destroyed that. Tash's hand makes contact with my cheek, harder than necessary, but not a full-on slap by any means. It's enough to get my attention, though. I blink up at him, my expression still impassive, though my mind is wrought with my crime and running riot with different scenarios of what will happen next.
Hey, look sharp. You're off to see Lee. He has a little surprise in order for you.
He bends down, unties my ankles, and drags me up to standing. I swallow, run my dry tongue over my cracked lips, and allow him to pull me out of the room, all the while my fury growing in the depths of my belly. This is all wrong. This shouldn't be happening, not to me. I am a good person. This isn't me. I don't kill people, smash their skulls in and cry over their bodies. Psychos do that, not me. How did I get here? These are the things I have been asking myself for the past 24 hours, and I still have no way of answering them. The hallway is cold, but it's colder still as Tash pulls me outside and into the frigid night air. The wind howls and blows fiercely around my body. My sweater and coat were stripped from me before my hands were tied, and now all I wear is a thin t-shirt and blood-stained jeans. Somewhere in the distance I hear crying, the distant wail of someone's anguish. but I can't pinpoint where it is coming from. Their misery bounces around the confines of the compound and rattles inside my brain. The tears, the pain, it all burrows deep within me until I can feel this person's pain as if it is my own. Where are we going? I manage to get out of my parched mouth, but Tash doesn't answer, barely registering that I have spoken as he continues to pull me over to the far wall where the main entrance is. I stumble after him, my toes already feeling numb from the cold. On the far side of the compound is the main entrance. Large, wide doors that keep us all inside, safe and protected. I laugh at the sentiment. Lee is standing under a small shelter with several other people, and as we get closer, my brain begins to register who they are. Amanda and Adam, Carter, and at least 3 other guards. But there is no Lucy. Amanda is crying, her arms clinging to Adam, but it's Carter that I'm drawn to. His face is a swollen, bloody pulp, the front of his jacket soaked in dried blood, and his hands tied behind him like mine. He has been stripped of all his weapons and anything and everything that made him a soldier. One eye is completely swollen shut, and the other is a mere slit, but he focuses that one eye on me. And still, I can't see Lucy. I stumble, tripping as my legs begin to give way underneath me, but Tash continues to pull me forward regardless until we are standing in front of Lee. His face is harsh, older looking than I remember from the last time I saw him. He almost looks weak in my eyes. Just an angry, middle-aged man who wants to rule the world. Yet deep down, I know he is everything I have to fear.
I won't waste any more of anyone's time. Instead, let's get straight to the point. The man you killed, I needed him.
Lee steps forward, his gaze on mine.
He was helping me with things you can't even begin to fathom, and now he's dead, and I'm at odds with what to do with the little progress we had made.
I strain to hear what he's saying above the wind and Amanda's crying, and my own heart hammering in my chest like a drum. Tash's hand on my arm is tight, purposefully so. Where is Lucy? My mind screams. He was about to, I speak, my words soft and shaky.
I don't care. What I was trying to achieve was more important than whatever rancid greed he thought he was having.
Lee yells, his voice booming and drowning out all other thoughts. Tears spring to my eyes, and I grip my teeth together hard to stop them chattering from both the cold and fear. My eyes focus in on Amanda, but she has her face buried against Adam's hair, her arms wrapped so tightly around him that I fear she might crush his frail body with hers at any moment.
Now, with that being said, punishments need to fit the crime.
Lee's gaze finally met my own.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
He nods to Tash, who pulls out his pistol and shoots Amanda in the head. She slumps to the ground, pulling Adam with her, blood trickling out of the hole in her forehead. Adam screams and yells for his mama over and over, covering her lifeless body with his small one. A scream catches in the back of my throat as Tash fires again, and Adam stills, the back of his head a mess of blood and bone. And then I collapse to my knees, the cold sludge of thawing snow pooling around my freezing legs. Tash doesn't try to stop me. His hand releases me to the earth as a scream tries to break free of my lips. But instead of noise, all that escapes is silence. My mouth hangs open in horror as tears fall from my eyes. I can't cry out. My voice has vanished, fled from this useless body that allows people to die all around it while it grudgingly continues on. I stare at both mother and son, at their dead bodies and the blood staining the earth around them, and something inside of me breaks and dies. I will never be whole again.
Now that we have that dealt with, we can focus on the other matter.
I look up at Lee as he turns away from me, focusing his attention on Carter. My gaze moves to Carter, whose one good eye is locked on me.
This silly bastard tried to be a hero. Tried to start an uprising of some sorts to out me and my soldiers.
Lee laughs, and from the right I hear Tash laugh too.
Unfortunately, he trusted the wrong men, and now look at where we are.
He walks toward Carter, blocking my view of him, and I strain to hear him over the wind. Lee walks away from Carter, glancing over at the 2 soldiers flanking him, who then drag Carter over to the main doors. A soldier yells down something and the doors begin to open, and I get my first glimpse of the world beyond these walls. Everything is dead and gray, the horizon a bleak canvas of destruction. Carter is dragged over to the doors at the same time that Tash drags me back up to standing, my teeth now chattering freely.
You need to watch this.
He grins down at me. Lee stops pacing and stands in front of Carter.
There are no heroes. Not anymore. There are only the weak or the strong. Only those who live and those who die. And you, my friend, have chosen to die.
He turns to face the rest of us, and I wait with bated breath for the crack of the gunshot.
I sentence Carter Andrews to life outside of these walls. To a death outside these walls.
Lee smiles almost proudly at me.
This community is under my watch, my protection, and my rule. These men that protect this community, they do so because of the choices I let them have, the control that I give them. Don't ever try to take that away from them or me, because if you do, this is what happens.
One of the guards pushes Carter to the entrance, and leaving his hands tied behind his back, they speak low into his ear until he begins to walk outside. My stomach clenches, my breath coming in rapid bursts, until I think my heart will explode from the anxiety. Is this it? They're just letting him go? He has his hands tied behind his back, no weapons, and he's badly beaten, but this is Carter. He'll be okay. He can survive this. I haven't gotten him killed, I think with relief. In many ways, he will be better off like this. I blink away the tears and bite down on the inside of my cheek to stop myself from smiling. He is free. He will survive. My gaze slides to Amanda and Adam, my thoughts agonizing over where Lucy is, when a gunshot sounds out loudly, piercing the night. I look back to see Carter on his knees. His deep red blood pouring from the bullet wound in his leg is a stark contrast to the gray earth around him. And in the distance, debtors. One of the guards drags him back up to standing before shoving him forward.
Traitor.
He spits at his back, and then steps safely back inside the compound.
This is what happens to people who defy me.
Lee points to Amanda, and then to me.
I'm going to let you live. We're a woman short now.
The doors begin to close on Carter, his hobbling steps slow going, and in the distance the groans of debtors in search of blood.
These doors will now be sealed. We don't need anything out there anymore.
Lee points behind him as the doors are pulled closed.
We have everything we need to survive in here, and this is where we will all stay. Like one big happy family.
Lee smiles and the doors slam shut behind him. Soldiers begin to block up the doorway, locking us all firmly inside forever, and I think I might pass out from the bubble of hysteria that is blossoming inside me. Tash turns me around, his face too close to mine.
I chose his punishment. Carter's. I hate traitors. Scum of the earth they are.
His gaze trails over my face.
But I especially hated that arrogant motherfucker, always looking down his nose at me. So now I'm going to make sure that he becomes everything that he hates. He'll become one of the enemy that he fought against so vigilantly, and all the while.
His eyes gleam.
I'll be defiling his memory by taking his woman, the only thing he had left to care about in this world.
Tash pushes me forward, not catching me when I stumble and fall to the ground, getting a face full of mud and sludge. I turn my face sideways and roll onto my side, ignoring his laughs as he watches me attempt to get back up. After a minute of struggling, he drags me back up to my feet, teeth chattering and my body frozen in shock. Tash brings his mouth close to my ear, and his breath is hot against my neck.
Looks like it's dinner time.
He sucks my earlobe into his mouth, his mustache rough against my neck. I'm not hungry, I stutter out in reply.
I don't care.
He laughs as he pulls me toward one of the dark huts to our left. This can't be happening. He pushes open the door, the silence and darkness of the room catching me off guard. I stumble over a small step, my mind racing at an unfathomable pace. The door shuts behind me, and Tash's heavy footsteps move toward me in the darkness, and in the background, all I can hear is the sound of Carter's screams. Where is Lucy? I stutter out, as Tash's hands claw at my clothing. Survive, no matter what happens.
Oh, we let her live. We always try and let the women and girls live.
His hands move from me, and he pushes me forward until I bump up roughly against a wooden table.
Though she's sick, probably gonna die pretty soon, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
What's wrong with her? I ask urgently and try to turn my head to look at him. I hate him. I don't want to talk to him, but I need to know what's wrong with her. I promised to protect those children, and I failed. He turns my face away.
Don't know, don't care. Her mama used to barter with me for the kids' medicine, but Lee put a stop to all of that. Gotta store all the meds up now. That's what he says. You never know what the future holds.
His breath is hot against my neck as he buries his face against my skin and presses a kiss against me. And it's true. Who knows what this future holds now? I just hope that I don't last long in this world. Because yes, even now I have hope. Like a flower that continues to bloom, refusing to fade, I hold out hope. Only now my hope isn't for a new start, or for a future that is better than this. Now I hold out hope for a swift death. I swallow down the whale of fear that I feel bubbling inside me. I swallow over and over, willing it to go away, willing everything to go away. I won't give them my tears. No matter how long I have left in this world, these tears are mine and mine alone. Survive. I blink slowly, feeling Tash's hands pawing at me again, and I want to cry out, but I don't. Instead, I shut down my emotions, and I force away every ounce of good that I have left in me. Because I can't be that woman now. Not in this world. Because I won't make it if I'm that woman. So I lock up my goodness, and I switch everything off, and I count backwards as I get lost in my misery once more. I will become hard and mean and cruel if I have to. Because I made a promise to Ben and Tesserin to survive no matter what the costs. And this is the only way I will make it in this world now. By becoming someone I am not. But I must. I have to. Because I must survive. This has been Odium 0.5, The Dead Saga, Origin Stories. Written by Claire C. Riley. Narrated by Holly Jackson. Copyright 2015 by Claire C. Riley. Production copyright 2016 by Claire C. Riley.
Audible.